was the Svanidze's and Elizabashvili, writing 30 years later during Stalin's dictatorship, though before the terror, courageously recorded their disapproval of his behaviour, making it clear they continued to blame his neglect for Cato's death. After that, Montefiore concludes tellingly, Sosa went to Baku and I didn't see him until 1912, though we got a letter from exile asking for some wine and jam. When Stalin emerged from mourning at the end of 1907, he joined decadent Spandarian for a New Year's Eve dinner in a Baku restaurant. He was among old friends in the revolutionary capital of the empire. The Bolsheviks there formed a caste reunion of Stalin's career so far. As the Bolsheviks dwindled in Russia itself, Russian and Caucasian revolutionaries flooded into Baku, often interfering with Stalin's work. He met up again now with his comrades from Tiflis, such as Sergo, Budu the Barrel, Divani, Alyulayev, Kavtaradze, the gangster Senzadze, most of the outfit, and the tall, blue-eyed Shomian. Stalin's new friend, Voroshilov, and his old friend, Yanukidze, were soon joined by Lenin's special agent, the well-connected but severe noblewoman, Elena Stasova, comrade absolute, Rosalia Zemliachka, Alexinsky, and a girl named Ludmila Stal. But there were also many Mensheviks from his past, such as Devdariani. It was a small world. It was probably quite a party, because Spandarian, who was very close to Stalin in moral character, was also an incredibly lazy and sybaritic ladies' man and lover of money. Spandarian's womanizing did not worry his wife Olga, who said, Suren never swore to be faithful to me, only to remain forever the knight of the idea of Bolshevism. But the Bolshevik playboy certainly shocked his comrades. All the children in Baku, recalls Tatiana Vulik, who are up to 3 years old, looked like Spandarian. Soso threw himself into his work again, reassembling the outfit. He and Spandarian immediately started to push for more radical strikes and agitation, calling on the often illiterate Azeri and Persian workers to support them. Most intellectuals were too snobbish to bother with these illiterates, but Soso packed meetings with the Muslims, who voted for him en masse. He was one of the founders of Himat Energy, a Muslim Bolshevik group. The Muslims often hid Stalin in mosques when he was on the run. In a row with Mensheviks, one of Stalin's Muslim allies drew a dagger on Devdariani. Through these Muslim connections, Stalin helped arm the Persian Revolution. He sent fighters and arms under Sergo to overthrow the Shah of Persia, Muhammad Ali, whom his Bolsheviks tried to assassinate. Stalin even crossed the border to Persia himself to organize his partisans, visiting Resht. The 1943 Tehran Conference was not his first time in Iran. Shomian was rattled by the crushing success of the Tsar's backlash. He and Yanukidze, who had just returned from exile, took a more rightist, moderate approach than Stalin, but could not break his dominance. Shomian urged restraint. Stalin mocked his privileged existence, intriguing against him with his closest friend and right-hand man, Spandarian. After Stalin's death, it was said he feuded with Shomian, but this tension has been exaggerated. They worked well together, with mutual suspicion. Soon after his return, Stalin left on a secret trip to visit Lenin, who had now settled in Geneva. We know they met sometime in 1908. We know Stalin went to Switzerland. Stalin himself mentioned such a meeting in his reminiscences. He also met Plekhanov, who exasperated him. Stalin was convinced he was a congenital aristocrat. What really turned him against the sage was the fact that Plekhanov's daughter had aristocratic manners, dressed in the latest fashions, and wore boots with high heels. Stalin was already at least partly a sanctimonious ascetic. Stalin and Lenin would have discussed money. Lenin was duelling with the Mensheviks while pursuing the Fisparus feud against Bogdanov and Krasin, who had stolen much of his Tiflis heist booty, which in turn was being vigorously pursued by the European police. Thus, the organization, now battered within by Lenin's schisms and without by Stolyapin's victorious repression, was, explains Vulik, desperate for money. Sure enough, says Kavtaradze, Stalin's henchman in Baku, it was decided once again to get cash for the party. When the chief financier of the Bolshevik Centre heard the word money, he reached for his Mauser. In Baku, says Sakirashvili, who was there too, Koba was on the lookout for the criminal types, the hotheads, as he called them, the cutthroats. In America, such men would be gangsters, but Stalin surrounded them with the aura of revolutionary fighters. Stalin suggested organizing the Bolshevik battle squad. Tsintsadze, Kupriashvili, and some new faces joined Stalin's outfit of so-called Mauserists. Kavtaradze assisted Soso with the planning under the aegis of his portentously named Self-Defense Headquarters. Stalin's other sidekick was a red-haired lawyer born in Odessa, son of a well-off Baku family with noble Polish antecedents. Andrei Vyshinsky, now 23, a Menshevik, had given up the law, organized terrorist gangs, and become a hitman in 1905. But Stalin, perhaps recognizing a usefully ruthless young rogue, relaxed his anti-Menshevik rigor. He commissioned Vyshinsky to procure arms and bombs. Politics is a dirty business, Stalin said later. We all did dirty work for the revolution. Stalin became the effective godfather of a small but useful fundraising operation that really resembled a moderately successful mafia family, conducting shakedowns, currency counterfeiting, extortion, bank robberies, piracy and protection rackets, as well as political agitation and journalism. Stalin's aim, says one of his Mauserists, Ivan Bokov, was to threaten the oil tycoons and Black Hundreds, the right-wing Russian nationalists who had their own armed groups. Stalin's career in Baku is shadowy, but the memoirs of the Mauserists give us helpful clues. They could not be used in the Soviet era, especially during Stalin's dictatorship, and are mostly unpublished, but they remain in the archives. He ordered the Mauserists to murder many of the Black Hundreds, according to Bokov. Then the outfit planned to rob the Baku State Bank. Kavtaradze explains that we learned that 4 million rubles for the Turkestan region were being transported by ship via Baku and the Caspian Sea. Therefore, at the start of 1908, we started to assemble in Baku. They would take the captain hostage, echoes of the Tsarevich Georgy. An act of piracy took place on a ship named the Nicholas I in Baku port. The Mensheviks investigated Stalin for this outrage, yet another infringement of party rules. At the 1918 libel trial, Martov had enough evidence of Stalin's participation in the Nicholas I heist to call for witnesses. Later, the Trotskyite Victor Serge wrote that Vyshinsky, in a rash admission before the Bolsheviks came to power, had said, Koba was deeply embroiled in the expropriation on the steamer Nicholas I in Baku harbour. Next, Stalin thought up the idea to raid the Baku naval arsenal. As ever, he took the initiative to make us the inside connections with naval people, reminisced his gunman Bokov. We organized a gang of comrades and raided the arsenal, killing some of the guards. But Soso was also raising money day to day through contributions from industrialists. Many tycoons and middle-class professionals were sympathetic contributors to the Bolsheviks. Berta Nusimbaum, wife of an oil baron and mother of the writer Esat Bey, was a Bolshevik sympathizer. My mother, Esat Bey says, financed Stalin's illicit communist press with her diamonds. It remains astonishing how the Rothschilds and other oil barons, among the richest tycoons in Europe, funded the Bolsheviks, who would ultimately destroy their interests. Alyulayev remembered these Rothschild contributions. The Rothschild managing director, David Landau, regularly contributed to Bolshevik funds, as recorded by the Akrana, whose agents noted how, when Stalin was running the Baku party, a Bolshevik clerk in one of the oil companies was not active in operations but concentrated on collecting donations and got money from Landau of the Rothschilds. It is likely that Landau met Stalin personally. Another Rothschild executive, Dr. Felix Somary, a banker with the Austrian branch of the family and later a distinguished academic, claims he was sent to Baku to settle a strike. He paid Stalin the money. The strike ended. Stalin regularly met another top businessman, Alexander Mancho, managing director of the Shibayev and Bibi Aibat oil companies. "We often got money from Mancho for our organization," recalls Ivan Vatsek, one of Stalin's henchmen. "In such cases, Comrade Stalin came to me. Comrade Stalin also knew him well." Either Mancho was a committed sympathizer, or Stalin was blackmailing him because the businessman coughed up cash on request at even the shortest notice. Stalin was also running protection rackets and kidnappings. Many tycoons paid if they did not wish their oil fields to catch fire or accidents to befall their families. It is hard to differentiate donations from protection money because the felonies Stalin now unleashed on them included robberies, assaults, extortion of rich families, and kidnapping their children on the streets of Baku in broad daylight and then demanding ransom in the name of some revolutionary committee, states Sagirashvili, who knew him in Baku. "The kidnapping of children was a routine matter at the time," recalls Esad Bey, who, as a boy, never went out without a phalanx of 3 Kochi bodyguards and a 4th servant, mounted and armed, who rode behind me. Baku folklore claims that Stalin's most profitable kidnapping was that of Musa Nagayev, the 10th richest oil baron, a notoriously stingy ex-peasant who so admired the Palazzo Cantarini in Venice that he built his own, bigger copy, the majestic Venetian Gothic Ismaili Palace, now the Academy of Sciences. Nagayev was actually kidnapped twice, but his own accounts of these traumas were confused and murky. Neither case was ever solved, but Bolshevik involvement was suspected. Years later, Nagayev's granddaughter, Gila Khanum, claimed that Stalin jokingly sent the oil baron thanks for his generous contributions to the Bolsheviks. In his first kidnapping, Nagayev's ransom was 10,000 gold rubles, or his kidnappers threatened to cut him into pieces. "I can pay only 950 rubles, Nagayev replied. "Of course you can slice me up, but then you won't get anything." He paid only the 950. Then, in December 1908, Nagayev was again kidnapped by gangsters, led by a Georgian with black hair and unusual pockmarks. Nagayev supposedly paid 100,000 rubles. Stalin was at liberty in Baku for the first kidnapping, but in Baku jail for the second. Had Stalin been at liberty on the latter occasion, he would still not have participated directly. In any case, he ran his criminal terrorist organization from his cell. He could easily have ordered either or both kidnappings. On the other hand, the story does not appear in any of the Bolshevik memoirs, and in 1909 newspapers claimed the second gang of kidnappers were rogue policemen linked to Deputy City Governor Colonel Shubinsky. Nonetheless, Nagayev probably contributed to Bolshevik funds like the other oil barons. Like them, too, he lost his fortune in the revolution. He died in 1919. It was said that the millionaires, like Nagayev, were keen to pay up after a 10-minute conversation with Stalin. This was probably thanks to his system of printing special forms that read, "The Bolshevik Committee proposes that your firm should pay blank rubles." The form was delivered to oil companies, and the cash was collected by Soso's technical assistant, a very tall man who was known as Stalin's bodyguard, visibly packing a pistol. Nobody refused to pay. The Bolshevik boss befriended organized crime in Baku, their operations and those of the Maoists often overlapping. One gang controlled access to some wasteland in the Black City section. Stalin made an agreement with the gang only to let through Bolsheviks, not Mensheviks. The Bolsheviks had special passwords. In Russia's wildest city, both sides used violence. The oil tycoons employed Chechen ruffians as oil-field guards. One of the richest oil barons, Murtaza Mukhtarov, who resided in Baku's biggest palace based on a French Gothic chateau, ordered his Kochis to kill the young Stalin. Soso was badly beaten up by Chechens, probably on Mukhtarov's orders. The beating up was a humiliation that may have contributed to his brutal deportation of the entire Chechen race during the Second World War at the cost of hundreds of thousands of lives. Equally, he deported many other peoples during the war and victimized other races such as the Poles and Koreans, with whom he had had no such experience. As for Mukhtarov, he refused to surrender his palace to the Bolsheviks when the Red Army took Baku in 1920. "As long as I am alive, no barbarian in army boots will enter my house." In a shootout, he fired on the Bolsheviks until he was overcome, at which point he shot himself. His beautiful wife, Liza Khanum, for whom his Baku chateau was built, lived on in the basement, then escaped to Turkey, where she lived until the 1950s. Mukhtarov's chateau is now the Baku Wedding Palace. Stalin's secrecy was so absolute that the Mauserist Bokov said, "It was sometimes so conspiratorial that we didn't even know where he was for 6 months. He had no permanent address, and we only knew him as Koba. If he had an appointment, he never turned up on time. He turned up either a day early or a day later. He never changed his clothes, so he looked like an unemployed person." Soso's comrades noticed that he was different from the usual passionate Caucasian. "Sentiment was foreign to him," says one. "No matter how much he loved a fellow, he'd never forgive him even the tiniest spoiling of a party matter. He'd skin him alive." So again he succeeded in raising money and guns. But with him there was always a human cost. The traditional Bolsheviks, like Aleksandrsky and Zemliachka, were very indignant at these expropriations and killings. Stalin blamed one member for provocation. There was no definite evidence, but that person was forced out of the city, judged, condemned to death, and shot. Stalin prided himself on being what he called a praktik, a practical hard man, an expert on what he called black work, rather than a chatty intelligent, but his gift was for being both. Lenin soon heard a storm of complaints about Stalin's banditry, but by now, writes Vulik, Stalin was the true boss in the Caucasus, with a lot of supporters devoted to him who respected him as the second person in the party after Lenin. Among the intelligentsia he was less loved, but everybody recognized that he was the most energetic and indispensable person. Soso had an electrical effect on his followers, of whom he took good care. He had a talent for political friendship that played a major role in his rise to power. His roommate from Stockholm, Voroshilov, the eager, fair-haired and dandyish lathe-turner, joined him in Baku but fell ill. When Marshal Voroshilov was out of Stalin's favour in his last years, he used to plead, "But Koba, we became friends in Baku in 1907. "I don't remember," Stalin replied. For his future life, see the epilogue. "He visited me every evening," said Voroshilov. "We joked a lot. He asked if I liked poetry and recited a whole Nekrasov poem by heart. Then we sang together. He really had a good voice and fine ear. Poetry and music," Stalin told Voroshilov, "elevate the spirit." When Alyulayev was arrested again, he worried about his family, so once released he came to consult Soso, who insisted he had to leave, giving him cash to move to Moscow. "Take the money. You've children. You must look after them." The death of Cato was a grievous blow, but even in early 1908, the widower who signed his articles, Koba Cato, found time for partying and never lacked female company. 23. Louse racing, murder and madness. Prison games. Whenever the outfit pulled off a heist, Stalin and Spandarian spent a little of it on a wild party. In a very Bolshevik in-joke on the party's endless political schisms, Soso called these festivities ukloneniya, deviations. When Stalin collected some extra pennies, reports A.D. Sakvaraledze, who ran Stalin's cash counterfeiting operations, we'd hold a deviational meeting in a remote bistro or a private room at a gorgeous restaurant, often Svet restaurant on Trading Street, where we'd have a feast, especially after celebrating the success of some deed. Spandarian especially liked deviations where we'd talk frankly, eat deliciously, and sing loudly, particularly Stalin. Wherever Spandarian went, girls usually followed. A comrade from Batumi introduced his pretty sister, Alvasi Talakavadze, to Stalin. She was just 18, a self-confessed spoilt child, brimming with revolutionary ardour. Koba, the head of the Baku proletariat, used the back room of my brother's flower stall in the Bibi Aibat oil field as his base, she explains. So Stalin took Talakbadze under his wing, giving her the moniker Comrade Plus because of her enthusiasm. Even in absurdly turgid Stalinist jargon, the girl's memoirs record a close relationship. Koba was enlightening me ideologically, conducting me with discussion on social-political subjects, and developing in me class consciousness, introducing me to a faith in victory. One is tempted to read developing class consciousness and introducing faith in victory as euphemisms, because Alvasi Talakbadze later let it be known she was Stalin's girlfriend in 1908. His gift for conspiracy was ingenious if sometimes macabre. This girlfriend became adept at tricking the spooks, but Koba devised the most original tricks. One day he ordered her to take some secret documents to the Balakana oil field in a coffin. "You must play the role of a mourning sister who is burying her dead baby brother with her bare hands," said Stalin, sending her to a cemetery and directing her performance like a playwright. "You'll loosen your hair, hold the coffin, sob, say you're left alone, and blame yourself for his death. Don't bury it too deeply." He handed her a shovel. The director praised her performance, covertly observing her. "Even now," she mused later, "I don't know how he watched me so acutely." Alvasi Talakbadze does not seem to have been his only relationship with a comrade. He also came to know Ludmila Stahl, a famous activist among women, who was described later as buxom but pretty. The daughter of the owner of a steel mill from South Ukraine, 6 years older than Soso, she was already a prison veteran. Soon afterwards she went into exile in Paris. The affair was said to be intermittent, but it had an influence on the younger Stalin. They possibly met later during Stalin's visits abroad to see Lenin, with whom Ludmila worked closely. They certainly met again in 1917, but nothing survives of their friendship except one surprising lifelong relic, his renowned name. The secret police had lost Stalin when he moved cities after the Tiflis spectacular. Now they were back on his case. When Stalin's hitman, Bokov, was arrested, the gendarme asked me, who was Stalin himself, and in particular, what was his role in the robbery of the Baku port arsenal? On 15 March 1908, the gendarmes raided a party meeting in the People's Hall. Stalin, Shomian, and Spandarian escaped, but the gendarmes were on the trail of the Mauserists. Just as Tsintsadze and the outfit set the date for the hold-ups of the State Bank and the gold ship, Cossacks and gendarmes attacked our safe-house. In the shootout, several Cossacks were killed, but the outfit lost its best Mauserist triggerman, Inskaveli, veteran of the Tiflis bank robbery. The plans were abandoned. Kavtaradze left secret work and went to Petersburg University, but he remained in Stalin's life until the end. On the night of 25 March, Baku's police chief raided several dens of delinquents where certain criminal suspects were arrested, including Gayos Bezorovich Nizerazadze, bearing criminal papers, who are therefore placed at the disposal of the gendarmerie. The man carried the passport of a nobleman named Nizerazadze, but perhaps the patronymic son of Bezo was a better guide to the real identity of the most prominent Bolshevik in the Caucasus, the second Lenin. After 4 years, the Akhrana had got Stalin. When the new prisoner arrived in Baku's Bailov prison wearing a blue satin smock and a dashing Caucasian hood, the other political prisoners passed the word to be careful. "This is secret," they whispered. "That is Koba." They feared Stalin more than the police. The bogeyman did not disappoint. He had the ability quietly to incite others, while he himself remained on the sidelines. The sly schemer did not spurn any means necessary, but managed to avoid public responsibility. In his 7 months at the famous Bailovka, set amid the oil fields, Stalin dominated its power structures. He read, studied Esperanto, which he regarded as the language of the future, and stirred up a series of witch hunts for traitors that often ended in death. In power, he persecuted and arrested Esperanto speakers. His reign at the Bailovka was a microcosm of his dictatorship of Russia. Soso was placed in cell 3 with the mainly Bolshevik politicals. Most Mensheviks were in cell 7. The politicals were so organized in the Bailovka they even had a credentials commission. In his cell, Stalin found his fellow Bolshevik praktik Sergo and his Menshevik henchman Vyshinsky. The latter was elected elder in charge of food, which was a sensible appointment since he received regular hampers of delicacies from his prosperous wife and parents. He shared these hampers with Stalin, a prudent generosity that may have contributed to his survival in the Terror. The elders divided the days into hours for leisure, cleaning, and discussion. Bedmates Stalin shared with a Goreli named Ilya Nadyaradze, and domestic chores were assigned by the elders, including washing up dishes and emptying latrines. But typically, recalls Sakvaraledze, Stalin was often released from such duties. One of his cellmates, Simon Vereshchak, a Menshevik, wrote a penetrating portrait of Stalin in the Bailovka. He hated him for his crude cunning, yet, in spite of himself, was fascinated by Stalin's supreme confidence, vigilant intelligence, machine-like memory, and sang-froid. It was impossible to throw him off balance. Nothing could get his goat. Stalin was the only cellmate who slept soundly, even when the prisoners could hear men being hanged in the courtyard. Soso did not invent the death penalty for traitors. In the Bailovka, explains Vereshchak, provocateurs were usually killed, but after investigation and trial. Stalin killed by proxy and stealth. First, Mitka the Greek stabbed a young worker for being a police spy. Koba had ordered the hit. Then a young Georgian was beaten up in the corridor of the political building. The word spread, provocateur. Everyone joined in, beating him with whatever they could, until the walls were spattered in blood. The bloody body was taken away on a stretcher. Later we learned that the rumour had started with Koba. The politicals held debates that often turned sour. Stalin most disliked the Christian socialists, who followed Leo Tolstoy. Sergo, who always hit first and thought afterwards, got into a fight with some SRs. Sergo really punched, but none of the SRs was strong enough to hit Sergo. Stalin later wrote to Voroshilov, protecting Ordzhonikidze's amour-propre when the three of them were ruling the USSR. In fact, the SRs beat up Sergo. Stalin dealt with political dilemmas by making himself the best authority on Marx. Marxism was his element in which he was unconquerable. He knew how to substantiate anything with an appropriate formula from Marx, yet his style was unpleasant, coarse, devoid of wit, dry and formal. Stalin found many of his Mauserist gangsters in the Bailovka, such as his cellmates, the Sakvaralidze brothers. His Menshevik opponents, Devdariani from the seminary and Isidore Ramishvili from Batumi, were also in his crowded cell, but now the two factions were again forced to work together, and they turned a blind eye to his banditry. Stalin still preferred rogues to revolutionaries. He was always seen in the company of cutthroats, blackmailers, robbers, and the gunslingers, the Mauserists. Sometimes the criminal prisoners raided the politicals, but the Georgian criminals, probably organized by Stalin, served as their bodyguards. In power, he shocked his comrades by promoting criminals in the NKVD, but he had used criminals all his life. These two species came together to bet on prison games, such as wrestling competitions and louse racing. Stalin did not like chess, but he and Sergo Ordzhonikidze often played backgammon all night. The cruelest game was madness, in which a young prisoner was placed in the criminal's cell to be driven mad. Bets were taken on how long it would take for the youngster to crack up. Sometimes the victim really did go crazy. The prison was overcrowded with victims of Stolypin's repressions. 1,500 shared cells built for 400. Stalin suffered from a shadow on his lung and found it hard to breathe in the heat. The sturdy Barrel, Midviani, who was at certain times in the same cell, lifted Soso onto his shoulders to let him breathe at the high window, while the rest of the cell laughed and shouted, "Giddy up, Barrel, giddy up!" When the Barrel later visited Stalin in the Kremlin, he always greeted him, "Giddy up, Soso." Stalin protested against the conditions and provoked the authorities, who sent a company of soldiers to beat up the politicals. Forced to run the gauntlet, Koba walked, his head unbowed, under the blows of the rifle butts, a book in his hands, observed Vereshchak. In response, he smashed the door of his cell with a slop bucket, ignoring the threat of the bayonets. It was impossible to move without standing on someone's toe, but the overcrowding presented opportunities for shenanigans. Stalin's bedmate, Nadyaradze from Gori, arranged for his wife to escort Keke on a visit to Baku. The two women visited son and husband. Stalin greeted her so cordially. His mother burst into tears on seeing her only son. But he calmed her, saying the revolutionary couldn't do without prisons. "We chatted gaily for 2 whole hours," says Nadyaradze. Stalin got his mother to deliver secret notes to the Baku revolutionaries, which almost got her arrested. The outfit was planning Soso's escape. At night he used a hacksaw smuggled to him by a warder to cut the bars of his cell. Outside the jail walls, his Mauserists waited on the appointed day with a phaeton to whisk him to freedom. But the plan must have been betrayed, because at the last minute incorruptible Cossacks assumed guard duties. Stalin's escape attempt had to be cancelled. The slow Tsarist system, creaking along with its usual confusion and leniency, took even longer than usual to sort out his identity and prosecute his case. Finally, he was given a surprisingly lax sentence of just 2 years' exile in European Vologda province instead of Asiatic Siberia. Just before his departure, the disorder in the overcrowded Bailovka gave Stalin the chance to attempt a swap between himself and another prisoner. It seemed to go according to plan. The substitute took his place, Soso kissed his fellow prisoners goodbye, and was escorted from his cell. In July 1937, at the height of the Great Terror, the man from Gori who arranged this swap, I.P. Nadyaradze, wrote to another of his cellmates, Andrei Vyshinsky, Stalin's craven but dreaded Procurator General, to ask him to confirm that he had served time for political murder and had helped arrange Stalin's swap and escape. Vyshinsky confirmed the former, but on the swap, that sinister survivor sat on the fence. As for the fact of organizing the replacement for Comrade Stalin, I cannot attest to this because I do not remember. Nadyaradze was clearly under investigation in the terror, or he would not have appealed to the dangerous Vyshinsky on this sensitive subject at such a risky moment. But it is almost unthinkable that he would have written the letter were it not completely true as far as it goes. 24. Rivercock and the Noblewoman. Yet somewhere the swap was unravelled. Stalin's attempted substitution must have been unmasked before he even left the Bailovka, betrayed by the same police spy who had informed on his planned escape, or foiled by an underbribed guard, in time to be dispatched to his place of exile. Vologda was much closer than Siberia, but the étape took over 3 months, including a stay in Moscow's Bertyaki prison, where so many would perish in Stalin's Great Terror. Soso again had no winter clothing, and wrote to Shomian in Baku for help. "We couldn't even get hold of a second-hand suit," wrote Shomian, but sent him 5 rubles. Stolypin had tightened up the more relaxed regime in Baku. The police were successfully smashing the Bolsheviks there, its membership withering away, its leaders arrested or killed. "No money," reported Shomian, "revolutionaries hungry and weak." In Vologda prison, Stalin led a protest and defied the authorities. The chief jailer there was named Serov, ironically the father of the future General Ivan Serov, one of Stalin's top secret policemen, deporter of the Chechens and other peoples, and first KGB chairman. "He didn't really obey anyone," says a fellow prisoner. "He only retreated when they used force." On the way from Vologda town to his place of exile, he either fell sick with typhus or managed to persuade a doctor to park him in the comfort of Vyatka Hospital. Finally, travelling by sleigh through frozen landscape, Stalin arrived in late February 1909 at the village of Solvichatgodsk. One of the first to welcome him to the Solvichatgodsk community of about 450 exiles was an exiled girl, a teacher named Tatiana Sukova, with whom it seems he conducted a love affair. In his short time in Solvichatgodsk, he was to find 2 mistresses among the small group of politicals. Even in these years of penniless obscurity, he was never without at least one girlfriend, and often more. Indeed, in exile he became almost libertine. Stalin was handsome to women, Molotov recalled, despite his pockmarks and freckles. Women must have been enamoured by him because he was successful with them. He had honey-coloured eyes. They were beautiful. Soso was quite attractive. Zhenya Alyulyeva, future sister-in-law and probable mistress, told her daughter. He was a thin man, strong and energetic, with an incredible shock of hair and shining eyes. Everyone always mentions those burning eyes. Even his unattractive features had their charms. His enigmatic mien, his arrogance, ruthlessness, feline vigilance, obsessional studying, and acute intelligence perhaps made him more compelling to women. His oddness could be seen as eccentric. Maybe his very lack of interest was somehow winning. Certainly, his apparent inability to look after himself, he was lonesome, skinny, scruffy, made women throughout his life wish to look after him. And then there was his nationality. Georgians enjoyed a reputation for being passionate and romantic. When not being a surly brute, Stalin played the chivalrous Georgian suitor, singing songs and admiring girls' beautiful dresses while presenting them with silk handkerchiefs and flowers. Furthermore, he was sexually competitive, cuckolding his comrades when it suited him, especially in exile. Stalin, the flirt, the boyfriend, even the husband, was sometimes tender and humorous, but if the ladies expected a traditional Georgian Casanova, they must have been bitterly disappointed when they grew to know him better. Strange, eccentric, and lacking in empathy, he was riddled with complexes about his personality, family, and physique. He was so sensitive about his webbed toes that when his feet were later being examined by his Kremlin doctors, he hid the rest of his body and his face under a blanket. He later had his pockmarks powdered by his bodyguards and covered in official photographs. He was shy about his own nudity, even in the Russian bathhouse, the banya, and uneasy about his stiff arm, which later prevented him from slow dancing with women. He admitted he couldn't take a woman by the waist. As Cato learned during their marriage, he was impossibly distant and hard to know. His seething, egocentric energy sucked the air from every room and wore down the weak without giving them emotional nourishment. The tender moments could not compensate for the glacial detachment and morose oversensitivity. As Natasha Katava discovered, when crossed, he turned nasty. Women ranked low on his list of priorities, far below revolution, egotism, intellectual pursuits, and hard-drinking dinners with male friends. Combining coarse virility with Victorian prudery, he was certainly no sensualist, no Epicurean. He rarely talked about his own sex life, yet he was promiscuous, which may explain his lifelong tolerance of shameless womanizing in his companions. Spandarian in Baku was notorious. Later, as the rulers of Soviet Russia, Yenukidze and Beria were both debauched to the point of priapic degeneracy. Provided they were competent, hard-working, and loyal, they were safe. In his own life, he regarded sex less as a moral question than as a security hazard. On one hand, he distrusted strong, clever women like his mother, despised pretentious women with ideas, and disliked oversensitive glamour pussies who, like Plekhanov's daughter, wore boots with high heels. He preferred young, malleable teenagers or buxom peasant women who would defer to him. On the other hand, even as late as the 1930s, he took some of his lovers from the ranks of educated, liberated female revolutionaries, his intellectual equals, sometimes even noble women, his social superiors. But the Marxist mission and his own sense of separateness always came first. Women and children, if they inconveniently arrived, were expected to understand when the wandering Marxist crusader chose to vanish into thin air. Tatiana Sukova was sitting in her house with some other exiles when someone reported that a new cluster of convicts had arrived, and among them a comrade from Baku, Osip Koba, a professional, a key person. A little later, furnished with proper clothes by his fellow exiles, Osip, a Russian diminutive for Yosef, entered their house, wearing high boots, black overcoat, black satin shirt, and a high astrakhan hat with a white hood around his shoulders in the Caucasian style. It was spring in Solichevgodsk, a tiny medieval fur-trading outpost, 700 years old, with a dusty square, a wooden merchant's mansion, a post office, and a beautiful 16th-century church. The river Vychetka flowed through the town. 10 of the exiles lived in a communal house, a real salvation for us, says Tatiana Sukova, because it was a way to keep active. It was like a university. There were even lectures. Those who lived alone often started drinking. The district police chief, Zivilev, nicknamed the River Cock, was a petty, irascible but comical stickler with a falsetto voice. Known as God and Tsar of Solvychegodsk, he banned any meetings of more than 5 exiles, amateur dramatics, and even skating, rowing, and mushroom-picking. When he spotted any transgression, he was given to chasing exiles along the riverbank like an irate cockerel, hence the nickname. Stalin was cruel, outspoken, and disrespectful to superiors, according to the local policeman. Rivercock had him locked up once for reading revolutionary literature aloud and fined him 25 kopecks for attending the theatre. Soso befriended the post office clerk, who doubled as a jailer and whom he had met when he picked up his money orders. Soso liked to hunt alone in the forest during the summer and would meet the postman-jailer to pass him notes that he would deliver to the prisoners in the local prison. The local priest let Stalin use his library. Yet there were covert, if wild, parties among the exiles and the inevitable flirtations. "We were singing, and I began to dance," remembers a girl, Shura Dobronravova. Koba clapped his hands, and suddenly I heard his voice saying, "Shura is the joy of life." I saw Koba looking at me with his mysterious smile. The sequel is not recorded. Once the exiles went boating together, waving red flags and singing. The river cock ran along the bank, screeching, "Stop singing!" But he could not punish all of them, so they got away with it. Stalin often organized these secret meetings of exiles, but he watched every member of the group very carefully, recalls Alexander Dubrovin, and demanded a report of every action. Dubrovin's memoir implies that Stalin hunted traitors and ordered their killing. There was an exile called Mustafa. This Mustafa turned out to be a traitor. According to a comrade, he was drowned under the high bank of the Vychetka River. I often visited Stalin in his room, recalls Tatiana Sukova, a woman of 22 with light brown hair and grey eyes. He lived in poverty, sleeping on a wooden crate covered in planks and a bag of straw with a flannel blanket on top and a pink pillowcase. He was depressed. It was only months since the death of Cato. I often found him half lying there, even in daytime, but, as ever, books served as his comfort and castle. Since he was very cold, he lay in his coat and surrounded himself with books. But she says she cheered him up. They spent more and more time together, laughing at the others and even going on boating dates. It seems the friendship turned into some kind of affair, and Stalin remained fond of Sukova into the 1930s. He later wrote to her, begging forgiveness for never having kept in contact. Contrary to my promises, which I remember were many, I've not even sent you a card. What a beast I am, but it's a fact, and if you want, I present my apologies. Keep in touch. They did not meet again until 1912. In June, the local police recorded that Soso attended a meeting with all the other exiles, including a girl named Stefania Petrovskaya, who enjoyed a love affair with Stalin sufficiently serious that he decided to marry her. Stefania, a teacher aged 23, was above Stalin on the social scale, an Odessan noblewoman whose Catholic father owned a house in the centre of the city. She had attended the elite gymnasium there before going into higher education. Noblewoman Petrovskaya, as she appears in police reports, had been arrested in Moscow and given 2 years in Vologda exile, but she had just finished her sentence when she met Osip Koba. Stalin was not there for very long, but the relationship must have been intense, because she hung around in God-forsaken Solvychegodsk for no good reason and then followed him back to the Caucasus. Exiles were isolated from party politics abroad, but they caught up on the latest schisms from battered back copies of journals that arrived from family and friends. Stalin was irritated by Lenin's feud with Bogdanov. "How do you like Bogdanov's new book?" Soso asked his friend Malakia Toroshalidze in Geneva. "In my view, some of Ilyich Lenin's individual blunders are significantly and correctly noted in it. He also notes that Ilyich's materialism is different from Plekhanov's, which Ilyich tries to hide." Stalin respected Lenin, but never completely uncritically. The deification only came after Lenin's death and with a clear political purpose. Now he regarded Lenin's schisms as the self-indulgence of spoiled émigrés. In Russia, where Bolshevism was in decay, the praktiks could not afford such nonsense. The party had, as a whole, ceased to exist, admitted Zinoviev. It was so bad that some, the liquidators, proposed winding up the party. Stalin, on the other hand, agreed with the so-called conciliators that the Bolsheviks had to work with the Mensheviks or disappear altogether. He was sure the party needed him, and he had no intention of hanging around in Solvychegodsk. The more revolutionaries that Stolypin exiled, the more the system was overwhelmed. Escapes multiplied. Of 32,000 exiles in 1906-9, the authorities could never account for more than about 18,000 at any one time. Soso wrote to Alyulayev in St. Petersburg asking for his address and place of work, obviously planning on a trip to the capital. He started raising funds. Some money orders arrived at the post office. The prisoners staged a fake gambling game in which Stalin won the entire kitty of 70 rubles. In late June, after Rivercock's morning inspection, Sukova helped Stalin don a sarafan, a long, sleeveless Russian dress. We do not know if he shaved his beard, but in full drag he travelled, accompanied by Sukova, by steamboat to the local centre, Kotlas. On parting, he managed a romantic flourish, unabashed by his transvestite garb, telling Sukova, "One day I'll pay you back by giving you a silk handkerchief." Then he caught the train to the Venice of the North. Once, in the evening, recounts Sergei Alyulayev, still married to the libidinous Olga, I was strolling along Leteny Boulevard in St. Petersburg when I suddenly saw Comrade Stalin coming in the opposite direction. The friends embraced. Stalin had already visited the Alyulayev flat and workplace, but had found no one home. Central Petersburg was a small world, however. Alyulayev recruited a concierge to hide Soso. These concierges were often Akhrana informers, so if Bolshevik sympathizers, their places were ideal hideouts, never searched. The concierge hid Stalin in the porter's lodge of the Horse Guards barracks on Potemkin Street, next to the Taurida Palace, once the home of Catherine the Great's political partner, Prince Potemkin, and now seat of the Duma. At the barracks, cabs would drop off court officials, while Stalin went into the city to visit friends, says Anna Alyulayeva. he would stroll serenely by the guard at the barrack gates, holding the regimental roll call under his arm. Stalin, who was on a mission connected to publishing a newspaper, made the necessary contacts and swiftly departed for the Caucasus. In early July 1909, he re-emerged in Baku with yet another name, Oganaz Totomians, Armenian merchant. But the Akhrana noticed his return nonetheless. The Social Democrat escapee from Siberia has arrived. He's known as Koba or Soso. Two Akhrana agents inside the Bolshevik party, Fikus and Mikhail, now informed regularly on Stalin, who gloried in the code name of the Milkman because he used a Baku milk bar as his base. He was intermittently watched, but the secret police took months to identify Soso and hunt him down. Why? Here is one of the enduring mysteries of young Stalin. Was the future Soviet dictator an agent of the Tsar's secret police? The secret police adapted their own witty code names for their surveillance targets. A baker would be Bun, a banker Moneybags. The poet Sergei Esenin was Typesetter, while a pretty girl might be Gorgeous or Glamour Puss. 25. The Milkman. Was Stalin a Tsarist agent? In the oil kingdom of Baku, the milkman tried to reinvigorate the shattered Bolsheviks. Joining up with Spandarian, Sergo, and Budu Divani, he rallied the remnants of the outfit and started to plan attack on a mail ship, says the Mauserist Kupriashvili, to fund their newspaper Bakinsky Proletari. Yet it was a dark time. The party is ailing, wrote Stalin. There's nothing good to write. We've no workers, he complained to Tashikaya, adding that he now believed in reuniting with the Mensheviks. Conciliation was anathema to Lenin, but dire circumstances had now forced Stalin to become a conciliator. The tough komitetchiki, the committee men inside Russia, were increasingly frustrated with Lenin and the bickering émigrés. Why must these damned trends split us? What useless skirmishes! Both sides deserve a thrashing. Stalin demanded the appointment of a Russian bureau to run the party inside the empire, and the creation of a national paper based in Russia, not in exile. The Central Committee, Stalin complained in print, is a fictitious centre. Soso's ideas for the future of the party reached the Central Committee in Paris, which in January 1910 appointed him to the new Russian Bureau, a recognition of his energetic persistence and organizational talents. He had graduated from Caucasian activist to Russian Bolshevik leader, yet in Baku he was playing his own game against Shumian. Stalin and Spandarian concentrated all the power in their hands, grumbled Shumian's wife, Ekaterina, the oil executive's daughter. Faced with Stalin's dominance and Tsarist repression, Shumian, like many others, took a regular job, even working for a sympathetic oil baron, Shibayev. He tried to withdraw from the underground. Everyone has seen sense and got private jobs, Soso told Tashkaya. Everyone except me, that is. I haven't seen sense. The police are hunting me. Stalin, that sea-green incorruptible, never saw sense and hated those that did, like Shumian, who gave up our work 3 months ago. He tried to tempt Shumian back into the fold. Alone after Cato, Stalin despised Shumian's happy home, blaming his wife, Ekaterina. Like a doe, she thinks only of nurturing and was often hostile to me because I involved her Stepan in secret business that smelt of prison. Just as he was to despise the happy marriages of his grandees in power after the suicide of his second wife in 1932. See Stalin, the Court of the Red Tsar. Ekaterina Shumian complained that Stalin intrigued against Shumian and behaved like a termagant. Stalin made quick visits to Tiflis concerned with financial matters, the euphemism for expropriations and protection rackets. Unknown to him, his father died, probably while he was there, Bezo, by now a doss-house drunk, was admitted to Mikhailkovsky Hospital. Medical records chart his decline from TB, colitis, and chronic pneumonia. He died on 12 August, aged 55. He had made no attempt to find Soso. Without relatives or money, he was buried in a pauper's grave. For the Bolshevik who signed himself son of Bezo, the father had died years before. Until recently, historians repeated that Bezo had died about 1890, perhaps in a bar brawl, but the new archives disprove this. Once in power, Stalin's henchmen and historians tried to find photographs of Bezo and showed them to the dictator for identification. The Georgian party archives contain piles of photographs of local cobblers and Bezo candidates. One photograph probably is Bezo, for it was displayed in the cult museums, but Stalin himself refused to identify it. The local party bosses also tried to find Bezo's grave, but failed there too. In the 1940s, Elizabeth, who survived the terror, presented Stalin with a clock that he claimed had belonged to Bezo. Stalin refused to accept it, implying that someone else, probably Ignatashvili, was his real father. He preferred this gap in his life to any hint of the man himself. Back on the Caspian, Stalin was now joined by his girlfriend from exile, Stefania Petrovskaya, soon described by the Akhrana as mistress of well-known leader of local RSDWP. She must have been devoted to him, because on her release from exile, she did not return to either Moscow or Odessa, but followed Stalin to Baku. He now gave her his ultimate compliment. He jettisoned the pen named K. Cato and became K. Stefin, based on Stefania, and a step nearer Stalin. The adoption of the names of lovers as pen names is a peculiarity in such a chauvinist. We have no letters between them, but the K. Stefin shows that Stefania was important to him. They moved in together, or, as the secret police noted, the milkman cohabited with his concubine. There now started a farrago of bewildering scandals that revealed that Stalin's party was riddled with Tsarist spies. Stalin reacted by unleashing a hysterical, murderous witch hunt for traitors which only succeeded in destroying the innocent and drawing suspicion onto himself. It began in September 1909, when Stalin's own secret police contacts warned him that his valuable printing press had been betrayed by an Akhrana double agent. It was about to be raided. The press had to be swiftly moved and secretly reassembled in new premises. Stalin rushed to me, recalls his henchman Vatsek, and asked me to get cash. I got him 600 rubles from Mancho, the oil baron, but it was not enough. A little later, Yosef Vissarionovich Djukashvili came running with Budu Divani. The tycoon then gave Stalin another 300 rubles. Stalin found the press a new secret location in the Baku Old City, setting it up in the dark cellars and alleyways of the Persian fortress. But he discovered that the married couple who actually ran the press had embezzled money. He sent his Mauserists after them. The husband got away. The wife was interrogated by Stalin's gunmen, but she somehow escaped before she could be liquidated. In October 1909, the police raided a safe house to pick up Stalin's fellow Baku Bolshevik, Prokofy Alyosha Japaridze. The policemen were surprised to find Stalin and Sergo with Japaridze. The ranking detective, as ever incapable of independent thought, left some policemen on guard and went to consult his superiors. Stalin and Sergo bribed the policeman with 10 rubles. Japaridze had to stay and face arrest, but Stalin and Sergo were allowed to escape. Stalin, on a tip-off from another of his contacts in the Baku Akhrana, blamed these betrayals on the secretary of the Bolshevik Oil Workers' Union, Leontiev. Stalin decided that there were 5 Akhrana double agents in the party. He decided to kill Leontiev, but the latter called his bluff, reappearing and demanding a party trial. Stalin refused to hold a trial since this would reveal his moles inside the Okhrana. Leontiev was let off, raising suspicions about Stalin's own relationship with the secret police. "The betrayal of someone with whom you've shared everything," said Stalin later, "is so horrible, no actor or writer can express it. It's worse than the very bite of death." Stalin orchestrated a cannibalistic inquisition in Baku to find traitors, real and imagined, just as he would across the entire USSR in the 1930s. The difference is that in Baku the party really was infested with police spies. Stalin printed the names of the 5 traitors, but secret police archives reveal that only one was, in fact, a spy. All the others were innocent. The witch hunt gathered pace. When Baku was visited by a top Moscow Bolshevik named Chernomozov, Comrade Koba stared disgustedly at him. "You're a traitor," he shouted. In this case, Stalin was right. The disarray was reported to the gleeful Baku Okhrana by their real spies, codenamed Fikus and Mikhail, the traitors who really had infiltrated the Bolsheviks, but were never identified by Witchfinder General Stalin. No doubt in Baku he ordered innocent people killed as traitors, just as he would in the Terror. It was a mess. Soso liked to fix such messes with quiet killings, but that did not work this time. He and another comrade accused each other of being spooks. Indeed, the Mensheviks and some Bolsheviks suspected that Stalin himself, with his secret police contacts, was the biggest traitor of the lot. So, was he betraying the party to the police? Here is the case against Stalin. Stalin certainly cultivated shadowy Tsarist connections, receiving a stream of mysterious tip-offs from contacts in the secret police. Once, Stalin was walking in Baku's streets with a comrade when an Okhrana officer approached him. "I know you're a revolutionary," he said. "Here's a list of all your comrades who will be arrested in the near future." On another occasion, a comrade arrived to meet Stalin at a party safe-house and was startled to pass a senior gendarme officer on his way out. He challenged Stalin, who said the gendarme was aiding the Bolsheviks. In Tiflis, during a roundup of revolutionaries, Stalin was amazed to find a Menshevik, Artyom Guyot, in a secret hideout. "I wasn't expecting it," Stalin blurted out. "Haven't you been arrested?" Just then a stranger entered. "You can talk freely," Stalin reassured Guyot. "He's a comrade of mine." This comrade turned out to be a police interpreter, who then recited the list of comrades, including Sergei Alyulayev, who had been arrested that day, and warned Stalin that the police would arrest him that very night. Guyot's memoirs are remarkable because they were published in the Soviet Union in 1925, just after Lenin's death, but before Stalin had established his dictatorship, virtually the only moment in Soviet history when this could have happened. The book came out in Leningrad, then the fiefdom of Zinoviev, who presumably permitted this as a warning to Stalin, with whom he was competing for Lenin's throne. Guyot reveals that the Georgian police interpreter betrayed the Tsarist state not because he was a Marxist, but because he was a Georgian nationalist. Guyot also recounts how Stalin gave him code words to contact another comrade named Kornev, who turned out to be so suspicious that he was probably a police agent. Guyot believes that this Kornev had tricked Stalin, but it is equally possible that Stalin was testing or sacrificing Guyot, or that he was in the process of recruiting Kornev. The Okhrana's agent, Fikus, reported that an unknown gendarme officer visited Stalin and Divani to warn them about the gendarme raid on the printing press. As we saw, they saved the press. So what was Stalin's relationship with the secret police? Stalin was giving addresses of comrades disagreeable to him to the gendarmes to get rid of them, insists Arsenidze. His comrades decided to put him on party trial. But at the trial meeting, gendarmes appeared and arrested the judges and Koba. In 1909, adds Yoratadze, the Baku Bolsheviks accused him of denouncing Shomian to the police. Giordania claimed that Shomian even told him, "Stalin denounced me. No one else knew the address of my safe house." All three of these accusers were Menshevik exiles whose stories have been widely accepted. Then, the secret police always seemed strangely confused about Stalin. The gendarme chief in Baku, Colonel Martyanov, only discovered that the milkman was Soso Djukashvili in December 1909, almost 6 months after his escape. Was he being protected by his Tsarist controllers? If one throws into this poisonous cauldron the accusations of betrayal against him as early as 1902, his secret police contacts, and his escapes from exile and prison, it might look plausible that he was a Tsarist agent. Was the future supreme pontiff of international Marxism an unprincipled megalomaniac traitor? If Stalin was a phony, was not the entire Soviet experiment a fraud too? And was everything he did, particularly the Great Terror, an attempt to cover up his guilt? It was a tempting theory, especially during the Cold War. Yet the case against Stalin is actually a weak one. The Menshevik stories of Shomian's betrayal do not stand up. There was tension, but no feud with Shomian. The two towering Bolshevik figures in the Caucasus were friendly, but with a shadow. During 1907-10, Shomian was only arrested once, on 30 April 1909, when Stalin was still in Solvitchegodsk. Shomian was next arrested on 30 September 1911, when Stalin was imprisoned in Petersburg. It is unlikely Stalin arranged either arrest. Stalin was flexible and amoral. His messiah complex led him to believe that anyone opposed to him was an enemy of the cause. Thus any compact was justified, no matter how Mephistophelian. Yet there is no proof that he betrayed any comrades or that he was tried by a party court. Stalin's secret police contacts are not as suspicious as they seem. When he visited Tiflis for a short conference in November 1909, we know, ironically, from Ficus, the Akhrana agent within the Bolsheviks, that due to the efforts of Koba, Soso, Yosef Djukashvili, who came from Baku, the conference decided to arrange that party members should infiltrate different state institutions and collect intelligence for the party. So Stalin was in charge of the party's intelligence, counterintelligence, the penetration of the secret police. It was his job to groom gendarme or Akhrana officers, to generate tip-offs about traitors and police raids, and to engineer quick releases for arrested comrades. If one reads them carefully, every one of the stories of Stalin's secret police meetings, even the most hostile ones, reveal that he was actually receiving intelligence, not giving it. Some contacts, like the police interpreter, were sympathizers. Most just wanted money. The secret world is always a marketplace. The Caucasian police were particularly venal, and prices for releasing comrades were well known. The Bailov prison governor charged 150 rubles per prisoner to substitute a stand-in. Sometimes the police set the price too high. "My dear," wrote an unknown Bolshevik, "unfortunately I cannot help you. The official asks 800 rubles for cancellation abroad." This meant going abroad instead of into Siberian exile. For Yakov Mikhailovich Sverdlov, where to get this sum? In Baku, the deputy head of the gendarmerie, Captain Fyodor Zaitsev, was notorious. "Soon all our comrades were released," remembers Sergo, by means of small payments to Captain Zaitsev, who readily accepted bribes. Shibayev, the Baku oil baron, paid Zaitsev 700 rubles to free Shomian. Captain Zaitsev was almost certainly the senior gendarme secretly meeting Stalin. In April 1910, Zaitsev's venality caught up with him and he was dismissed. The money flowed both ways. Virtually all Akhrana agents were paid, but Stalin received no such mysterious income. Even when he was flush with bank robbery cash, he spent little on himself and was usually penniless, in marked contrast to the real Akhrana agents who were lavishly rewarded bon viveurs. The secret police also ensured that their agents were virtually always at liberty. They wanted value for money. Yet Stalin spent only 1.5 years at liberty between his arrest in 1908 and 1917. After 1910, he was free for just 10 months. The muddle of the Tsarist secret police is a major plank in the case against Stalin, and the flimsiest. Such mistakes were universal, not restricted to Stalin. The security agencies had totally infiltrated the Bolsheviks, but no organization before computers could have digested their millions of reports and card indexes. Indeed, the Akhrana were remarkably successful, emerging well from comparisons with, say, today's generously funded U.S. security agencies in the age of computers and electronic surveillance. As for Stalin's many escapes from exile, and there are more to come, those who didn't escape, explained one secret policeman, did not want to for personal reasons. Stalin's covert craft, feline elusiveness, and use of intermediaries made him especially hard to catch. His ruthlessness discouraged witnesses. Finally, the evidence in the many surviving secret police archives is overwhelming that Stalin was not a Tsarist agent, unless this is overturned by some decisive document lurking undiscovered in provincial Akhrana archives, missed by Stalin himself, his own secret police, his many enemies, and the armies of historians who have searched in vain for a smoking gun for almost a century. A major piece of evidence that Stalin was an Akhrana agent was a probable forgery, the so-called Eremin letter that appeared in the 1920s and was published by Life magazine in the 1950s, forming the backbone of the conspiracy theory books by I.D. Levine and E.E. Smith. Colonel Eremin was indeed the head of the Tiflis Akhrana from February 1908. The letter was clearly drafted by someone who knew a lot about Stalin and the Akhrana, but it contained a series of mistakes of detail. While appreciating Stalin's amorality, it also grasped his devotion to the cause, claiming that he was an unsatisfactory agent because in the end he was a fanatical Marxist. When the Eremin letter was published in Life after Stalin's death, his successor, First Secretary Nikita Khrushchev, and the Politburo ordered the KGB chairman, General Serov, to analyze its veracity. His investigations, recently found in the archives, also conclude that it was a forgery. As for the theory that the Great Terror was Stalin's effort to suppress evidence of his Akhrana links, The Secret File of Joseph Stalin by Roman Brackman, 2001, puts the argument robustly. Stalin was supremely well qualified for this moral no-man's land. On each of his 9 or more arrests, the secret police would routinely have tried to turn him into their double agent. Simultaneously, Stalin, that master of human frailty, would have been assiduously probing, seeking weak or venal policemen to become his agents. When he did recruit an informer from the secret police, who was playing whom? It is likely that some of the secret policemen were double-crossing Stalin in the spirit of conspiratatsia, passing him the names of innocent Bolsheviks as traitors in order to sow destructive paranoia within the party and protect their real agents. This explains why most of the Baku traitors named by Stalin were innocent, while the real Tsarist agents, Fikus and Mikhail, remained unsuspected. Yet ultimately Stalin was a devout Marxist of semi-Islamic fervour, allowing no friend or family to stand between him and his mission. He regarded himself as an undiscovered but remarkable leader of the working class, a knight of the Grail in Spandarian's phrase. As far as we know, he never wavered from this mission, even in the worst of times, and in this he was almost unique. Yet this cesspit of duplicity and espionage helps explain some of the craziness of Soviet history. Here is the origin of the paranoiac Soviet mindset, the folly of Stalin's mistrust of the warnings of Hitler's invasion plans in 1941, and the bloody frenzy of his terror. The Akhrana may have failed to prevent the Russian Revolution, but they were so successful in poisoning revolutionary minds that 30 years after the fall of the Tsars, the Bolsheviks were still killing each other in a witch hunt for non-existent traitors. In the spring of 1910, the milkman was such a master of evasion that the secret police could no longer cope. The impossibility of his continued surveillance, reported the Baku gendarme commander Colonel Martinov, makes necessary his detention. All the agents have become known to him, and even newly assigned agents failed, while the milkman managed both to deceive the surveillance and to expose it to his comrades, thus spoiling the entire operation. The milkman mainly lives with his concubine, Stefania Petrovskaya. On 23 March 1910, Colonel Martinov arrested the milkman, now using the alias Zakhar Melikians, and the noblewoman of Kherson province, Stefania Petrovskaya. The couple were interrogated separately in Bylov prison. The milkman first denied having a relationship with Stefania, but he then requested permission to marry her. Soon, Stalin was calling her "my wife." Part 3. When the luminary full moon drifts across the vault of the sky, and its light, shining out, begins to play on the azure horizon, when the nightingale's whistling song starts to twitter softly in the air, when the yearning of the panpipe glides over the mountain peak, when the mountain spring, dammed up, once more sweeps the path away and gushes, and the forest, woken by the breeze, begins to toss and rustle, when the man, driven out by his enemy, again becomes worthy of his oppressed country, and when the sick man, deprived of light, again begins to see sun and moon, then I, too, oppressed, find the mist of sadness breaks and lifts and instantly recedes, and hopes for the good life unfold in my unhappy heart. And, carried away by this hope, I find my soul rejoicing, my heart beats peacefully, but is this hope genuine that has been sent to me at these times? Sosolo, Joseph Stalin. 26. 2 lost fiancées and a pregnant peasant. Stalin at first pretended that he had never used the name Totemyants, and insisted that he could not have committed any crimes during the 1905 revolution because he had been in London for a year, though he admitted his escape from exile. When Lieutenant Podolsky asked him about Stefania, Soso, now 30, admitted meeting her in Solvychegotsk, but I never cohabited with her, he said. Whether this was clandestine craft, caddish abandonment, or chivalrous care for her reputation, he was capable of all three. But she did not deny him. 4 days earlier, Stefania, aged 24, had told Podolsky, "Yes, I know Dukashvili. I'm living with him." 3 months later, the gendarmes decided to free her, but in view of Stalin's tenacious participation in the revolutionary parties and his high position, despite all previous administrative punishments and his 2 escapes from exile, I propose the extreme penalty of 5 years' Siberian exile. That was the maximum. Unfortunately, the corrupt Captain Zaitsev had just been dismissed, and the new ranking officer was less flexible. With Soso stuck in prison, his comrades procured the phlegm of a prisoner with TB and bribed a doctor to get him transferred to the prison hospital, whence he appealed to the governor of Baku with a romantic request. In view of my diagnosed pulmonary tuberculosis, I humbly request Your Excellency to examine my health, put me under less restraint, and expedite the accomplishment of my case. I ask Your Excellency to allow me to marry Stefania Leandrovna Petrovskaya, resident of Baku. 29 June 1910, Petitioner Dukashvili. Stefania, now released, must have visited him in prison and received a proposal, because the next day Soso wrote again, this time calling her his wife. "I have learned from my wife, who visited the gendarmes department, that your Excellency considers it necessary to deport me to Yakutsk. I do not understand such a severe measure, and wonder if insufficient knowledge of my case might have led to some misunderstanding." These appeals were against revolutionary rules, but Stalin's wheedling lies did not move Colonel Martynov, who still recommended 5 years. But the Liberal Viceroy's office in Tiflis watered down the punishment. On 13 September, Stalin was sentenced to complete his exile in Solvitchegodsk and banned for 5 years from the Caucasus. Though he would return again to Baku, the Tsar's officials ironically forced Stalin to escape the periphery and concentrate on the greater stage of Russia itself. On 31 August, the deputy prosecutor wrote to the Baku governor, "Jailed prisoner J.V. Djukashvili petitions to allow him to marry Baku resident Stefania Petrovskaya. Does your Excellency have any objections to my allowing Djukashvili's request?" Whether out of sloppy paperwork, bureaucratic mistake, or deliberate malice, it was only on 23 September that Bailov prison's governor received this. "Prisoner Djukashvili is permitted to marry Stefania Petrovskaya. The prisoner is to be informed. The ceremony will be in the presence of the governor in the prison church." When the warders brought this joyous news to Stalin's cell, he was gone. On that very day, 23 September 1910, Yosef Djukashvili was deported to Vologda province. By the end of October, he was back in Solvitchegodsk. Not only did he not marry his fiancée and unofficial wife, he never saw her again. Solvitchegodsk had not improved in his absence. Stalin's presence as an exile would return to haunt this region. In 1940, he ordered the construction of a giant steel mill in Cherepovets because he remembered it from his Solvitchegodsk exile, even though it was totally unsuitable. The nearest iron ore and coal deposits were over 1,000 miles away, but his advisers were too frightened to tell him. The Second World War delayed construction, but building started in 1949. Due to its inconvenient location, it is still known as Stalin's Belch. There were fewer exiles, and the police regime under the ridiculous river cock was tighter than ever. There was even less to do. We do not know if Stalin ever thought again about his fiancée in Baku, but he was to console himself for the dreariness of exile with another bout of skirt-chasing that led to a forgotten semi-official marriage and an illegitimate son. "It was bad living in Solvitchegodsk," recalls a fellow exile named Serafina Koroshenina, then aged about 22, a well-educated teacher's daughter from Perm province. "The police surveillance was bearable, but the exiles aren't alive. They've actually died. Everyone lives inside themselves with nothing to say. There wasn't even common entertainment, so the exiles drowned their sorrows in drink." She might have added that the other main pastime, after feuding with other exiles and hitting the bottle, was fornication. After the Second World War, when the Soviet dictator was discussing a diplomatic sex scandal with the British ambassador, Stalin laughed knowingly that such questions arise from boredom. He first stayed with the Grigorov family. While he was there, he started an affair with the young teacher Serafina Koroshenina. They moved in together, staying in a single room in the house of a young widow, Maria Kuzakova. Stalin was not the only one who found sexual adventure as a consolation. He spent much time with a flamboyant Menshevik in a white suit named Lezhnev, who had been deported to this backwater from Vologda town because he had seduced the town prosecutor's wife, according to their fellow exile, Ivan Golubev. He used to tell us about his Vologda adventures, and it was impossible not to fall about with laughter. Stalin almost died laughing. However much he was carousing in the Kuzakova household, Sosa's mind was elsewhere. Always green-fingered, he started to plant pine trees, and he read frantically history books and more novels, including those by Tolstoy, whose politics he loathed, but whose literature he admired. But he was soon ready to escape. bored to tears and desperate to get news of developments from Lenin. On 10 December, a letter arrived from the Bolshevik Centre. Stalin replied, sending warm greetings to Lenin, whom he backed as the only correct one against the liquidationist trash and Trotsky's base lack of principle. Lenin's a shrewd fellow who knows a thing or two, but the immediate task, which will stand no delay, is to organize a central Russian group which would command all illegal, semi-legal and legal work. Call it whatever you like, it doesn't matter, yet it's as urgent as the bread of life itself. It would begin the party's revival. As for himself, I have 6 months left to serve. After that I'm at your service. But if the need is urgent, I can weigh my anchor immediately. He was ready to escape, but needed the funds. Faced with the SD meltdown inside Russia, Lenin tried one last time to reunite with the Mensheviks. Stalin, half conciliator, half Leninist, approved. When the wooing came to naught, Lenin returned to his natural state of exuberant feuding. Dressed in a beaverskin hat, So presided over secret meetings of the 7 exiles in a dovecote. He was often very cheerful, laughing and singing in his magical mountain voice, recalled Ivan Golubev, but he despised toadies. Once he revealed a truth about himself. We must remain illegal until the revolution, because going legal would mean turning into a normal person. Stalin had no wish to be a normal person. In normal life, his peculiarities would have been intolerable, but in the revolutionary underground, and later the idiosyncratic, paranoiac and conspiratorial Soviet leadership, they were virtues of a Knight of the Grail. "I'm suffocating here without active work, literally suffocating," he wrote on 24 January 1911, in another letter to a Moscow comrade, whom he hailed, "A Caucasian so-so is writing to you. Remember me from Baku and Tiflis in 1904. The tedium was tormenting him. He talked constantly about escape. Seething about the factional time-wasting of the feuding émigrés, he vented his disdain for both sides, even Lenin. Everybody heard about the storm in a teacup abroad, the bloc of Lenin-Plekhanov on one hand and the bloc of Trotsky-Martov-Bogdanov on the other. As far as I know, the workers favour the first bloc, but generally they disdain those abroad. Stalin's outburst soon reached Lenin in exile. He was displeased. At the time, Lenin was holding a party school at Longjumeau, near Paris, and had invited Sergo to study there. Sergo talked up his ally Stalin. One day, Lenin and Sergo were strolling the boulevards. "Sergo, do you recognize the phrase, 'storm in a teacup'?" "Vladimir Ilyich," replied Sergo, knowing that Lenin had somehow heard of Stalin's letter. "Koba's our friend. A lot of things connect us." "I know," said Lenin. "I also remember him well, but the revolution's not yet won. Its interests must come before personal likes and dislikes. You say Koba's our comrade as if you mean he's a Bolshevik and won't let us down. But you close your eyes to inconsistency. Such nihilistic jokes reveal Koba's immaturity as a Marxist." Lenin fired a shot across Stalin's bows, but soon forgave So-So of the Caucasus. Soon afterwards, the Menshevik, Yuratadze, told Lenin about Stalin's expulsion in Baku. "It's not worth ascribing too much significance to such things," answered Lenin, laughing it off. That prompted Yuratadze to sneak to him about Stalin's brutal outrages. "That," said Lenin, "is exactly the sort of person I need." The escape funds, 70 rubles, arrived in Solvychegodsk, but they were almost instantly stolen from Stalin. The money was telegraphed to an exiled student in Vologda named Ivanian. It was usual to dispatch such funds to a third party because otherwise exiles lost their allowances, but there was always the risk of theft. In late January to mid-February, Stalin invented a medical appointment in order to get to the provincial capital, planning to drop by Ivanian's place, collect the money and catch the train to Petersburg, but the student had other ideas. When Stalin reached Vologda, Ivanian moved him to the house of another exile, Count Alexei Dora. First, however, according to Stalin, Ivanian didn't pass me the money, but just showed me the telegram about sending it, with various words obliterated. He himself couldn't explain either the loss of the money or the missing words in the telegram. So, according to some accounts, nonetheless took the train to Petersburg, undeterred by the lost money. After walking around all day, exhausted, he noticed a pharmacy bearing the Georgian name Lord Kipanidze, staggered inside, and confessed he was an escapee. The Georgian took pity on his compatriot, hiding and feeding him. Stalin was always amazed how complete strangers helped him. But a fuming Stalin had to return to Solvyczegorsk, and he never forgot Ivanian guffawing about the bandit who stole the money, and when I met the rascal after the revolution, he had the nerve to ask me for help. If Ivanian really did steal Stalin's money, it was an act of astonishing courage and folly. Still protesting his innocence, he was shot in 1937. In the early 1920s, Ivanian had the misfortune to literally bump into Stalin in Moscow, and he apparently did ask for his help. On 7 June 1926, when he was already the dominant Soviet leader, Stalin was consulted on Ivanian, then an official with the Commissariat of Internal Trade. In response to your inquiry, I notify you of the following facts that you need to know, Stalin wrote in his characteristic numbered paragraphs. Point 6 concluded, Later, after I went abroad, I received all the Central Committee documents proving that 70 rubles had been sent to me, and the money was not lost, but received by the addressee in Vologda. Ivanian was expelled from the party, but reinstated after old Bolsheviks interceded for him. When Stalin unleashed the terror, the Transcaucasian boss and secret policeman Beria pursued him. Ivanian wrote desperately to the dictator, I still declare I had nothing to do with the 70 rubles. Please help clear my name. He was ironically exiled back to Vologda, then transported to Tiflis and executed. I also used to hit the bottle, Serafima Koroshenina writes laconically. Perhaps it was the drinking bout to recover from this frustrating interlude that led Stalin to formalize his relations with her. Sometime before 23 February, he and Serafima Koroshenina registered as cohabiting partners, a sort of civil marriage, because only religious marriage existed in the Orthodox Empire. It is an alliance entirely lost or omitted from Stalin's biography. The couple were not to enjoy their blissful honeymoon for long. On 23 February, by order of the governor of Vologda province, Serafima Koroshenina was dispatched to serve her time in Nikolsk. Such were the caprices of Tsarist autocracy. She was not even given time to bid goodbye to her partner, but she left Stalin a farewell note. To paraphrase Wilde, to lose one fiancé almost on the day of the wedding may be regarded as a misfortune, but to lose a new wife a week afterwards looks like carelessness. Merry word had spread of this sudden alliance, regarded as a semi-marriage, because a Bolshevik named A.P. Smirnov cheekily probed him in a letter that inquired, "I've heard you got married again." No sooner was Serafima out of his bed than his landlady, Maria Kuzakova, took her place. He was a very polite lodger, she recalls, quiet and gentle, always in his black fedora and autumn coat. He spent most of his time at home reading and writing, and I could hear the floor creaking at night because he liked to pace as he worked. One day she asked him his age. "Guess," he said. 40? "No, I'm 29, he laughed. Kuzakova, whose husband had been killed in the Russo-Japanese War, had 3 marauding children. Sometimes they made such an unbearable rumpus that he'd open the door smiling and he'd sing with them. It is hard to believe Soso was that good-tempered, but Maria became devoted to him, listening to his stories of the seminary. Rivercock, perhaps discovering his near escape, intensified his searches of Stalin's room, which infuriated Kuzakova. The police knocked on the windows in the middle of the night. This woke the children, who sobbed while Stalin watched with absolute calm. They confiscated some letters from Serafima, including her farewell note, but he continued to meet up for picnics and parties to discuss politics with the other exiles. This irked Zivilev, but Stalin got his revenge. Once, among the promenading public, remembers Golubev, Stalin gave him such a dressing down that he became terrified of bumping into Stalin, who used to joke that he hardly saw him. Indeed, Kuzakova says, "I'd never seen the police so afraid of one man." Stalin was now so close to the end of his 2-year sentence that there was no point in escaping, however much he was suffocating. He was bored enough to attend the local theatre, for which he was fined 25 kopecks. Presumably, Maria Kuzakova was another consolation. By the time he left, it seems she was pregnant with his child. According to her family, she told him she was expecting. He claimed he could not marry, but promised to send money, which, of course, he never did. On 25 May, Rivercock arrested Stalin for attending a meeting of other revolutionaries, sentencing him to 3 days in the local jail. But Soso had survived his full term. When he was released on 26 June, he never even returned to bid goodbye to his pregnant landlady. She came home and found her tenant and his stuff gone, and only the rent on the table under a napkin. This was the reason that locals were discouraged from having affairs with exiles. They tended to leave suddenly. The son, Konstantin, was born after Stalin's departure. Kuzakova left memoirs during the dictatorship that naturally did not contain a confession of their affair, but on balance it seems that the baby was Stalin's son. The dates on the birth certificate do not tally, but as with Yakov Djukashvili and indeed Stalin's own movable birthday, such documents were often predated or forward-dated. Such events were, in any case, registered very casually in those days, especially in tiny villages far from Petersburg. Soso made no attempt to meet the child, but unusually the boy was later brought to Moscow, given a favoured job in the Central Committee Apparat, and protected. He had an interesting career. Given the mother's insistence, Stalin's acquiescence in the child's later career, and his wife, Nadia Alyulyeva's knowledge of the affair, it seems probable the dictator knew Konstantin was his son. On 6 July 1911, Soso travelled by steamer down the river to Kotlas and thence to Vologda, where he was ordered to reside for 2 months. He was under Akhrana surveillance from the moment he settled at various addresses in Vologda. Now the police spies gave him a new code name, the Caucasian. His prolific skirt-chasing was not over. Under the eyes of the Akhrana's spooks, the Caucasian passed the time in the seduction of a saucy schoolgirl who was the mistress of one of his comrades. When it suited him, he borrowed both the man's girlfriend and his passport. 27. The Central Committee and Glamourpuss, the schoolgirl. "I am ready. The rest is up to you," Stalin wrote to Lenin once he was settled in Vologda, but he wanted to make sure that henceforth he was assigned to the centre. "I want to work, but I'd work only in Petersburg or Moscow. I'm free again." Stalin treated his own feuds with lethal seriousness, but still sneered at Lenin's émigré rows. Koba wrote that he can't be bothered to bark at the liquidators or Viparod, the factions of Krasin and Gorky respectively, both opposed to Lenin, because he'll only mock those who are barking, wrote one Bolshevik to his comrades in Paris, where Lenin probably heard about Stalin's latest immaturity. Nonetheless, in Paris at the end of May, the Central Committee, CC, appointed a Russian organizational committee, with Sergo as a member and Stalin as a special travelling envoy, a promotion soon known to the Akhrana. Sergo set off for Russia to brief the ragged Bolshevik organization on the new appointments. The Akhrana watched the Caucasian even more closely, but he was an expert dodger of police spies. In early August, he managed to slip out of Vologda and reach Petersburg on a flying visit to meet Sergo. Sergo gave Stalin Lenin's directive, and Lenin's request that he come abroad to discuss party activities. Here was another minor escape, but Stalin managed to return to Vologda without the spooks even realizing he had gone. Vologda was a metropolis compared to Solvýchagodsk, with 38,000 citizens, libraries, theatres, a cathedral dating from the 1580s, a house that had belonged to Peter the Great, and a grand governor's mansion. Stalin spent a month gathering funds for a longer excursion, and he read voraciously, visiting the library 17 times. "I'd have thought you'd been strolling some other city's streets," his fellow exile from Solvýchagodsk, Ivan Golubev, wrote teasingly, "but I learn you've not budged, wallowing in semi-exile conditions. That's sad, if true, so what are you going to do now? Wait, you might go insane with idleness." Yet Stalin seemed to be indulging the sybarite hidden within his steely ascetic for perhaps the only time in his life. His Akhrana surveillance soon divined the reason. A runaway schoolgirl who was the live-in mistress of Stalin's fellow exile, Peter Chizikov. Aged just 16, she was Pelageya Onyufreva, a pupil at the Totma Gymnasium and daughter of a prosperous Solvýchagodsk smallholder. She had embarked on an affair with Chizikov when he was exiled to Totma and eloped with him to Vologda, where she met the Caucasian. Chizikov, who had encountered Soso in prison a few years earlier, soon fell under his spell, running his errands and raising money for his next escape. He did not seem to mind when this friendship developed into a ménage à trois with Soso. Pelageya was just a frivolous and rebellious schoolgirl, but she somehow managed to impress the Akhrana agents with her fine clothes. They codenamed her Naryadnyanya, the well-dressed one, or glamour puss. No wonder even the obsessionally ambitious and committed Stalin was happy to waste a month in her company. "I always knew him as Yosef," she recalls. "The serpent literally offered Eve the forbidden fruit. In those days one wasn't supposed to eat in the street, but there was a shady avenue lined with trees. I went there with Stalin, who often invited me. Once we sat on a bench, and he offered me the fruit. 'Eat some. No one will see you here.'" His friend Chizikov worked during the day at the colonial goods store. As soon as he left his home to go to work at 9 a.m., the spooks watched Stalin turn up and disappear inside. "We were quite happy when we were at home," Glamourpuss recounts. "We'd read quietly. He knew I loved literature. We talked a lot about books. We used to have lunch together, walked around town for hours and visited the library, and we joked a lot. I was silly, but so young." Soso, ever the teacher, lectured her on Shakespeare, including literary criticisms of The Tempest and the paintings of the Louvre, which he must have visited during his week in Paris. Most touchingly, he poured out his heart about Cato, how he had loved her, how he had wanted to shoot himself after her death, how his friends had taken away his gun, and what beautiful dresses she made. And he mentioned his son, Yakov. Stalin had lots of friends. He had good taste, despite being a man, jokes Glamourpuss. He talked about southern landscapes, how beautiful were the gardens, how elegant the buildings. He'd often say to me, "I know you'd love it in the south. Come and see it for yourself. You'll be treated as one of the family." Glamourpuss was cheeky and intelligent. Stalin was attracted to strong women, but ultimately preferred submissive housekeepers or teenagers. He undoubtedly enjoyed adolescent and teenage girls, a taste that later was to get him into serious trouble with the police. Even though the rules in Tsarist Russia were much laxer than they are today, particularly far away from the capital, this must reveal at least a need to dominate and control on Stalin's part. But it was not an obsession. Some of his girlfriends were older than him. Pelageya seemed to have understood the Caucasian better than most. She was probably the only person in his life to have teased him about his strangeness. He opened up to her. Even this most thin-skinned and touchy of men enjoyed Glamourpuss's mischief. He nicknamed her Polya. She called him Oddball Osip. It was a long, hot summer, she reminisces, but when it was over she felt she would never see him again. One senses that Stalin had women in every town at this point. He told Glamourpuss that he was engaged to another girl in St. Petersburg, later writing to her, "You know, I travelled to St. Petersburg to get married, but finally I ended up in prison." If Oddball Osip had another woman, Polya the Glamourpuss, at the centre of a ménage à trois, could hardly complain. But who was the woman in Petersburg? Glamourpuss always knew he was going to leave. I wanted to see him off, but he wouldn't let me, saying he was being followed. But just before he left, he came over that morning for a tender parting. "I want to give you this as a present," he said, handing her a book, "to remember me by. It'll interest you." "It certainly will," said Glamourpuss. "Give me something to remember you by?" asked Oddball Osip. She gave him as a keepsake the cross that hung round her neck, but he would not take it. Instead, he accepted the chain and hung it on his watch. She asked for a photograph of him, but Stalin, about to plunge again into his secret life, refused. "No one photographs me, only in prison by force. One day I'll send you my photograph, but for now it would just get you into trouble." The book he gave her was A Study of Western Literature by Kogan, a special present from an autodidactic bibliophile dedicated to clever, fiery Polya, from Oddball Osip. In 1944, the secret police confiscated her copy of this book along with postcards from Stalin. They never met again, but he kept writing. His letters, reported Pelagaya, were always very witty. He knew how to be funny even in the difficult moments of life. But when he was exiled in 1913, I lost contact with him forever. However delightful the Glamourpuss, Oddball Osip could linger no longer. At 3:45 p.m. on 6 September 1911, the Akhrana spies reported that, accompanied by Chisikov, the Caucasian arrived at the station with 2 pieces of luggage, a little trunk and a bundle, apparently of bedclothes, and boarded the train for Petersburg. The spooks noticed that Stalin twice checked all the carriages, pretending to miss his tails. Dukashvili went by train number 3 under observation of Agent Ilchikov. The Vologda Akhrana telegraphed Petersburg, "I ask you to meet him, Captain Popple." Yet Soso outwitted the reception party at the station. When he arrived at 8:40 p.m., he had shaken off the agents. The provincial, sneers the snobbish Trotsky, arrived in the territory of the capital. Stalin first searched for Sergei Alyulayev, but he was not home. So he just strolled up and down Nevsky Prospect until he bumped into Silva Todria, his Georgian printing expert. Just before Stalin's arrival, Stolypin, the Russian premier, was assassinated right in front of the Emperor's box at the theatre in Kiev. The assassin was a rogue secret police informer who again personified the dangers of conspiratsia. The victim was the last great statesman of the Russian Empire. "Dangerous times," Todria warned Soso. "After Stolypin's murder, the police are everywhere. Concierges check all papers." "Let's find a boarding-house nearby," suggested Soso. The boarding-house, Russia, accepted his Chisikov passport. At the Alyulayev home, the doorbell rang. "I was very happy to see our friend Silva Todria," writes Anna, "but he wasn't alone. Behind him stood a thin man named Soso in a black coat and fedora. They asked for Sergei Alyulayev, but he was not home, so they waited. Soso read the newspapers. When Alyulayev got home, they peered out of the window. The police spies had picked up his trail when he collected his luggage. Now they watched the street. Alyulayev called in his daughters, Anna and Nadia. "Go outside into the courtyard and see if there are 2 spooks in bowler hats." The excited girls spotted one agent in the courtyard, another in the street, and 2 more at the corner. Stalin returned for the night to the Russia guest house. At 7:50 a.m. on 9 September, there was a banging on his door. "Let me sleep," shouted Soso, always the nocturnal creature. The police burst in and arrested him, finding maps, photographs, letters, a German phrasebook, suggesting he was hoping to travel to Lenin's imminent Prague conference. and the passport of Chizikov, who had thus lent Stalin not just his girlfriend, but his name too. Locking him up in the Petersburg House of Detention to await sentence, the Okhrana took charge of the Caucasian, keeping him for 3 weeks, neither informing the local police department nor handing him over to the gendarmes. Probably they were making the usual attempt to turn him into a double agent, but on 2 October they eventually informed the Petersburg Gendarmerie, whose Colonel Sobolev thereupon recommended exile to eastern Siberia for 5 years. The Interior Minister, A. Makarov, reduced the sentence to 3 years. Stalin was allowed to suggest Vologda as his place of residence and to travel by his own means, instead of in a cluster of convicts. The physical description on his file was so inconsistent it might have belonged to another man. Was this just another case of the Tsarist regime's lenient muddle? Had palms been greased at 16 Fontanka or at the Interior Ministry? Did Stalin make some duplicitous deal, or was the Okhrana hoping he would unconsciously lead them to his comrades? We do not know, but the moment he was released with his travel pass back to Vologdan exile, he slipped his Okhrana tails and disappeared for 10 days into the streets of Petersburg, technically escaping again. He met up with his friends Sergo and Spandarian. In December 1911, Stalin was hiding from the police on Petersburgskaya Storona in the apartment of the Simakov family, says Vera Schweitzer, Spandarian's chief mistress, and we went to see him. He lived in a cold room in a wooden glass-roofed house in a courtyard. They got an exuberant reception. Stalin ran up to us and took our hands and dragged us into the room, roaring with laughter. We laughed back. "You know how to enjoy yourselves," he said. "Yes, we'll dance to celebrate your release," answered Spandarian. Sergo and Spandarian were about to travel to Lenin's Prague conference, which marked the formal birth of the Bolshevik party and the divorce from the Mensheviks. Stalin had been invited, but after his new sentence he was unable to go. Sergo and Spandarian took his messages to Lenin. "There was a small meeting in my apartment," recalls Schweitzer, attended by the 3 Caucasians. Sergo gave Stalin 50 rubles. On the run, Stalin spent every night in a different place. On Christmas Day he was back in Vologda. He walked the streets in black coat and fedora looking for lodgings. His new landlord was a retired gendarme who didn't like Yosef Vissarionovitch, for paternal as well as political reasons. The old gendarme and his wife had a divorced daughter named Maria Bolokskaya, with 3 young children and a 16-year-old maid named Sofia Kryukova. Soso lived on a little bed behind the curtain next to the stove in the kitchen, but he evidently entered into another affair with the divorcee Maria. Even though she wrote her memoirs in 1936, when nothing explicit could be recorded about the private foibles of the leader, Sofia the maid implies that the exile and the divorcee had a relationship. He and Maria often used to argue, and she used to cry. They shouted and were almost at each other's throats. During their rows, the names of other women could often be heard. Stalin flirted with the maid while fending off the jealous gendarme's daughter. "Once, after a public holiday," says Sofia the maid, "I noticed Yosef Vissarionovitch was watching me from behind the curtain. I had long black hair and wore an attractive dress with a long skirt of flowered Japanese cloth." "That dress really suits you," said Stalin. "In my homeland, Georgia, girls your age wear dresses like that." Sofia was sensible in 1936 not to reveal how well she knew Stalin, but they obviously spent some time together because she introduced him to her boozy father, who embarrassed her. "Don't worry," Stalin comforted her. "My father was a drunkard too. Mother brought me up." He clearly enjoyed showing off about his education and foreign languages. When he read Zvezda, the Bolshevik Star, and foreign newspapers, he impressed her by translating passages into Russian. "It really made me laugh," she recalls. Stalin usually came home late at night and was visited only by a tall, dark man, possibly Shomian or Yakov Sverdlov, a rising young Bolshevik. He met up again with his cuckolded friend Chisikov. Their ménage à trois was not resuscitated because Glamourpuss had gone back to school. But she was on his mind. On arrival, he sent an erotic postcard of Aphrodite to his teenage Venus in Totma. "Well, fiery Polya, I'm stuck in Vologda and hugging your dear, nice Patenka, Chisikov, so drink the health of your famous oddball Osip." His other, considerably less glamorous correspondent there was a stolid and bespectacled Bolshevik of just 22, who had been in exile in Solvitchegodsk just before him. His name was Vyacheslav Skryabin, later Molotov, who became his long-time political henchman. Molotov heard that Stalin was known as the Caucasian Lenin. He was musical and could play the violin and mandolin. He earned 1 ruble a day by playing mandolin for rich merchants and their molls in the local restaurant and in the new cinema there. Stalin regarded this as beneath him as a Bolshevik. Later he taunted Molotov, "You performed for drunk merchants. They smeared your face in mustard." Skryabin did not adopt his industrial name Molotov until 1914. At this time he was called Ryabin, Zvanov, Mikhailov, and V.M., though the Akhrana called him the Runner because he walked so fast. Romancing the landlord's daughter and her maid, Stalin was killing time while awaiting developments in Prague. There, the conference of just 18 delegates, a sign of how much the party had shrunk, chose the first true Bolshevik Central Committee. Sergo and Spandarian were elected, but the rising star was a stirring, working-class orator named Roman Malinovsky. Lenin was thrilled by this genuine proletarian talent. "He makes an excellent impression," he exulted. "The soil is rich." Malinovsky looked the part, tall, strongly built, and dressed almost fashionably, with thick reddish hair and yellow eyes. His pockmarks gave him a fierce expression, as if he'd been through fire. But he had one serious drawback. When arrested some time earlier and convicted of rape and burglary, he was recruited by the Akhrana and codenamed Portnoy, the tailor. He was their highest-paid agent. At the first Central Committee, Lenin and Zinoviev proposed the co-option of Stalin. Stalin's associates from Tiflis and Baku, Kalinin and Shumian, were elected candidate CC members, substitutes if full members were arrested. Elena Stasova became secretary of the Russian Bureau. The tailor dutifully reported to his Akhrana paymasters that Stalin, Spandarian, and Sergo were elected to the Russian Bureau to be paid 50 rubles monthly wages. Unlike the Akhrana, Stalin took some time to find out about Prague and wrote to Krupskaya to learn more. "I got a letter from Ivanovich," Stalin's party codename, Krupskaya told Sergo, "but it's immediately obvious he's terribly cut off from everything, head in the clouds. What a pity he couldn't attend the conference." In a coded letter, Stalin begged Schweitzer for news of Prague. The isolation was about to end. Sergo was already on his way to Vologda. On 18 February 1912, the Vologda police spies reported that the Caucasian met an unknown man, surely Sergo, who announced his promotion to the Central Committee, the highest organ of the party, a status he would hold for the rest of his life, and handed over his salary, secret addresses, and codes. It was probably now that Stalin agreed with Krupskaya, chief codemaker as well as Lenin's wife, to use Gorky's poem, Altinian Legend, as their code. His handwritten copy of the poem survives. Meanwhile, Lenin, back in Paris, panicked at the lack of news. "There's no word of Ivanovich. What's happened to him? Where is he now? How is he?" Sergo finally reported to Lenin that he had met Soso. "I made a final agreement with him. He is satisfied." It was time to disappear again. Whenever he wanted to vanish from Vologda, Soso bribed the local police with 5 gold rubles and, according to Vera Schweitzer, escaped 5 times. His landlady, Gavrilova, found him packing. "Are you going away?" He hesitated. "Yes, I am." She said she would have to inform the police. "Could you do it tomorrow?" he asked. She agreed. At 2 a.m. on 29 February, his tales reported him boarding the train for Moscow without permission. But first he received a last letter from his schoolgirl. He bought another sensual postcard showing a sculpture of a couple wildly kissing, and wrote this to Glamourpuss. "Dear P.G., I got your letter today. Don't write to the old address, since none of us are there any more. I owe you a kiss for the kiss, passed on to me by Peter. Let me kiss you now. I'm not simply sending a kiss, but I'm kissing you passionately. It's not worth kissing you any other way. Joseph." So, on the last night of February 1912, Stalin surreptitiously caught the train via Moscow to the capital. Lenin's new CC member was on the road. 28. Don't forget that name, and be very wary. On one cold, gloomy Petersburg winter day, I was studying when there was a knock at the door, says Kavtaradze, who was attending Petersburg University while giving maths lessons to the Alyaev sisters. Suddenly in came Stalin. I knew he'd been exiled. He was as friendly and merry as usual, wearing a light overcoat despite the biting frost, but he wouldn't take his coat off. "I'll be here for a bit. I'll just rest a while. I came straight from Moscow, and I noticed I was being tailed in Moscow, and when I got off the train I spotted the same spook. He's lurking right outside your place." This was serious, notes Kavtaradze. The two Georgians waited until darkness. Kavtaradze decided that there was only one way to escape. Stalin would have to dress up in drag. Kavtaradze procured some dresses and Stalin modelled them, but the look just did not work. "I could get women's dresses," said Kavtaradze, "but it was impossible to make Stalin look like a woman." "The spook," reflected Stalin, "doesn't want to arrest me. He wants to observe, so I'll get some sleep." "Yes, sleep. Maybe he won't be able to take the frost, like Napoleon's army," joked Kavtaradze. "He will," replied Soso, who slept all day. But when they emerged onto the streets, the agent was still there. "Let's walk a little," said Soso. He was hungry, so they ate at Fedorov's restaurant, but the spy reappeared. "Damn," swore Stalin, "he pops up from nowhere." A cab clattered down the street. Stalin hailed the carriage and leapt on, but the spook hailed another. The galloping phaetons chased each other down Litany, but, realizing he was close to a safe house, Stalin jumped out of the moving cab into a snowdrift, which enveloped him completely. The spies galloped past, following the now empty carriage. Kavtaradze was arrested by the gendarmes the next day. When they showed him a photo of Stalin, he laughed because he looked so tousled. "Do you know him?" asked the officer. "No, he looks crazy." "Do you know Dukashvili?" "Yes, I know Soso Dukashvili. I just saw him." "Do you know he's a state criminal who's very dangerous and on the run?" "Well, you know, we Georgians always know each other." Kavtaradze was released. Stalin dressed up in the uniform of the Army Medical College and went out. This was his favoured disguise in Petersburg that year. He stayed about a week. His new assignment was to convert the Bolshevik weekly Zvezda into a daily, Pravda, Truth. Stalin was brought to the flat of Tatiana Slavatskaya, aged 33, a cultured and good-looking Bolshevik, an orphan who had educated herself and studied at the conservatoire, becoming a fan of Chaliapin's singing. One of Lenin's covert operatives, Elena Stasova, trained her in code-making. Married to a Jewish revolutionary named Lyuri and mother of 2 children, Tatiana sheltered various Bolsheviks on the run, one of whom brought a Caucasian with the code name Vasily, who lived with us for a while. She did not much like Vasily, Stalin's latest alias. Initially he seemed too serious, too closed and shy, and his only concern was not to bother us. It was very hard to make him sleep in a bigger, more comfortable room, but on going out to work I always ordered the housemaid to cook him dinner along with the children. The housemaid was an Estonian girl who later married Kalinin, becoming the First Lady of the USSR before being arrested during Stalin's terror while her husband remained head of state. See Stalin, the Court of the Red Tsar. He stayed a week, and I ran his errands as messenger. Stalin appointed her his secretary for the Duma elections. Slavastinskaya seems to have been fairly liberated in the style of these early feminists. He started an affair with his dear, darling Tatiana that was well known among Soviet grandees during Stalin's rule. Sometimes Stalin stayed with the Alyulaevs. The Venice of the North was a picture of frosts, snowdrifts, icy sledge paths, writes Anna Alyuleva. Its streets were filled with low Finnish sleighs decorated with ribbons and jingly bells, pulled by stumpy little horses, bearing loads of laughing passengers. Anna and her younger sister Nadia were glued to their windows, longing for a ride, when Soso appeared. "Who'd like a sleigh ride? Well, get dressed and hurry up. We're leaving straight away." The girls were delighted. "We all jumped up, shouting with excitement," recounts Anna. Now we were invited, and by none other than Soso himself, whose articles they loyally read. The girls knew him better now. Usually uncommunicative, he can also laugh and joke boyishly and tell amusing stories. He sees the funny side of people and imitates them to such perfection that everyone roars with laughter. But now he was in a hurry. "Come on, Fedya," their brother Fyodor, "Nadia, get dressed," and he ordered their maid, Fenya, "Get the fur coats." In the street, Soso called out to the driver, "How about giving us a ride?" Stalin was in good spirits. Every word makes us laugh. Soso laughs with us all as the sleigh glides down Samsonevsky Prospect past the station with its small steam trains. Suddenly, Soso jumped off the sleigh and back into his secret life. "Stop, I'll get off here, you can ride home." And, just like that, the Bolshevik McCavity vanished into the station. Was he really having fun with the girls, or was the whole outing a cover to shake off a spook? Soso disappeared again. The police spies lost him, but guessed correctly that he would resurface in the Caucasus. On 16 March 1912, the Akrana's double agent, Fikas, reported that Stalin was back in Tiflis, where he was staying with a singing teacher who worked at the Teachers' Society School, directed by the severe Elena Stasova. Now known as Comrade Zelma, Stasova was the granddaughter of the architect to the emperors Alexander I and Nicholas I, and daughter of a noble lawyer who worked in the Senate, a herald at Alexander II's coronation. She had much in common with those cultured nobles Lenin and Krupskaya. She knew Stalin from Baku and was a specialist in secret work, often involved in keeping party funds. Stasova was so humorless and prissy that Stalin laughed at her. She later became one of Lenin's secretaries. After Lenin's death, when Krupskaya opposed him, Stalin half-jokingly threatened to appoint Stasova as his widow instead. She did not seek high office after Lenin's death, almost disappearing, one of the very few old Bolsheviks to survive the terror. She emerged as a revered antique in Khrushchev's reign, living on into Brezhnev's and dying in 1966. His hostess was told not to ask the name of her visitor, but Stalin, perhaps missing home, sang Georgian songs with her. Soso met up with his playboy friend and CC member Spandarian and with Stasova. He visited his son, Yakov, whom the Svanlidzes were bringing up as their own with our own children. The Monoselidzes remained shocked by his callous neglect. "My nephew, having been left an orphan by his mother," complains Sashiko, "was also almost orphaned by his father." Soso did not stay long, rushing over to Batumi and then back to Baku. There he found another witch hunt for traitors. The Mensheviks were investigating Spandarian, hoping to prove that he had either falsified a party stamp or that he was an Akrana spy. Stalin defended his friend. The Mensheviks refused to let him attend their investigation, but agreed to send an envoy to hear Stalin's side of the story. The envoy was Boris Nikolaevsky, the Menshevik who would, in sunny Californian exile, become the chronicler of the underground. Nikolaevsky consulted a Bolshevik, Abel Yanukidze, genial godfather to Nadia Alyuleva, Svadnidze friend and sceptical acquaintance of Stalin, who ultimately destroyed him. "Have you ever heard the name Koba?" Yanukidze asked Nikolaevsky in a Baku cafe. "No," replied Nikolaevsky. "Koba," explained Yanukidze, "is a dangerous fellow who's capable of anything. The Georgians were different from Russians. We're a vengeful people." Nikolaevsky laughed and asked in a mock Caucasian accent, "Will he cut me with his dagger just a little bit?" "Don't laugh," replied Yanukidze seriously. "He'll cut your throat if he believes it necessary. It's not Great Russia here. This is Old Asia. Don't forget that name and be very wary." Yanukidze would pay dearly for such outspokenness about his dangerous comrade. "Stalin was waiting when I arrived, sitting in the shadows so he could easily observe me," recounts the wary Nikolaevsky. They may have cleared up the question of Spandarian, but while in Baku, Stalin ordered his Mauserists to kill a former sailor of the battleship Potemkin, whom he accused of being an Akhrana spy. He was shot, notes Nikolaevsky, and left for dead, but he regained consciousness and claimed rehabilitation. The Mensheviks ordered Nikolaevsky, who now became very interested in old Koba's deeds, to investigate, but Nikolaevsky was arrested. Stalin vanished again. "We need to send Ivanovich Stalin to Petersburg immediately," Krupskaya told Sergo, who was in Kiev. Stalin and Sergo, those two high-handed Georgians who would later dominate the USSR together, revelled in their new CC eminence. Stasova grumbled that Sergo and Ivanovich keep giving orders but say nothing about what is happening around us. Days later, Spandarian was arrested. Stalin rushed northwards, pausing for a quick chat with Spandarian's girlfriend, Vera Schweitzer, in the station buffet at Rostov-on-Don to meet Sergo in Moscow, where they visited Malinovsky. The 9-year-old son of a Moscow Bolshevik remembered how a Caucasian came to visit his father. The father was out, so the Caucasian tenderly chatted to the child. As he was leaving, the Caucasian sharply slapped the boy's face, then said, "Don't cry, little boy. Remember, today Stalin, or whichever name he was then using, talked to you." When the boy told his parents, they were angry and baffled until they heard of this mountain custom in Georgia. When a prince visited a village family, the peasant would slap his son across the face and say, "Remember, today this prince visited our house." He betrayed them. As the Georgians left Moscow, they noticed their Akhrana tails. The agent saw them onto the train, but Stalin then jumped off outside the station. In Petersburg, it took the Akhrana 6 days to realize that Soso had never arrived. The secret police, aided by Malinovsky and other double agents, had decided to mop up the CC. On 14 April, Sergo was arrested too, but Soso, the super-conspirator, managed to outwit the spooks just a little longer, surreptitiously reaching the capital. Suddenly, the revolution received a bloody boost. On 4 April, troops on the River Lena's Siberian goldfields fired on workers, killing 150. The Lena shots broke the ice of silence. Stalin exulted in Zvezda, and the river of popular resentment is flowing again. The ice has broken. It has started. Strikes broke out across the empire. Challenged in the Duma, Maklakov, the interior minister, arrogantly replied, "So it was. So it will be." Stalin was beside himself with excitement. "We live," he boomed in an article. "Our scarlet blood seethes with the fire of unspent strength." Lenin declared that the revolution is resurgent. In Petersburg, Stalin stayed with N.G. Poletayev, proletarian poet and Bolshevik Duma deputy, whose house enjoyed parliamentary immunity, and saw Tatiana Slavatskaya, his assistant. From the untouchable Poletayev's house, Stalin started to run the weekly Zvezda, writing a stream of passionate articles. Trotsky dismisses them as the language of Tiflis seminary homiletics, but they were stirring stuff, not at all like the leaden ideological claptrap of the future. The Alyulayev girls read them aloud to each other. Their favourite began, "The country lay in chains at the feet of its enslavers." With his scarlet blood seething, Soso wrote a much-admired May Day appeal that was a surprising hymn to his beloved nature, the last throwback to his days as a romantic poet. Nature is awakening from its winter dream. The forests and mountains are turning green. Flowers adorn meadows and pastures. The sun shines more warmly. We feel in the air the pleasure of new life, and the world is beginning to dance for joy. Stalin blasted the regime of Nicholas the Last. The Emperor and Empress were already placing their trust in a Siberian healer and dissolent hierophant named Grigory Rasputin. Once Rasputin's intimacy with the monarchs was known, this created a growing scandal that alienated monarchists and Marxists alike. Few knew that the little heir, Tsarevich Alexei, suffered from haemophilia. Nicholas and Alexandra increasingly believed that Rasputin alone could staunch the bleeding and ease the child's pain. The ever-changing interior ministers and Akhrana directors now started using their agents to tail Rasputin and chronicle his orgies to discredit him with the emperor. Increasingly, the empress judged her ministers by their attitude to Rasputin. Stalin wrote about him when he called the Tsar and his courtiers destroyers of liberties, worshippers of gallows and firing squads, thieving quartermasters, robber police, murderous secret policemen, and dissolute Rasputins. To complete the picture, the brutal shooting of toilers in the Lena goldfields. In April 1912, recalled Stalin, we agreed on the Pravda platform and worked out the first issue. Founded in 3 little rooms, the first Bolshevik daily was legal, but its illegal editor-in-chief, Stalin, had to run it from the shadows. Pravda was funded by Viktor Tikhominov, son of a Kazan tycoon who left him 300,000 rubles, and whose childhood friend was Voroshilov Skryabin, Molotov. Tikhominov channeled thousands of rubles through Molotov, a founder of Pravda. Stalin decided it was time to meet this young man. Molotov was told to wait in a courtyard behind a dentist's apartment near their printing press. Stalin suddenly emerged as if out of nowhere from behind a pile of firewood. Soso liked to cultivate this mystery. His feline charisma certainly dazzled the ponderous but younger Molotov, who had never met a real CC member. I didn't see how he appeared, but he wore the uniform of a psychoneurology student. We introduced ourselves. Molotov noticed the pockmarks and the Georgian accent. He discussed only the most important issues without wasting a second on anything unnecessary. He delivered some Pravda materials. No superfluous gestures. Then he vanished just as suddenly as he had appeared. He climbed over the fence, and all this was done with classic simplicity and grace. The next day, Molotov, almost love-struck, gushed to a friend, "He's astonishing. He possesses internal revolutionary beauty, a Bolshevik to the marrow, clever, cunning as conspirator." When they met again, they talked all night. It was the beginning of a partnership that would last for the next 41 years. Soso's vigilance was sensible. He was virtually the last CC member at liberty. Sergo and Spandarian were behind bars. On 22 April 1912, the first Pravda was published. When Stalin strolled out of the parliamentary sanctuary of Poletaev's apartment, the Akhrana arrested him. By June, thanks to Malinovsky's betrayals, only one ineffectual CC member was at liberty. The organization was again in ruins. Stasova rushed up from Tiflis to repair some of the damage, but she too was arrested. On 2 July, Stalin, sentenced to 3 years' exile, was dispatched to Siberia. His courtiers later flattered him with the nickname the Doctor of Escapology. This was to be his shortest exile. 29. The Escapist. Kamo's Leap and the Last Bank Robbery. On the way to Tomsk, somewhere near Vologda, Stalin encountered Boris Nikolaevsky, the Mensheviks' Baku investigator. So gave nothing away, but borrowed Nikolaevsky's treasured blue tea mug, which he then pinched. On 18 July 1912 he arrived in Tomsk and was placed on a steamship up the Ob to Kolpashevo, where he disembarked for a week and met Simon Vereshchak, his Menshevik cellmate in Bylov prison. Stalin dined with Vereshchak and Simon Surin, a Menshevik and Akhrana agent, before boarding another steamer upriver to his destination, Narim, where he was welcomed by Yakov Sverdlov, another young CC member. Narim could have been worse. A settlement of 1,000 people with 150 houses, it was just within the agricultural belt. Its forests teemed with life, but it was high summer, and the marshy landscape swarmed with mosquitoes, and with too many exiles, who even ran their own cafe, butcher's shop, and colonial goods store, plus, more important for Stalin, 2 escape bureaux. He arrived at my home, remembers his landlady, Yefrosina Alexeyeva, in a Russian embroidered open-necked white shirt which left his chest exposed. She tried to put him off because there were already 2 exiles living in her spare room, but he went into the exiles' room, looked around, talked with his comrades, then moved in with Sverdlov. Son of a wealthy Jewish printer from Nizhny Novgorod, the 27-year-old Yakov Sverdlov sported round spectacles and black, luxuriant hair, but his most surprising feature was that, out of this apparently meek figure of remarkable gentleness, burst a thunderous voice. "The devil knows how that monstrous voice could come from such a small man," laughed Molotov, "a Jericho trumpet." He looked like the sort of Jewish intellectual that Stalin loathed, but actually Sverdlov was a ruthless and unpretentious organizer. The 2 most impressive Bolsheviks in Russia shared a room and irritated each other. Stalin, always the lazy egotist, avoided his share of the housework. The meticulous Sverdlov ended up doing it himself. "I like to creep out for the post on Sverdlov's day to do it," chuckled Stalin when he recounted memories to Sverdlov and the Alyulayev girls. Sverdlov had to look after the house whether he liked it or not, keep the stove alight and do the cleaning. "How many times I tried to trick you and get out of the housework. I used to wake up when it was my turn and lie still as if asleep." "And you think I didn't notice?" replied Sverdlov. "I noticed only too well." The local Georgians, led by an exile known as the Prince, had heard of Soso, a great man, for whom they threw a Georgian feast. The guests sang in Russian and Georgian, danced the Lesginka. At the dance, a local housewife, named Lukeria Tihorimova, aged 25, bumped into the Georgian in a double-breasted black coat, who introduced himself as Djukashvili, but this time he did not bother to flirt, just sitting with Lukeria's 2-year-old niece on his knee, not even drinking. "So young and already smoking a pipe," she said flirtatiously. But Soso did not take the bait. The CC member had much on his mind: Pravda, the Duma elections, and a big bank robbery. He did not intend to stay long. Lenin and Krupskaya, who had moved from Paris to Krakow, encouraged Soso and Sverdlov to escape. Sverdlov set off first, but was recaptured. Then it was Soso's turn. "My sons took him by boat to the river port," says his landlady, Alexeyeva. "I'm leaving my books for my comrades," Soso told her, doling out apples and sugar and 2 bottles of good vodka from the parcel he'd received. Then he set out with Yakov and Agafon Alexeyev in their canoe. At dusk on a dark, overcast night, no moonlight, remembers Yakov Alexeyev, they paddled him to the river jetty, asking when he would return. "Expect me," he replied, "when you see me." On 1 September he caught the steamboat to Tomsk. Sverdlov followed, and they travelled together. Stalin, always selfish and in command, posed as a commercial traveller on the train, so he bought a first-class ticket, mischievously forcing the diminutive Sverdlov to hide in his dirty laundry basket. They were confronted by a gendarme who, suspicious of the laundry, was just about to stab it with his bayonet when Sverdlov cried, "There's a man in here!" A grinning Stalin bribed the policeman just in time. They reached Petersburg. Stalin told this story to Molotov on their way to the Tehran conference in 1943 and to his son-in-law Yuri Zadanov. Back in Narayam, the district policeman found Stalin was missing the next day, but waited to see if he would return from Tomsk. By the time the police reported his escape to the governor of Tomsk, who had issued an alert, it was 3 November, and Stalin had been in Petersburg for weeks. The prolific escapist had spent just 38 days in Narayam. Around 12 September, an unkempt Stalin with a long beard, crumpled cap, worn shoes, and an old jacket with a black shirt was again strolling up and down Nevsky Prospect, looking suspiciously like an escaped convict among the dapper boulevardiers and fashionable ladies, when he saw Kavtaradze. "I've escaped from Narayam," said Stalin. "I arrived safely, but nobody is at the safe-house. Just as well I at least met you." Kavtaradze was alarmed by this dishevelled Siberian vision. His look was inappropriate for Nevsky Prospect, but immediately led him to a new safe-house belonging to a certain rear admiral's widow, probably Baroness Maria Stackelberg, descendant of a Catherine the Great courtier, who rented rooms to Georgian students. Presently Stalin and Sverdlov moved in with the Alyulaevs. Stalin visited the Stasova apartment, where he collected the CC treasury, which Elena had left with her brother on her arrest. He then bumped into an old girlfriend. "I was on my way to teach down Nevsky Prospect," says Tatiana Sukova, "when suddenly I felt a man's hand on my shoulder. It made me jump, but a familiar voice addressed me. 'Don't be afraid, Comrade Tatiana, it's me,' and there was Comrade Osip Koba standing next to me. They arranged to meet at some workers' meeting. Later they walked together, and as we passed a cafe, Comrade Koba took a red carnation and gave it to me." Days later he arrived in Tiflis, where his Bolshevik gangsters were assembling. Kamo was out. Stalin had kept a distant eye on his demented brigand Kamo. In Tiflis, Budu Mdiviani and Tsintsadze were preparing to spring the prisoner from the Mateki Fortress's unit for the criminally insane, where a doctor recorded Kamo's bizarre behaviour. Complains that mice bother him, though his building has no mice. Patient suffers from hallucinations. He hears strange voices, talks with someone, and is answered. The guard who watched him noticed that Petrosian rises during the night, catches something in the air, crawls under the table trying to find something, complains someone is throwing stones in the room, and when asked who, replies, "The devil's brother." In fact, Kamo was planning his escape. Kamo's warder was a simpleton named Bragin, whom he gradually charmed and then recruited as courier. Mdivani and Kamo's sisters met Bragin and gave him escape tools, saws, and ropes, which he smuggled in to his patient. Kamo sawed through the bars, replaced them with paste made from his bread. It took him 5 days to sever his shackles, which he held in place with wire. On 15 August 1912, Mdivani and Tsintsadze's Mauserists waved a handkerchief 3 times from the street. Kamo broke the shackles and bars and abseiled down the walls. The rope snapped, and Kamo, who felt little pain, toppled into the Kura. Clambering out, he tossed his shackles into the river and walked to the nearest street, where he boarded a tram to confuse search dogs before making the rendezvous with the Mauserists. One night, recalls Sashiko Sverdnidze, while police combed the city and the press sensationalized the escape, Comrade Budu Mdivani came and told Misha, Monoselidze, her husband, that they'd sprung Kamo from the mental hospital the night before. They brought Kamo, who stayed for a month at our place. Sashiko, Stalin's son, and her own children were then staying in the country, but Kamo looked after Monoselidze for a month by cooking him delicious meals. Kamo, in disguise, then escaped abroad via Batumi and Istanbul. Kamo came to us in Paris, recalls Krupskaya. he suffered greatly from the split between Ilyich Lenin on one hand and Bogdanov and Krasin on the other. Krasin finally left active politics, but Lenin welcomed his return to the Bolsheviks after the revolution, appointing him People's Commissar for Trade, Industry and Transport, and later ambassador to London. Krasin the engineer was one of the brains behind the refrigeration, embalming and displaying of the dead Lenin in 1924. He himself died in 1926. Bewildered by the schism between the three heroes for whom he had performed his most outrageous bank robberies, Kamo wavered, and Lenin listened with great pity for this extremely daring but naive man with a fiery soul. Lenin, like Stalin, knowing that concern and healthcare offered ways of controlling his political protégés, offered to pay for an operation on Kamo's damaged eye. After surgery in Brussels, Kamo set off to smuggle arms into Russia. He was arrested in Bulgaria and Istanbul, each time managing to charm his way to freedom. Back in Tiflis, Kamo assembled the outfit. A mail coach with a huge sum of cash was expected to gallop down the main highway into the city. Around 22 September, Stalin, in charge of party financial matters inside Russia, also arrived in Tiflis. It was probably now that Tsintsadze, as Stalin recalled after the Second World War, gave the gangsters his pep talk in a private room at the Tamashev Caravanserai on Yerevan Square before they rode up the Kadzarosko highway. On 24 September, Kamo and Tsintsadze, with Kupriashvili and about 18 gunmen, ambushed the mail coach 3 miles outside Tiflis. The highwaymen tossed bombs at the police and Cossacks. 3 policemen and a postilion were killed. A 4th policeman was wounded, but opened fire on the bank robbers. The hold-up escalated into a brutal firefight. The gunmen failed to grab the money. The Cossacks rallied. When the outfit eventually retreated, the Cossacks gave chase, but Tsintsadze and Kupriashvili, both crack shots, covered their retreat, picking off 7 Cossacks in a galloping battle down the Kadzoroko highway. It was the last bow of the outfit. Kamo was tracked down to his hideout with 18 of his gangsters. They were arrested. Kamo received 4 death sentences. "I'm resigned to death," Kamo wrote to Tsintsadze. "I'm absolutely calm. On my grave there should already be grass growing 6 feet high. One can't escape death forever. One must die one day. But I'll try my luck once more, and perhaps one day we'll laugh at our enemies again." This seemed highly unlikely. Once again, Kamo cheated the noose, benefiting from the broad amnesty of Nicholas II on the 300th anniversary of the Romanov dynasty in 1913. Kamo remained in jail for 5 years, but lived to meet up again with Stalin and play out the ultimate insane violence after the revolution. Of the female gangsters, Annetta and Patsia died of TB, as did many of the others. By the end of the 1930s, only Alexandra Darakvelidze and Bashua Kupriashvili survived to leave their memoirs. Soso did not linger in Tiflis. 30. Travels with the mysterious Valentina. Stalin was back in Petersburg, editing Pravda, and staying with Molotov and Tatiana Slavatinskaya within days of the failed robbery. He poured out articles, drafted the manifesto, and presided over the nomination for the Duma elections. His articles are revealing of his cynical view of diplomacy. He paraphrases Talleyrand and his belief in doublespeak, long before Orwell coined the word. When bourgeois diplomats prepare for war, they shout loudly about peace. A diplomat's words must contradict his deeds, otherwise what sort of diplomat is he? Fine words are a mask to conceal shady deeds. A sincere diplomat is like dry water or wooden iron. After supervising the selection of the Bolshevik candidates in Petersburg in mid-October, he oversaw Malinovsky's nomination in Moscow. Soso's life on the run was an exhausting series of sleepless nights. He flitted from one place to another, crossing street after street to confuse the Akhrana, making his way through back alleys, explains Anna Alyuleva. If happening to pass a workman's cafe, he would sit there over a cup of tea until 2 a.m., or if noticed by a gendarme, he'd pretend to be tipsy and dive into a cafe, sitting it out until dawn with the cab drivers amid the stench of cheap tobacco before coming to sleep in a friend's place, especially the Alyulayev apartment with the sensual Olga and her lively daughters. Stalin often dropped in, sitting on the sofa in their dining room, looking very tired. The girls were always delighted to see him. Their mother, Olga, looked after him. "If you feel like taking a rest, Soso," said Olga, "go and lie on the bed. It's no good trying to catch a nap in this bedlam." Reading between the lines of Anna's accounts, Soso still had a special relationship with Olga, at least in their devotion to the cause. When leaving their place, he would say to Olga, "Come out with me." Olga didn't ask any questions. She put on her coat and went out with Stalin. Having plotted their course of action, they hired a cab and drove off. Stalin made a sign, and Mother got out. He was evidently shaking the police off his tracks. Stalin continued his journey alone. Stalin invited Olga to the Mariinsky Theatre. "Please, Olga, let's go to the theatre immediately. You'll just be in time for the opening performance." But just before the play he added, "I did so want to see a play, even just once, but I can't." Olga had to go on her own and deliver a message to a box at the Mariinsky. On 25 October 1912, 6 Bolsheviks and 6 Mensheviks were elected to the Imperial Duma. Not a bad result. Carlo Cekedze, the Menshevik whom Stalin had outraged in Batumi in 1901, was elected chairman of the SD faction with Malinovsky as his deputy. Among the Bolshevik 6, the Akhrana had managed to get 2 agents elected to the Duma, quite an achievement of konspiratsia. They took the Akhrana right into Lenin's inner circle. In Pravda, Stalin pushed for conciliation with the Mensheviks. When the Bolsheviks planned a demonstration outside the Duma, the Mensheviks persuaded them to abandon it. This alarmed Lenin, who bombarded Stalin with articles attacking his conciliatory policy. Remarkably, Stalin turned down 47 of Lenin's articles. Lenin, now in Krakow, summoned Stalin and the 6. Comrade Stalin, remembered one of the Bolshevik 6, immediately stated that the Bolshevik delegates had to visit Lenin abroad. On 28 October, the spooks observed Stalin visiting his friend Kaftaradze. They followed them when they went to eat in Fedorov's restaurant, a favourite haunt, but after dinner the police agents realized that he had disappeared. They searched for Soso, but he had vanished. Lenin ordered Valentina Lobova, another of the liberated, capable girls of the Bolshevik generation, to accompany Stalin. She commissioned Lenin's foreign minister and secret fixer, Alexander Shotman, to get Stalin to Krakow with maximum speed and absolute security. This is a directive from Lenin. Stalin had arrived in Petersburg in the company of Valentina Lobova, in Shotman's tactful words, staying in a hotel as a Persian citizen with a good Persian passport in his pocket. Shotman explained the covert routes to Krakow, the riskier southerly route via Abo, or the longer, safer route by foot across the Swedish border at Haparanda. Stalin chose the Abo route. Then Stalin set off with Valentina Lobova, smuggled out of Petersburg in a covered cart. They caught the train to Finland from Levashovo station using Russian passports. In Finland, Eino Rakia, later Lenin's bodyguard, delivered a Finnish passport and accompanied the couple to the Abo steam ferry. 2 policemen verified documents. Although Comrade Stalin did not at all resemble a Finn, everything happily went off without a hitch. Stalin and Valentina boarded the ferry across the Baltic to Germany. This was another of Soso's mysterious relationships. Valentina, codenamed Comrade Vera, was a beauty married to a Bolshevik who was yet another Okhrana mole. The party had never been more riddled with traitors. We do not know if she was aware that her husband was a double agent, but she was totally trusted by Lenin. Shotman's memoir shows that Soso, on Persian papers, name unknown, had been travelling with Valentina for some time. They They first came to Helsinki, sharing a room in a guest house, in late summer, possibly September, right after his escape from Narayan. Schottman implies that they were together. Travelling hundreds of miles after September 1912, they were apparently lovers, one of those little affairs between comrades thrown together on dangerous missions. When Valentina's husband was later executed as a traitor, it must have contributed to Stalin's growing distrust of perfidious wives. Her husband, journalist Alexander Lobov, was shot in 1918 as an Akhrana agent. She was cleared but died of TB in 1924. Schottman, who remained close to Lenin into the 1920s, was executed by Stalin in 1939. The pair caught the train to Krakow in Galicia, a province of the dual monarchy of the Habsburg Emperor, King Franz Joseph. Lenin adored Krakow. The Galician capital was an ancient Polish city. The sarcophagi of the Polish kings lay in the royal castle, and it was here that the Jagiellonian University had been founded in 1364. Lenin, Krupskaya, and her mother shared an apartment at 49 Lubomirsky Road with CC member Zinoviev, his wife and son Stepan. Lenin and Zinoviev formed the party's foreign bureau, with Krupskaya as secretary. Krakow crackled with political intrigue and reminded Lenin of home. Unlike exile in Paris or Switzerland, said Krupskaya, there was a close connection with Russia. 4,000 of its 150,000 inhabitants were exiles from the Russian Empire, mainly Poles. Ilyich liked Krakow very much. It was almost Russia. Lenin enjoyed himself ice skating, while Krupskaya did the shopping in the ancient Jewish quarter where prices were lower. Ilyich praised the Polish sour milk and corn whisky. He played hide-and-seek with Zinoviev's son under the furniture. "Stop interfering, we're playing," he would say, dismissing interruptions, but he was eagerly awaiting Stalin and the Six. Arriving in the first week of November, Stalin met up with the Lenins, sleeping on the sofa in their kitchen. Stalin, Malinovsky, and another Duma deputy, Muranov, were charmed and berated by Lenin, who vigorously argued against any reunion or conciliation with the Mensheviks. His Bolsheviks had to remain a separate party. Lenin may have been a highly educated nobleman, but with simple joviality and iron will, he was adept at handling tough men of action. He welcomed Stalin and put him at his ease. Food brought them closer. Krupskaya served sausagey German food, which Stalin suffered for 2 days, but then could not resist saying to Lenin, "I'm hungry, I crave shashlik." Lenin agreed. "Me too, I'm ravenous, but I'm afraid of offending Nadia. Have you got money? Come on, let's go eat somewhere." Yet they disagreed on tactics. It was one of the many occasions when Lenin was more hard-line than Stalin, who grumbled that Ilyich recommends a hard-line policy for the Six, a policy of threatening the majority of the faction, Mensheviks, but Ilyich will give way. After 10 days, Stalin returned to Petersburg, probably on a Polubaska pass that allowed families with relatives over the border to cross back and forth. He thought Lenin clumsily out of touch and remained an obstinate conciliator. Lenin considered removing Stalin from Pravda. When the new Duma convened, Malinovsky read out a manifesto, probably written by Stalin, that was friendly to their estranged Menshevik brethren. In defiance of Lenin, Stalin even secretly met up with Jordania and Jibladze, those long-standing Menshevik enemies. This tryst with the arch-heretics would be concealed during the Soviet era. Lenin bombarded Stalin with demands for another trip to Krakow to discuss the national question and the Pravda problem. First, Krupskaya tried to lure Stalin to Krakow to save him from arrest. "Kick Vassiliev Stalin out as soon as possible, otherwise we won't save him. We need him, and he's already done his main job." Stalin wriggled out of the trip, citing his health. "To K. St. Dear Friend," Krupskaya wrote to Stalin on 9/22 December, for the first time using an abbreviation of his new name, Koba Stalin. It seems you aren't planning to come here. If so, we protest against your decision. We absolutely insist on your visit here, regardless of your health. We demand your presence categorically. You have no right to act differently. Stalin prepared his trip, again with Lobova. Lenin and Krupskaya were delighted. We hope Vasya, Stalin, and Vera Valentina are coming soon with the children, the Duma 6. On 15 December, the Duma broke for Christmas. Stalin and Valentina left for Krakow, probably taking the most direct but riskier route. There has been much debate about Stalin's 2 journeys to Krakow. He himself told many stories about crossing the border. The old tyrant told the story about the border crossing and Lenin and the food to his favourite youngster, Yuri Zadnov. Was he just lying? In his personal anecdotes, he tended to exaggerate more than totally invent his stories, especially about such a well-known trip. When he lied outright, he did not tell the lie himself, simply inserting it into the information of his propagandists. Thus, he probably used that route at least once. Schottman says he arranged the first trip. The other sources are mixed up about the 2 trips, so this author believes that the meetings with Schottman concerned the first trip, for which there was plenty of time to plan. For the second trip, for which there was no such time, Stalin and Valentina probably took the risk of crossing the border by a smuggler's path. On the train westwards, 2 passengers were reading aloud from a nationalist newspaper. "Why do you read such rubbish?" Stalin shouted at them. He and Valentina disembarked at a Polish frontier town on the Russian-Austrian border and prepared to cross on foot, like smugglers. This was to be Stalin's longest-ever trip abroad, and would bring him to Vienna, that crossroads of civilization, on the eve of the Great War. 31. Vienna, 1913. The wonderful Georgian, the Austrian artist, and the old emperor. Stalin knew no one at the small frontier town, but he was an expert at the art of riding the random. He walked the streets until a Polish cobbler asked him, "You're a stranger?" "My father was a cobbler in Georgia," replied Stalin, knowing that the Georgians and Poles shared the chains of Russia's prison of nations. "I must cross the border." The Pole offered to take him, accepting no payment. Telling this story after the revolution, Stalin paused, as if trying to peer into the past, then added, "I'd like to know where that man is now and what happened to him. What a pity I forgot his name and can't trace him." Like many of those who helped Stalin in his youth, the cobbler may well have wished he had buried the Georgian in the forests between empires. Stalin never mentioned that he had a companion at the time, Valentina Lobova. Across the border in Polish Galicia, Stalin was desperate to get to Lenin, but I was terribly hungry. He went into the station restaurant in Teshabinia, where he soon made a mockery of himself. He summoned the Polish waiter in Russian. The waiter carted around lots of food, but Stalin was ignored until he lost his temper. "This is scandalous! Everyone else has been served except me!" The Pole did not serve his soup. Stalin had to fetch it himself. In my fury, I threw the plate on the floor, flung a ruble at the waiter, and flew out. He was ravenous by the time he reached the Lenins. We'd hardly greeted each other when I burst out, "Lenin, give me something to eat at once. I'm half dead. I've had nothing to eat since yesterday evening." "Why didn't you eat at Teshabinia? There's a good restaurant there." "The Poles wouldn't give me anything to eat," said Stalin. "What a fool you are, Stalin," laughed Lenin. "Didn't you know Poles regard Russian as the language of oppression?" Lenin must have wondered at this blindness, or greater Russian chauvinism, in his supposed expert on nationalities, but Stalin would adopt a deeply Russian hostility to any sort of Polish independence. Stalin told this story to Stanislav Kot, the Polish ambassador, at a Kremlin banquet in December 1941. The 2 men bonded as never before. "They met me in such a hospitable manner," Stalin reported in old age. "He, Lenin, wouldn't let me go anywhere. He persuaded me to stay with his family. I had breakfast, lunch, and supper there." I broke the established rule only twice. I warned Krupskaya that I'd be out for dinner and visited the old parts of Krakow where there are lots of cafes. Stalin's favourite restaurant was Havelka, which still stands on the central market square. When Stalin dined out, Lenin was concerned. "Listen, old chap, that's twice you've dined out. Aren't we treating you right?" "No, comrade, I'm delighted with everything, but I feel uneasy that you provide everything." "But you're our guest," insisted Lenin. "How was dinner in your restaurant?" "The food was fine, but the beer was excellent." "Ah, now I understand," answered Lenin. "You miss your beer. Now you will have beer at home too." And he asked his mother-in-law to provide 2 or 3 bottles of beer for the guest every day. Stalin was again touched by Lenin's solicitude. "Ilyich was very nervous about Pravda," recalls Krupskaya. Lenin was actually exasperated with Stalin's conciliatory editorials. Stalin was also nervous. They were planning how to adjust matters. Lenin mulled over his dual problems of asserting control over Pravda, creating a nationalities policy, and promoting his valued henchmen. He needed a Bolshevik expert on nationalities who was not Russian and certainly not Jewish. 3 years earlier he had hailed Stalin as more of an expert on nationality than Jordania. Here was a solution that would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Lenin proposed that, instead of returning to Petersburg, Stalin stay on to write an essay laying out their new Bolshevik nationalities policy. Stalin accepted. Around 28 December 1912, Lenin, Stalin, and Zinoviev were joined by Malinovsky and 2 other Duma deputies, Stalin's friend, Valentina Lobova, and a wealthy Bolshevik couple who lived in Vienna. Alexander and Elena Troyanovsky, along with their child's Latvian nanny. Koba didn't speak very loudly, but in a deliberate, measured manner, with indisputable logic, recalls the 19-year-old nanny, Olga Wayland. Sometimes he went through to the other room so he could pace up and down, listening to the speeches. Stalin still resisted Lenin, who was now vociferously backed by Malinovsky for the most dubious reasons. Lenin and the Akhrana shared their opposition to any SD reunification. Thus, the secret police ordered Malinovsky to push this hard line, while Stalin still argued he could convert a few Mensheviks. He hoped Lenin would see that it was better to cooperate and postpone hardline politics for a while. Besides, the Duma Six needed a real leader, himself, no doubt. "There's an insufferable atmosphere here," Stalin grumbled in a letter to Petersburg. "Everyone's impossibly busy, goddamned busy, but my situation isn't actually too bad." He then wrote an almost loving letter to his old friend Kamenev. "I give you an Eskimo kiss on the nose. The devil take me. I miss you. I swear it like a dog. There's no one, absolutely no one, to have a heart-to-heart conversation with, damn you. Can't you somehow make it over here to Krakow?" Yet Stalin did make a new friend in Krakow, Malinovsky. The convicted rapist and Akhrana traitor, 2 years older than Stalin, was now enjoying a lavish Akhrana salary of 8,000 rubles per annum, more than the director of Imperial Police, who got only 7,000. He was lively, resourceful, handsome, remembered Molotov, and he looked a bit like Tito. Henceforth, Stalin wrote to him warmly, sending love to Stefania and the kids. Malinovsky slyly denounced other Bolsheviks as traitors to distract attention from himself, but the pressure of a double life was beginning to drive him to breakdown. At the last meeting on New Year's Eve 1912, Stalin caved in to Lenin. "All decisions are being accepted unanimously," enthused Lenin to Kamenev, "a huge success." But Stalin's retreat was far from bitter. The meeting, as Malinovsky reported to his Akhrana paymasters, re-established the Bolshevik machine. A foreign bureau, Lenin and Zinoviev with Krupskaya as secretary, alongside a Russian bureau dominated by Stalin and Sverdlov, now Pravda's chief editor, with Valentina Lobova as secretary. Stalin's friend from Tiflis, Kalinin, was not promoted to the CC because he was temporarily suspected of being an Akhrana double agent. The Bolsheviks, even while being betrayed by Malinovsky at the very heart of the party, suspected an innocent comrade. Stalin was moved from Pravda, yet emerged as the senior Bolshevik in Russia, salary 60 rubles a month, on a prestigious mission to play the theoretician. Stalin was writing hard on the nationalities question, Lenin making suggestions. Stalin sent off his first draft to Petersburg. Afterwards, Lenin and the Bolsheviks went out to the theatre to celebrate the New Year, but the play was very bad, recalls Olga Wieland. Vladimir Ilyich walked out with his wife. Lenin, Stalin, and the others saw in the New Year 1913 in a private room at a restaurant. When she was an old lady, Wieland confided that Stalin had started to become flirtatious. Lenin seemed very cheerful, joking and laughing. He started singing and even joined in the games we were playing. Soon afterwards, Stalin arrived at the apartment of the Troyanovskys in a frozen Vienna shrouded in snow. Lenin called them good people. They have money. Alexander Troyanovsky was a handsome young nobleman, an army officer. His service in the Russo-Japanese War had converted him to Marxism, and now he edited and funded Prosveshchenie, Enlightenment, which was to publish Soso's essay. Fluent in German and English, he lived with his beautiful, noble-born wife, Elena Rozmirovich, in a large, comfortable apartment at 30 Schönbrunnerschloss Strasse, the boulevard along which the old Emperor Franz Joseph travelled back and forth every day from his residence at the Schönbrunn Palace to his office at the Hofburg. Now a boarding-house, the Pension Schönbrunn, which unusually still bears the blue plaque put up in 1949 that reads, J.V. Stalin resided in this house during January 1913. He wrote his important work, Marxism and the National Question, here. The antique, bewhiskered Habsburg Kaiser, who had reigned since 1848, travelled in a gilded carriage drawn by 8 white horses, manned by postilions decked out in black and white trimmed uniforms and white perukes, escorted by Hungarian horsemen with yellow and black panther furs over their shoulders. Stalin would not have been able to miss this vision of obsolescent magnificence, and he was not the only future dictator to see it. The cast of 20th-century titans in Vienna that January 1913 belongs in a Tom Stoppard play. Josip Broz, the future Marshal Tito, was also working there as a mechanic. In a men's doss-house on Meldenmannstrasse in Brigottenau, another world from Stalin's somewhat grander address, lived a young Austrian who was a failed artist, Adolf Hitler, aged 23. Soso and Adolf shared one of the sights of Vienna. Hitler's best friend, Kubizek, recalls, "We often saw the old emperor when he rode in his carriage from Schönbrunn to the Hofburg. But both future dictators were unmoved, even disdainful. Stalin never mentioned it, and Adolf did not make much ado of it, for he wasn't interested in the emperor, just the state which he represented." In Vienna, both Hitler and Stalin were obsessed in different ways with race. In this city of antiquated courtiers, Jewish intellectuals and racist rabble-rousers, cafes, beer halls and palaces, only 8.6% were actually Jews, but their cultural influence, personified by Freud, Mahler, Wittgenstein, Buber and Schnitzler, was much greater. Hitler was formulating the anti-Semitic Völkische theories of racial supremacy that, as Führer, he would impose on his European empire, while Stalin, researching his nationalities article, was shaping a new idea for an internationalist empire with a central authority behind an autonomous facade, the prototype of the Soviet Union. Almost 30 years later, their ideological and state structures were to clash in the most savage conflict of human history. The Jews did not fit into either of their visions. They repelled and titillated Hitler, but irritated and confounded Stalin, who attacked their mystical nature. Too much of a race for Hitler, they were not enough of a nation for Stalin. But the two nascent dictators shared a Viennese pastime. Both liked to walk in the park around Franz Josef's Schönbrunn Palace, close to where Stalin stayed. Even when they became allies in the 1939 Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, they never met. Those walks were probably the closest they ever came. Those few weeks that Comrade Stalin spent with us were devoted entirely to the national question, says the Troyanovsky's nanny, Olga Wieland. He involved everyone around him. Some analysed Otto Bauer, others Karl Kautsky. Despite intermittent study, Stalin could not read German, so the nanny helped, as did another young Bolshevik whom he met now for the first time, Nikolai Bukharin, an intellectual pixie with sparkling eyes and a goatee beard. Bukharin came to our apartment every day, says Olga Wieland, as Stalin lived there too. While Stalin flirted hopefully with the nanny, she preferred the witty, puckish Bukharin. Besides, it was her job to clean Stalin's shirts and underwear, which, she complained after his death, was something of a challenge. Stalin and Bukharin got on well. Stalin would write to him from exile, the start of an alliance that culminated in a political partnership in the late 1920s. But Soso came, suffocatingly, to adore and, fatally, to envy Bukharin. The friendship that began in Vienna ended in the 1930s with a bullet in Bukharin's head. I was sitting at the table beside the samovar in the apartment of Skobelev in the ancient capital of the Habsburgs, reports Trotsky, also living in Vienna, when suddenly the door opened with a knock and an unknown man entered. He was short, thin, his greyish-brown skin covered in pockmarks. I saw nothing in his eyes that resembled friendliness. It was Stalin, who stopped at the samovar and made himself a cup of tea. Then, as silently as he had come, he left, leaving a very depressing but unusual impression on me. Or perhaps later events cast a shadow over our first meeting. Stalin already despised Trotsky, whom he had called a noisy, phony champion with fake muscles. He never changed his view. Trotsky, for his part, was chilled by Stalin's yellow eyes. They glinted with malice. Stalin's stay with Troyanovsky was a revelation. It was his first and last experience of civilized European living, as he himself admitted. He lived in the room that overlooked the street and worked there for entire days. At dusk he would stroll around Schönbrunn Park with the Troyanovskys. At dinner he sometimes talked about his past, reminiscing about Lado Ketskarveli and how he was shot in prison. He was characteristically morose. "Hello, my friend," he wrote to Malinovsky, now back in Petersburg. "So far I'm living in Vienna and writing some rubbish. See you soon." But he improved. Shy and solitary at first, says Olga Wieland, he became more relaxed and fun. He did not feel uneasy with Troyanovsky's genteel style. On the contrary, he remained fond of him throughout his life. Little Galina Troyanovskaya was a spirited child who got on well with Stalin. She loved being in adult company, and Stalin played with her, promising to bring her mountains of green chocolate from the Caucasus. He used to laugh very loudly when she did not believe him, but she often teased him back. "You're always talking about the nations," she groused. Stalin bought the child sweets in Schönbrunn Park. Once he made a bet with her mother that if they both called to Galina, she would go to Stalin for the sweets. They tested his theory. Galina ran to Soso, confirming his cynical view of human nature. In the incestuous world of Bolshevism, Elena later divorced Troyanovsky and then had an affair with Malinovsky the traitor, according to Malinovsky. She married the Bolshevik grandee Nikolai Krylenko, a member of Lenin's first government, later Commander-in-Chief of the Red Army, then Procurator General, finally a brutal People's Commissar for Justice who was himself shot in the Great Terror. Fortunately, Krylenko left Elena in the late 1920s, which probably saved her life, for she survived the terror, working quietly in the archives, dying naturally in 1953. The Troyanovsky's daughter, Galina, married another Bolshevik magnate, Valerian Kubashev, Stalinist Politburo member, womanizer and drinker, who ill-treated her. Stalin said he would have intervened if he had known of Kubashev's drunken promiscuity. Kubashev's suspicious death from alcoholism in 1935 suited Stalin. The nanny, Olga Wieland, became a party and Comintern apparatchik, retiring young and surviving into old age. The destiny of Troyanovsky, even though he turned against the Bolsheviks, was very different. See the epilogue. Stalin now asked Malinovsky to return the first draft of his article so he could revise it, adding, "Tell me, 1. How is Pravda? 2. How is your faction? 3. How is the group doing? Yours, Vasily." He rewrote the article before he left Vienna forever. Marxism and the National Question was Stalin's most famous work. He himself never stopped editing it during his long life. It was an answer to the Austrian socialists who proposed what Lenin called an Austrian federation within the party. As ever, Lenin was being practical and far-sighted as well as ideological. He feared that the Jewish Bundists or Georgian Mensheviks, who advocated variations on cultural autonomy or even national separatism, would make the party and ultimately the Russian Empire ungovernable under Bolshevism. He needed a theory that offered the ideal of autonomy and the right of secession without necessarily having to grant either. Lenin and Stalin agreed that nothing should stand in the way of a centralized state. Stalin defined the nation as a historically formed, stable community of people, united by community of language, territory, economic life, and psychological makeup. On the Jews, Stalin asked, "What sort of nation is a Jewish nation which consists of Georgian, Dagestani, Russian, and American Jews who don't understand each other, inhabit different parts of the globe, and never act together in peace or war, their being assimilated, for they have no stable and large stratum associated with the land?" He attacked Austro-Marxism and national autonomy, but in the Caucasus accepted regional autonomy. The right of secession was offered, in theory, but should not be taken. This paper was not beautifully written, but it had a sort of subtlety that turned into a reality when Stalin created the web of republics that became the USSR. It remains relevant because the breakup of the Soviet Union in 1991 allowed the full republics, such as Ukraine, Estonia, and Georgia, to become independent, but not the autonomous republics, such as Chechnya. Lenin awaited him in Krakow. Betrayal lurked in Petersburg. 32. The Secret Policeman's Ball. Betrayal in Drag. "I returned to Krakow to show Lenin," Stalin recounted. 2 days later, Lenin invited me over, and I noticed the manuscript lying open on the desk. He asked me to sit next to him. Lenin was impressed. "Is it you who really wrote this?" he asked Stalin a little patronizingly. "Yes, Comrade Lenin, I wrote it. Did I get something wrong?" "No, on the contrary, it's really splendid." Lenin was determined to publish the piece as policy. "The article is very good," he told Kamenev. "It's a fighting issue, and we won't surrender one iota of our principled opposition to the Bundist trash." In a letter to Gorky, he acclaimed Stalin as his wonderful Georgian. Soso published the article in March 1913 under his new byline, K. Stalin, the second time he had used it. It had been evolving since 1910, when he started signing articles as K. St., then K. Safin, and K. Solin. The conspiratorial life required a roster of aliases, often chosen at random. Ulyanov may have taken Lenin from the Siberian river Lena, but he used 160 aliases altogether. He kept Lenin because it happened to be his byline on the article "What is to be done" that made his name. Similarly, Soso used Stalin when he published the article on nationalities that made his reputation, which was one reason that it stuck. If he had not been such a self-obsessed melodramatist, he might have been known to history as Vasiliev or Ivanovich. Its other attraction was the vague similarity to Lenin itself, but Stalin also fashioned aliases out of the names of his women. It is plausible that his girlfriend, Ludmila Stahl, helped inspire this one. He would never have admitted it. "My comrades gave me the name," he smugly told an interviewer. "They thought it suited me." Molotov knew this was not true, saying that's what he called himself. But this flint-hearted industrial name, meaning man of steel, did suit his character and was a symbol of everything a Bolshevik should be. Solin and Safin, the earlier versions of his new name, may have been typos, because Sol means salt in Russian. Man of salt does not quite have the metallic sheen of the final version. When they were typesetting Zvezda in April 1912, says Vera Schweitzer, the editorial board once changed the signature arbitrarily. The next day, when J.V. Stalin opened Zvezda and saw the signature Solin, he smiled. I don't like meaningless borrowed bylines. He returned to KST until January 1913. Stalin was not the only industrial name. Rosenfeld became Kamenev, Man of Stone, though he remained much too fluffy for the moniker, and Scriabin became Molotov, Hammerman. There was also a fashion for taking aliases from jailers. Bronstein borrowed the name Trotsky from one of his prison warders. Contrary to many claims in Western biographies, Stalin is not a Russianization of Djugashvili. Djuga does not mean iron or steel in either Georgian or Ossetian. The name was Russian, though he never ceased to be Caucasian, combining the Georgian Koba with the Slavic Stalin, though his friends still called him Soso. Henceforth he adopted what the historian Robert Service calls a binational persona. After 1917 he became quadrinational, Georgian by nationality, Russian by loyalty, internationalist by ideology, Soviet by citizenship. It started as a byline and ended as an empire and a religion. When he was dictator, Stalin shouted at his feckless son Vasily for exploiting their surname. "You're not Stalin and I'm not Stalin. Stalin is Soviet power." By mid-February 1913, the newly minted Koba Stalin was back in Petersburg, where the Bolsheviks, betrayed at every turn by Malinovsky, were on the run. "It's a total bacchanalia of arrests, searches and raids," Stalin reported to the Troyanovskys in a letter opened by the Akhrana. He added that he had not forgotten his promise to 6-year-old Galina. "I'll send the chocolate to Galoshka." Stalin, now empowered by Lenin but beleaguered by vigorous Akhrana action, did not even try to hide. He stayed on Sapolanaya Street in the town centre at the apartment of Duma deputies Badaev and Samoylov, attending meetings at the home of their fellow deputy, Petrovsky. Stalin sighs in another letter, "There aren't any competent people. I can hardly keep up with everything." His first challenge was to defend his parliamentary star, Malinovsky, from a shocking accusation. An article identified Malinovsky as an Akhrana spy. Since the article was signed T's, the Bolsheviks believed that the libeller was a Menshevik, Martov, real name Sederbaum, or his brother-in-law Fyodor Dan. The Bolshevik Vasiliev Stalin came to my apartment. He was known as Ioska Koryavyi, Joe Pox, trying to stop the rumours about Malinovsky, said Fyodor Dan. Joe Pox warned Dan's wife, Lydia, that she would regret it if the Mensheviks tried to smear Malinovsky. Yet, thanks to Malinovsky, Stalin's every move was now monitored by the Imperial Police Director himself. On 10 February, Sverdlov was arrested, betrayed by Malinovsky. Now Stalin decided to appoint his Baku comrade Shomian as Pravda's editor, but Malinovsky persuaded Lenin that the Armenian would be too conciliatory, like Stalin himself. Lenin backed Malinovsky's candidate, Chernamazov, who, as Stalin had divined back in Baku, was another Akhrana double agent. By February 1913, Malinovsky had betrayed the whole CC in Russia, except Stalin and the ineffectual Petrovsky. The Akhrana were determined to stop any SD reunion. Stalin, the conciliator, was next. On Saturday night, 23 February, Bolshevik sympathizers held a fundraising concert and masquerade ball at the Kalashnikov Exchange, hardly Stalin's usual scene. But the Alyulayev girls were excited about it. Stalin and their maths tutor, Kavtaradze, talked about going. That afternoon, Stalin visited Malinovsky. The double agent demanded he come to the ball. Stalin, as he later told Tatiana Slavatsenskaya, refused, saying he wasn't in the mood and didn't have the right clothes, but Malinovsky kept insisting, even reassuring him about security. The dapper traitor opened his dandyish wardrobe to Stalin, producing a stiff collar, dress shirt and silk cravat which he tied around Stalin's neck. Malinovsky had come almost directly from a meeting with his Akhrana controller, Imperial Police Director Beletsky, probably promising to deliver Stalin. Vasily, Stalin, and I went to the party, wrote his mistress, Tatiana Slavatynskaya, and the party was nice. Stalin, in his fancy cravat, sat at a table with the Bolshevik Duma deputies. I was really surprised to see our dear Georgian boy at such a crowded party. Demian Bedny, a proletarian bard who in the 1920s became one of Stalin's closest courtiers, informed Lenin afterwards. It was really impudent to go there. Was it the devil's work or some fool who invited him? I told him, "You won't escape." Bedny hinted that there was a traitor in their midst. At about midnight, plain-clothed Akhrana officers, backed by gendarmes, took up positions at the back of the concert hall where the guests sat at tables. Stalin was actually chatting to Malinovsky himself, noticed Tatiana, when he spotted that he was being followed. The detectives approached Stalin's table and asked his name. He denied he was Dukashvili. Comrades stood up around him and tried to smuggle him to safety behind the stage. He went into the artist's dressing room, says Slavatynskaya, and asked them to get me. Once again, Stalin resorted to dressing up in drag, but he managed to tell Tatiana that he had visited Malinovsky before the party and been followed from there. Stalin was made up and decked out in a long dress. As he was being led out through the dressing room, a secret policeman spotted his big shoes, and surely his moustache. The policeman seized him with a yell. "Dukashvili, we've finally got you." "I'm not Dukashvili, my name is Ivanov," replied Stalin. "Tell those stories to your grandmother." It was over. 2 plain-clothed agents asked him to go with them. All was done quietly. The ball went on. Malinovsky hurried after Comrade Stalin, protesting his arrest and promising to take measures to free him. Lenin innocently wrote to the traitor to discuss how to forestall more arrests. Lenin and Krupskaya fretted that Vasily, Stalin, must be well protected. It was too late. "Why is there no news of Vasily? What has happened to him? We're worried." Stalin's arrest was regarded as enough of a success for Police Director Beletsky to inform Interior Minister Maklakov himself, who on 7 June 1913 confirmed the Special Committee's recommendation. J.V. Dukashvili was condemned to 4 years in Turukansk, an obscure Siberian realm of frozen twilights, forgotten by civilization. Part 4. Over this land, like a ghost, he roamed from door to door. In his hands he clutched a lute and sweetly made it tinkle. In his dreamy melodies, like a beam of sunlight, you could sense truth itself and heavenly love. The voice made many a man's heart beat that had been turned to stone. It enlightened many a man's mind which had been cast into uttermost darkness. But instead of glorification, wherever the harp was plucked, the mob set before the outcast a vessel filled with poison. And they said to him, "Drink this, O accursed, this is your appointed lot. We do not want your truth, nor these heavenly tunes of yours." Sosolo, Joseph Stalin. 33. Darling, I'm in desperate straits. The steamer that slowly conveyed Stalin up the Yenisei River from Krasnoyarsk in mid-June 1913 revealed a Siberia of inconceivable remoteness and wild vastness. His destination, Turukansk, was larger than Britain, France, and Germany combined, yet contained just 12,000 people. The Yenisei flowed through narrow valleys with high terraces until it widened so far that he could peer across its glistening flatness and see no land at all. The Siberian taiga was hilly and forested with dense larch, climbing to ridges of flat alpine tundra. It was green and lush in summer, but severe and icily white in a winter that lasted 9 months a year, sinking to temperatures as low as -60 degrees. Between villages of peasants and convicts, the colossal spaces were only rarely dotted with the tents and reindeers of the shamanistic Tungus and Ostiak nomads. The game of escape, capture, and escape again was over. This was, as Robert Service puts it, a land-bound devil's island. This time, though Stalin did not yet realize it, the autocracy meant business. From Petersburg it took just over a week to reach the regional capital, Krasnoyarsk, whence he was dispatched northwards into Turkhansk. It was Stalin's home for 4 years, but would enter his heart and never leave it. After travelling for 26 days, he disembarked on 10 August at the village of Monastirskaya, the capital of Turkhansk province. "As you see, I'm in Turkhansk," he wrote to Zinoviev and Lenin in Krakow. "Did you get my letter sent on the way? I've fallen ill. I need to recover. Send me some money." He was already planning his escape. "If you need my help, let me know, and I'll come immediately." Lenin did need his help. On 27 July, he had held a CC meeting at which he had ordered that Stalin and Sverdlov be sprung from exile. Each was sent 60 rubles, but once again Malinovsky betrayed the plan to the Okhrana, which telegraphed Turkhansk police chief Ivan Kibirov, warning that Stalin was an escape artist. The officers in such places were themselves effectively exiled. Kibirov, an Ossetian, had been removed from the Baku police and posted to Turkhansk for misdemeanours unknown. Possibly because of their shared Ossetian origins, he favoured Stalin. Soso was assigned to stay in Miroedika, a hamlet to the south where he soon made himself felt. An exile named Innokenty Dubrovinsky had drowned in the river that summer, leaving an impressive library. Exile etiquette decreed the sharing of the libraries of the dead, but typically Stalin expropriated the books, refused to share them, and started to read them ravenously. The life of the exiles rotated around just this sort of petty quarrel, which Stalin was so expert at provoking. The other exiles were outraged. They complained and blackballed him. Philip Zakharov, a Bolshevik, confronted the book thief, but Stalin treated his impertinent visitor like a Tsarist general would receive a private soldier who had the insolence to appear before him with a request. Stalin behaved like the Kozayan, the master, long before he was dictator of Russia. Indeed, he had done so since childhood. After just 2 weeks, he had to be moved, no doubt with his new library, to another hamlet, Kostino. There he found 4 other exiles, and this pedagogue Monkey spent his time teaching 2 Georgian criminals to read. Soon he learned that his old roommate, Sverdlov, was nearby in Selevenka. Around 20 September, Stalin visited Sverdlov, who lived in a peasant bathhouse. Staying together in the converted banya, they dreamed of escape. "I've just bidden farewell to Vaska, Stalin, my guest here for a week," Sverdlov told Malinovsky, the last Bolshevik leader at liberty inside Russia. "If you have money for me or Vaska, they might have sent some, then send it. Last week we wrote asking for some newspapers and magazines. Do what you can." Malinovsky was certainly doing what he could to betray the 2 hopeful escapees. This trading centre boasted a large missionary monastery, which had baptized the local tribesmen, and which was led by Mikhail Suslov, the great-grandfather and namesake of the Soviet grandee, who was favoured by Stalin after the Second World War, and who became the éminence grise of the Brezhnev era. On 1 October, Lenin and the CC, reacting to Stalin's offer to Zinoviev, again proposed to spring him and Sverdlov, assigning 100 rubles to the project. Within 19 days, Stalin had received an offer from a comrade in Petersburg to escape to the capital. Stalin and Sverdlov prepared for this challenging escape, spending all their money and credit. The Bolshevik manager of the Canadian fur trading company Rebellion provided flour, sugar, tea, and tobacco. The local doctor donated medicines, others forged passports. The doctor of escapology was almost ready, but now winter was descending on the Tiger. It was harsher and more desolate than anything the Georgian had experienced before. He was soon at the lowest ebb of his life so far. Daily life in Turakansk was meant to be a struggle. If most Tsarist exiles were like holidays, Turakansk was a slow death. Many exiles perished out there from the extremities of weather. By early November it was -33 degrees, heading for -50 degrees. Saliva froze on the lips, breath crystallized, and the cold made living much more expensive. Stalin appealed to his girlfriend, Tatiana Slavatinskaya. His panic is obvious. "Tatiana Alexandrovna, I feel rather ashamed to write this, but I have no other choice. My need is urgent. I don't have a kopeck. All my supplies are gone. I had some money, but everything was spent on warm clothes, shoes, and food supplies, which are very expensive here. By God, I don't know what's going to happen to me. Could you stir up some friends and raise 30 roubles, maybe more later? It would be my salvation, and the sooner the better, since winter is in full spring. Yesterday, -33. I hope you can do this. So, my dear, please get started. Otherwise, the Caucasian or Kalashnikov exchange is going to perish." Tatiana not only sent him his old clothes, but also bought him winter underwear. When it arrived, he was thrilled. "Darling, dear Tatiana, I got your parcel, but I didn't ask for new clothes, just the old ones, yet you've spent your money on new ones. Dear darling, it's a shame, because you're short of money, but I don't know how to thank you." Even with his new clothes, Stalin begged Tatiana for money. "Darling, my need is more urgent with every passing hour. I'm in desperate straits. On top of everything, I got ill, a cough on the lungs. I need milk, money. I have none. My dear, if you find money, send it immediately. It's unbearable to wait any longer." He must have been sending out letters to all his friends, particularly Malinovsky, the very man who had put him in Siberia. "Hello, my friend. I feel a bit uncomfortable writing, but needs must. I've never suffered such a terrible situation. All my money's gone. I've got a sinister cough along with sinking temperatures, -37, a general deterioration in my health, and I've no supplies, no bread, sugar, meat, kerosene. All my money's gone on living expenses and clothing and footwear. I need milk, I need firewood, but money, I'm out of money, friend. I don't know how I'll get through the winter. I have neither rich family nor friends, and I've no one to ask, so I'm appealing to you." Stalin suggested that Malinovsky appealed to the Menshevik, Karlo Chekidze, whom he had tormented in Batumi, not only as my compatriot, but as chairman of the faction. "I don't want to die out here without even writing you a letter. The matter is urgent, because waiting means starving when I am already weak and sick." He had got 44 roubles from abroad, from Bern, Switzerland, and nothing else. He tried to raise money another way. Zinoviev claimed they were publishing his nationalities essay as a pamphlet. "Then, I hope, have a right to hope, for a fee. Money is the breath of life in this ill-fated place, where they have nothing but fish. I hope if that happens, you'll stand up for me and get me the fee. I embrace you, goddamn me. Do I really have to vegetate here for another 4 years? Yosef." Malinovsky replied in transparent code, "Dear brother, I'll sell the horse. I've asked 100 roubles for it." Yet when the 100-rouble escape fund arrived, it was sent to Sverdlov. Stalin took umbrage. Did they only want Sverdlov and not him? But things looked up a little. Zinoviev replied that they were publishing Stalin's pamphlet. He got 25 roubles from Badaev, the Duma deputy, but he needed more. He must have written to Georgia, to his mother, and the Svadnidzes, because he received a parcel from Tiflis, and he appealed to the Alyulaevs too. The books and money demanded from Zinoviev did not arrive. Stalin again became desperate. "You wrote that you'd be sending the debt in small bits. Send it as soon as possible, however small the bits. I terribly need the money. It would be fine without my damn illness, which requires money. I'm waiting." Stalin was writing another article entitled Cultural National Autonomy, which he sent via Sergei Alyulaev to Troyanovsky for his journal Prozveshcheny. but he became ever more irritated with Zinoviev, writing on 11 January 1914, referring to himself in the third person. "Why are you keeping silent, my friend? I haven't had a letter from you for 3 months." Stalin hoped to get the relevant fee, and thus wouldn't need to ask anyone for money anymore. I think he has a right to think like that. Stalin never forgot his treatment at the hands of Zinoviev, showy orator and supercilious Jewish émigré, things he despised. In January 1914, after 6 months of anxiety and struggle, money started arriving. The policeman Kibirov reported to his superiors that Stalin had received 50 rubles from Petersburg, 10 rubles from Sashiko, Svadnidze, Monoselidze in Tiflis, 25 from Badaev, plus another 55 from Petersburg, almost enough for an escapee's boots. The Imperial Police Director, Beletsky, learned, probably from Malinovsky, that an escape was imminent. He telegraphed Turokansk that Stalin and Sverdlov had each received another 50 rubles to organize their escape. A local Akhrana informer confirmed that Dukashvili and Sverdlov are thinking of escaping on the very first steamboat down the Yenisei this summer. Beletsky ordered, "Take all measures to prevent this." The Okhrana decided to place Dukashvili and Sverdlov in a northern village where there are no other exiles, and to attach 2 inspectors specially to watch them. This was dire news. Dukashvili and I are being moved 180 versts northwards, 80 versts north of the Arctic Circle, a downhearted Sverdlov told his sister Sarah. "We're torn away even from the post office. The mail only comes once a month by foot, and really only 8 or 9 times a year. The name of the place is Kuraika." Stalin was being moved to the very edge of the Arctic Circle. Sverdlov was wrong. There were 2 Kuraikas, but their destination was just south of the Arctic Circle. 34. 1914. Arctic Sex Comedy. If Stalin called Kostino an ill-fated place, Kuraika was a freezing hellhole, the sort of place where a man could believe himself utterly forgotten and even lose his sanity. Its desolate solitude and obligatory self-containment were to remain with Stalin throughout his life. In March 1914, he and Sverdlov were transported northwards on a horse-drawn cart by their armed personal gendarmes Ladatin and Popov. They arrived to find that Kuraika barely merited the name of hamlet, and it seemed that virtually all its inhabitants were related. 67 villagers, 38 men and 29 women were packed into just 8 ramshackle izbas, wooden peasant bungalows, more like huts than houses. Most of the citizens of this interbred settlement belonged to 3 families. These were the Tarazaevs, the Saltikovs, and the 7 Pereprigin orphans. "One Monday I was just boiling water for the washing," said Anfisa Taraseva, "when I saw a man with thick, dark beard and hair come in with a small case and some knotted bedding." In 1942, the first secretary of Krasnoyarsk, Konstantin Chernenko, who had risen in the terror by denunciation and even participation in executions, commissioned the well-known historian M.A. Moskalev to interview Stalin's Turakansk acquaintances for a sycophantic book, Stalin in Siberian Exile. Chernenko printed the book and sent it to Moscow for approval. After all, Politburo member and secret police chief Beria had built his career on overseeing a preposterously inflated history of Stalin's Caucasian career. But this time it did not work. Stalin was incensed by Chernenko's inquiries, though they are a blessing for us historians. The dictator was working long hours to win the war. He knew there was nothing glorious to reveal in Kuraika, quite the contrary. He both craved his idolatrous cult and disdained it. And Moskalev was a Jew, a race Stalin increasingly distrusted. He phoned Chernenko and shouted at him. The book was withdrawn. Moskalev was arrested in the anti-Semitic post-war terror, but survived as a top Soviet historian into the 1960s. Chernenko's career was frozen. However, his sycophancy found him another patron. He became Leonid Brezhnev's long-serving chef de cabinet, Politburo member and penultimate successor as Soviet leader in 1984. The short reign of this senile mediocrity symbolized the geriatric obsolescence of the Soviet Union. Chernenko died in 1985. His successor was the vigorous reformer Mikhail Gorbachev. "Hello, Kozyaika, housewife, I'm staying with you," he said. He put down his suitcase as if he'd always lived with us. He played with the children, and when the men came back, he said, "I'm from Petersburg. My name is Yosef Dukashvili." Stalin and Sverdlov moved into the izba of Alexei and Anfisa Tarasev. At first, all went well. The exiles got on easily with the Tarasev, who agreed to receive their money orders. It was still cold there, but the ice was thawing. Life in Koraiko was governed by the weather. When the Yenisei River froze, locals travelled on the icy river in sleighs, pulled by teams of reindeer and dogs. Then there was the bad road season, when the roads were so muddy that they were impassable. In May, the steamships started to ply the Yenisei for a few months. Then the locals would boat downriver, tugged from the banks by dog teams, until the freeze came. Only the reindeer, snow foxes, and Tungus indigenous tribesmen could really function in deep midwinter. Everyone had to wear reindeer fur. The 13-year-old Lydia Parapragina, one of the family of orphans, noticed that Stalin was underdressed with only a light coat. Soon he sported a full outfit, from boots to hat, of reindeer fur. "In the new place it's much harder to settle," Sverdlov wrote on 22 March. "It was bad enough I didn't have a room to myself." The 2 Bolshevik roommates were friendly enough at first. "We're 2 of us sharing. My old friend, the Georgian, Dukashvili, is here with me. We met before in earlier exiles. He's a good fellow, but," even after barely 10 days together there was a big but, "he is too much of an individualist in everyday life." Individualist was a Marxist insult, because Bolsheviks were meant to submit the individual to the collective. Worse, the Tarasevs had a noisy brood of children. "Our room adjoins the host's," complained Sverdlov in a letter. "We've no separate entrance. The children hang around the whole day, disturbing us." But Sverdlov was also infuriated by the silent Tungus tribesmen who visited the exiles. Dressed from head to foot in reindeer furs, the Tunguses would become part of Stalin's life. They were tough, nomadic fishermen and herdsmen with oriental features who lived in harmony with their reindeer, believing in a mixture of primitive orthodoxy and ancient spiritualism interpreted by shamans. Indeed, shaman is a Tungus word. The Tunguses sat down and kept silent for half an hour before standing up and saying, "Goodbye, we've got to go." "They come in the evening, the best time for studying," sighed Sverdlov. But Stalin befriended these men, as laconic as himself. The tension was not just about children and housework. The touchy, vindictive Stalin brooded about the money sent to Sverdlov and not to himself, as an escape fund. Days after his arrival, he had received neither the 100 rubles promised by Malinovsky nor the fees and the books from Zinoviev. Was Zinoviev disrespecting him? Was Sverdlov double-crossing him? The Georgian and the Jew, the lost fulcrum of the Bolshevik party in the Russian Empire, captive in their 8-shack village many time zones from Europe, soon started to aggravate each other. On one side of their tiny dark room, Sverdlov scribbled about his roommate's egotism, while on the other, Stalin, at his nitpicking, seething worst, wrote to Malinovsky demanding that he sort out what had happened to the 100 rubles. 5 months ago I received an invitation from a comrade in Petersburg to go there and to find the money for the trip. I answered 4 months ago, but got no answer. Can you explain this misunderstanding to me? Then, 3 months ago, I got a postcard from Kostya, Malinovsky himself, offering to sell the horse for 100 rubles. I didn't understand it and haven't received the 100 rubles. Well then, Comrade Andrei, Sverdlov's alias, got this sum, but I suppose it's only for him. I've got no letters from Kostya ever since. I've received nothing from my sister Nadia Krupskaya for 4 months. Stalin concluded that they had chosen another man to spring, Sverdlov. "Am I right, brother? I ask, dear friend, for a direct, precise answer, because I like clarity, just as I hope you like clarity." No two men liked clarity less than Stalin and Malinovsky, expert conspirators and dissimulators. But while the former stewed in distant frustration, the latter's entire world was falling apart. There was a good reason Malinovsky had neither sold the horse nor answered Stalin's letters. Stalin's dear friend Roman was now an hysterical alcoholic double agent swigging vodka out of a teapot and on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Finally, a new interior minister and police director sacked Malinovsky, who resigned from the Duma on 8 May 1914. The Malinovsky case exploded very publicly in the faces of the government and police. Malinovsky's strongest defenders in the party had been Lenin and Stalin. Lenin must have known, Malinovsky said later, but he was wrong. Lenin would not believe the truth. But he weighed up the kudos won by Malinovsky in the Duma and his help in defeating, or removing by arrest, the conciliators, including Stalin, to conclude that, if he is a provocateur, the secret police gained less from it than our party did. Like the Azef case, the revelations about Malinovsky, aired in the Duma, shook the political establishment and helped to undermine the credibility and competence not just of the Okhrana but also of the Duma, the Emperor, and the state itself. One of Malinovsky's first accusers was Elena Rozmirovich Troyanovskaya, Stalin's hostess in Vienna, who had become secretary to the Bolshevik Duma deputies. Yet the traitor dismissed this as the sour grapes of his ex-mistress. When Malinovsky was captured by the Germans during the war, Lenin sent him clothes, but after the revolution, faced with the evidence, he changed his view. What a swine! Shooting's too good for him. Malinovsky was tried in November 1918, prosecuted, ironically, by Elena Rozmirovich's husband, Nikolai Krylenko, at a tribunal chaired by Elena herself. Malinovsky was shot. Stalin, paranoia personified, did not suspect the greatest traitor of his political career. The Malinovsky case played its role in making him and his comrades obsessively paranoid. Malinovsky entered the Bolshevik consciousness. Like Banquo's ghost, he haunted Soviet history. Henceforth, in the Bolshevik world of conspiratsia, nothing was too outlandish. If Malinovsky could be a traitor, why not the Soviet marshals? Why not the entire general staff? Why not Zinoviev, Kamenev, Bukharin, and most of the Central Committee, all shot as spies during the 1930s on Stalin's orders? On the Arctic Circle, Stalin tormented himself and his roommate about the missing 100 rubles. "There's a comrade in Kuraika," reflected Sverdlov. "We know each other very well, but the saddest thing is that in exile a person appears bare, revealed in all his little idiosyncrasies. The worst thing is that these little things dominate a relationship. There's little chance to show one's better side." As the winter thawed, the Okhrana again warned on 27 April 1914 that the Bolsheviks were going to organize the escapes of well-known party men Sverdlov and Dukashvili. Stalin and Sverdlov frequently borrowed Fyodor Tarazaev's boat, but now the gendarmes banned river expeditions. In May, when the steamboats again plied the Yenisei, Kuraika's tedium changed from an agony of cold to a plague of mosquitoes. "Soon Stalin stopped talking to me," wrote Sverdlov, "and let me know that I had to leave him alone and live separately." Both moved out, Stalin temporarily finding refuge in Philip Saltykov's izba. Moving out did not end Stalin's Arctic sulk. "You know what nasty conditions I have in Kuraika," Sverdlov told his wife, Clavidia, who was in exile nearby. "The companion appears to have such a sense of his own personality that we don't talk and meet one another." Sverdlov's letters capture the stress, depression, and bland menu of this aimless existence. "I eat fish. My landlady makes me pies. I have sturgeon, white salmon with battered potatoes and caviar, salted sturgeon, Sometimes I eat them raw. I feel too energyless even to add vinegar. I've ended all regular life. I eat irregularly. I study nothing. I go to sleep at odd times. Sometimes I walk for the whole night. Sometimes I sleep at 10 a.m. Stalin must have lived the same way. He never lost the nocturnal hours of Siberia. In this 8-hut universe, the entire population must have been aware of this schism. We just couldn't harmonize our characters, regretted Sverdlov. But there was probably another big but unspeakable reason for their fallout: a girl. No sooner had Stalin and Sverdlov settled with the Tarazaevs than the Georgian must have noticed the youngest girl among the Pereprigin orphans. There were 5 brothers and 2 sisters, Natalia and Lydia. We know no details of how this developed, but sometime in early 1914, Stalin, now 34, embarked on an affair with Lydia, aged 13. We catch a glimpse of Stalin and Lydia together, staggering from drinking bout to drinking bout, because we have her memoirs of their boozy carousals. In his spare time, Stalin liked to go to evening dances. He could be very jolly, too. He loved to sing and dance. He especially liked the song, "I'm guarding the gold, I'm burying the gold, burying the gold. Guess where, pure damsel with your golden hair." He often joined birthday dinners. The memoirs of Stalin's 13-year-old mistress were recorded 20 years later at the height of his dictatorship, while she remained a Siberian housewife. The official who recorded her reminiscences would not have dared record the seduction, but the memoirs are still tactless. He often liked to drop in on some people, says Lydia, meaning herself, and he also drank. Was this how he seduced her, or she him? Girls in places like Koraika matured early, and Lydia does not sound like a shrinking violet. Sverdlov may have disapproved of Stalin's seduction of the 13-year-old, the latest in a line of adolescent girls romanced by the 30-something Georgian, and Stalin may well have thrown him out in order to enjoy more privacy with his little mistress, but this was far from the end of the scandal. The 2 Bolsheviks, now ignoring each other, were carefully watched by their own gendarme inspectors, Lalatin and Popov, whose sole job was to ensure that they did not escape. In cases of such close proximity, the policemen either became the companions, if not personal servants of the exiles, or their mortal foes. The red-bearded, red-tempered Ivan Lalatin soon became Stalin's enemy. Once Stalin was going out hunting with his rifle when he was challenged by the gendarme. He was allowed to handle hunting rifles with permission, but he refused to surrender his gun to the policeman. In the ensuing fracas, Gendarme Lalatin swooped on Yosef Vissarionovich and tried to disarm him. A fight started. The gendarme drew his sabre and managed to cut Stalin on the hand. Stalin reported Lalatin to Captain Kibirov. By early summer, no matter how furtive the creeping around the 8 huts, almost everyone must have known about Stalin's little mistress. The sabre-rattling gendarme surely saw his chance to nail the insolent Georgian. One day, recalls Fyodor Tarazaev, the only villager who dared record the story, Stalin was staying at home working and not leaving the house. The gendarme found this suspicious and decided to check up on him. Without knocking on the door, he burst into the room. Tarazaev prudently claims that Stalin was just working, yet the inspector found this oddly suspicious, and Stalin was furious at being interrupted. The memoirs unanimously emphasize his calmness during searches, so was there something unusual about this one? After all, the policeman deliberately surprised him without knocking. It sounds very much as if the policeman caught Stalin and Lydia in flagrante delicto. Stalin attacked him. The policeman again drew his sabre. In the ensuing fight, Stalin was wounded in the neck by the sabre, which so inflamed his anger that he kicked out the rogue. "We witnessed this scene," says Tarazaev. "The gendarme was running away towards the Yenisei River, cravenly waving his sabre in front of him, while Comrade Stalin was pursuing him in a state of high excitement and fury, with his fists clenched." If it was a secret, it was out. Even though local law discouraged affairs with exiles, the local girls were bound to be attracted to these worldly, educated revolutionaries in their midst. This statutory rape was not rape by force, but an old-fashioned seduction, because, according to the later investigation by KGB chairman Ivan Serov, J.V. Stalin started living together with her. Presumably, she was sharing his room, which is how the policeman had caught them together. In his report to Nikita Khrushchev and the Politburo in 1956, which remained secret until the 21st century, General Serov implied that the living together was almost as shocking as the seduction. For decades there were rumours of Stalin's rape or seduction of a girl in Turakansk and his fathering a child. This first appeared in Esat Bey's biography of 1931. Svetlana Alyuleva says her aunts told her Stalin had a son in exile. The stories were repeated in biographies and sensational newspaper articles, but seemed outlandish, presumably just anti-Stalin myths. But it is confirmed by the KGB in General Serov's 18 July 1956 memorandum to First Secretary Khrushchev and the Politburo. Serov, a brutal Stalinist secret policeman, had the sense to separate himself from Beria and attach himself to Khrushchev. After Stalin's death, he assisted Khrushchev in the arrest and execution of Beria, becoming the first chairman of the KGB, the new version of the secret police. His memo was read in secrecy at a Politburo meeting and signed by all Stalin's old henchmen before being consigned to the top-secret special file. Stalin moved into the Pereprigin Izba. There were 2 rooms and a shed for cattle in winter. The 7 siblings were crammed into one fuggy, cow-dungy room. Stalin rented the filthy second chamber that could only be reached through the cowshed and family room. It contained just a table covered in newspapers, wooden trestle bed, and tangle of fishing and hunting nets, tackle and hooks, all made by Stalin himself. Everything was covered in soot from the black tin chimney in the middle of the room. The glass in the windows was broken, so Stalin sealed the cracks with old newspapers or boarded them up. The only light in this Arctic twilight, where night often lasted throughout the day, was a lamp, but he often lacked kerosene. The lavatory was an outhouse. The Pereprigins were dirt poor, one day eating shi, cabbage broth, the next day the Holy Spirit, nothing, but they owned 1 cow. At night, Lydia would creep into his room, recounts Stalin's first biographer, Esat Bey, who must have talked to fellow exiles. Certainly she was not shy about recalling what underwear he favoured. He wore white underwear and a sailor-striped vest, she confided to her interviewer in 1952, when Stalin was almost worshipped as a demigod. The brothers were not happy about the seduction. There are hints of their disapproval. Stalin got his food and bread from his old landlady, not from the Pereprigins, though Lydia claimed that this was because the girls were too young to cook. Yet as orphans the girls had cooked for their brothers from an early age. More likely, Soso and his moll were banned from family meals. The affair might have remained tolerable, but there was worse to come. Lydia fell pregnant with Stalin's child. The Pereprigin brothers were angry, even though the exact law of consent was hardly enforced in distant communities in the Arctic Circle, where girls married and had children in their early teens. According to General Serov, Gendarme Lalatin, despite having fled from the irate Stalin, threatened to instigate criminal proceedings for living together with an underage girl. J.V. Stalin promised the gendarme to marry Pereprigina when she came of age. So once again Stalin became engaged, and the family, whether gratefully or begrudgingly, accepted the relationship. 14 was technically the age of consent in the Russian and European regions of the Tsarist Empire, but this was Siberia. Besides, there was no precise legal concept of statutory rape in Tsarist law. For the police, it was as much a crime against female honour as a violation of her father's chattels. The seducer's agreement to marry, and then the exchange of marriage vows, were seen as rectifying an untoward situation. In return, Stalin shared his fish with them as one of the family. Indeed, he treated Lydia almost as his young wife. When his friend, the elderly Elizaveta Taraseva, visited, Stalin commanded, "Lydia, Lydia, babushka's come to tea. Feed her well." The policeman's interference was the final straw. Stalin complained to Captain Kibirov, who favoured his fellow Caucasian. Stalin had a village of witnesses to the hapless gendarme drawing his sword on an exile and the ignominious chase along the river-bank. Yet it took considerable chutzpah for Stalin to complain about the policeman when he had impregnated an underaged girl. As so often with Stalin's self-righteous indignation, it worked. That summer of 1914, around June, Kibirov agreed to replace Lalatin, telling his deputy, "All right, let's send Matsliakov to Karaika. Since Dukashvili is so keen to replace his inspector, let's get him out of harm's way." In a reversal of roles, gendarme Lalatin was afraid of his prisoner, and with good reason. His replacement, Mikhail Matsliakov, now arrived. Stalin immediately assumed the role of quasi-aristocratic master, while the gendarme became a cross between valet, batman, and bodyguard for the rest of his sentence. Stalin kept studying the nationalities issue, and English and German. "Dear friend," a rather more cheerful Stalin wrote to Zinoviev on 20 May, "my warmest greetings to you. I'm waiting for the books. I also ask you to send me some English journals. An old or new issue doesn't matter. It's for reading, since there's nothing in English here, and I'm afraid I'm losing all my acquired English skills without any practice." Soso's engagement to Lydia, indeed the relationship itself, was a transitory amusement to be abandoned by the wayside of his revolutionary mission. The pregnancy was presumably an irritant, yet the locals claim that Lydia was in love with Stalin. It was not her last pregnancy by him. In late summer, Sverdlov left Koreika and moved to Selevanika, while Søren Spandarian, Stalin's best friend, arrived in nearby Monastrisko. In late August 1914, Stalin took the boat downriver for a reunion with Spandarian, just as the Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the Habsburg throne, was assassinated in Sarajevo, a shot that sent Russia and the great powers lurching into the Great War. The bourgeois vampires of the belligerent countries plunged the world into a bloody shambles, wrote Stalin. Wholesale slaughter, ruin, starvation, and savagery, so that a handful of crowned and uncrowned robbers may pillage foreign lands and rake in untold millions. As the lights went out all over Europe, Stalin found himself irrelevant, forgotten, frustrated, and engaged against his will to a pregnant adolescent peasant girl at the centre of nothing, except an Arctic sex scandal. 1914 was not his finest hour. As the great powers fought, the snows obscured the sun and the news from the outside world. Stalin disappeared into the Siberian winter. 35. The Hunter. Now the only exile in icebound, twilighty Koraika, Stalin started to live closely with aboriginal Tunguses and Ostiaks. There was little to do, but survival was a struggle. Tundra wolves howled at the edge of the village. When Stalin visited the outhouse lavatory, he fired a rifle to keep the wolves at bay. When he travelled, the sleigh dashed along under the interminable howls of wolves. The wolf packs of Koraika entered Stalin's consciousness, the enemies always circling his Siberian hut. He sketched them on documents during meetings, especially towards the end of his life, as he orchestrated a last terror campaign, the Doctor's Plot. In his last exile he told visitors, "The peasants used to shoot mad wolves." Yet somehow it suited Stalin. He began to enjoy Koraika. Strangely, it became one of the happiest times in his morose life. His favourite companions were a little dog called Stepan Timofeyevich, or Tishka for short, which the locals gave him as a present, a Tungus fisherman named Martin Peterin, and his police inspector Matsliakov. Lydia's pregnancy was increasingly visible. Siberia became more bearable because Stalin now began to receive regular money orders. During 1915-16, he received 10, worth more than 100 rubles in all, so he could buy food and clothes and pay bribes where necessary. The payments have attracted suspicion, but they are much too meagre for the wages of an Okhrana agent. They included some of his CC salary, and, as we have seen, Sverdlov received far more. Yet during the Great Terror in 1938, Stalin's secret police chief, poison dwarf Nikolai Yezhov, who had become his closest henchman and was presiding over the slaughter of over 1 million innocent people, began to realize that he was dispensable. Yezhov, sinking into alcoholism and sexual debauchery under the terrible strain of killing and torturing, gathered materials to use as security or blackmail against his master and the rival magnates Beria, Georgy Malenkov and Khrushchev. He procured Stalin's 10 money orders and kept them in his personal safe, but there is no smoking gun here. 3 of them were money from Gori, probably from his mother or Ignatashvili, the other 7 from Moscow and Petersburg, adding up to 100 rubles, delivered 10 rubles here, 10 rubles there, though 2 were a more considerable 25 rubles each. They did not save Yezhov, who was dismissed in late 1938 and shot in 1940. Interestingly, Stalin did not deign to destroy the money orders, just filing them in Yezhov's papers, where they were found by Professor Arch Getty, who has generously shared them with me. For the full story of the rise and fall of Yezhov, see Stalin, The Court of the Red Tsar. He became the solitary hunter, a role that suited his self-image as a man on a sacred mission, riding out into the snows with a rifle for company, but no attachments except his faith, lacking all bourgeois sentimentality, but always displaying Arctic stoicism, even when beset by tragedy. For the rest of his life he regaled Alyulaevs or Politburo grandees with tales of his Siberian adventures. Even when he ruled Russia, he was still that solitary hunter. Ossip, or pock-marked Oscar, as they called him, venturing out alone in a head-to-foot reindeer fur outfit, became a skilled hunter and close companion of the tribesmen. Lalatin did not permit him to own a rifle, so one local remembers, "We took the rifle to the woods and left it on a pre-agreed tree so he'd find it. He shot Arctic foxes, partridges, and ducks on long expeditions." The villagers began to respect pock-marked Oscar with his pipe and books. The locals liked him, says Metzliakov. They visited him and sat all night with him. He visited them, too, and attended their merry parties. They brought him fish and venison, which he purchased. He appreciated their laconic tranquillity and was amused by their respect for shamans and by their persistent belief, despite nominal orthodoxy, in the masters and spirits who inhabited the spaces of Siberia. Above all, he studied and copied their fishing and hunting techniques. Fish and reindeer were their staples. The reindeer, who are able to live on blankets of lichen, were treated with sacred respect by the tribesmen, providing transport, pulling sleighs, clothing, furs, investment, the wealthiest chiefs owned herds of 10,000, and food, boiled reindeer meat, all in one. Peterin, probably an Ostiak Creole, taught his friend the art of Yenisei fishing. Stalin made his own fishing line and dug his own personal ice hole, remembers Metzliakov, whose memoir, recorded in 1936, is the best account of his life in Koraika. According to Stalin's own somewhat Gothic account, he learned to fish with such dexterity at his ice hole that the Ostiak whispered awestruck, "Thou ist possessed by the word." Stalin enjoyed the fish diet. There were lots of fish, but salt was as precious as gold, so they just threw the fish into their outhouse, where in the -20-degree freeze they piled up like frozen pieces of wood. Then we'd break flakes off and let them melt in our mouths. He started to catch huge sturgeons. Once, he recounted, a tempest caught me on the river. It seemed I was done for, but I made it to the bank. Another time he was coming home with Ostiak friends with a good catch of sturgeon and sea salmon when he got separated from the others. A purga, the blinding blizzard of the tundra, blew up suddenly, Koraika was far away, but he could not abandon his fish, sustenance for weeks, so he trudged on until he saw figures ahead. He called after them, but they disappeared. They were his companions, but seeing him embroidered from beard to feet in white ice, they believed him a demon spirit and fled. When he finally reached a hut and burst in, the Ostiaks cried out, "Is that you, Ossip?" "Of course it's me, and I'm not a wood spirit," he retorted, before falling into a deep sleep for 18 hours. He was not imagining that he was in danger. The tribesmen were accustomed to losing men on their fishing expeditions. I remember in spring at high water 30 men went out fishing, and in the evening when we came back 1 was missing, Stalin recounted. They casually explained that their companion had remained out there. Stalin was puzzled until one said that he drowned. Their nonchalance perplexed Stalin, but they explained, "Why should we have pity for men? We can always make more of them. But a horse, try to make a horse." Stalin used this in a 1935 speech to illustrate the value of human life, but actually it must have been another experience that taught him its cheapness. "I went on a hunt one winter," Stalin told his magnates Khrushchev and Beria at one of his dinners after the Second World War, "took my gun and crossed the Yenisei on skis for about 12 versts and saw some partridges on a tree. I had 12 rounds and there were 24 partridges. I killed 12 and the rest just sat there, so I thought I'd go back for 12 more rounds. When I came back they were still sitting there." "Still sitting there?" prompted Khrushchev. Beria urged Stalin to continue. "That's right," boasted Stalin. "So I killed the remaining 12, tied them to my belt, and dragged them home with me." By the time he told this to his son-in-law, Zyuri Zadnov, he boasted he had shot 30 birds. The temperature was -40 degrees, and another wild storm forced him to abandon partridges and gun and even hope. But luckily the women, possibly Lydia, found him swooning in a snowdrift and rescued him, and he slept for 36 hours. Just before telling his henchmen this story, the aging Stalin had suffered a similar accident to that of U.S. Vice President Dick Cheney in 2006. While showing off his shooting skills, he had misfired, closely missing Politburo grandee Anastas Mikoyan and peppering 2 of his guards. Already beginning to hate and scorn the ailing dictator in the post-war years, Beria and Khrushchev had heard this story of Stalin's exploit repeatedly. They did not believe it. "After dinner," writes Khrushchev, "we were spitting with scorn in the bathroom. So Stalin claimed to have skied 12 versts in winter, shot 12 partridges, skied back 12 versts, and returned another 12 versts, shot another 12 partridges, and skied another 12 versts home, 48 versts on skis. 48 versts equals 32 miles. "Listen," exclaimed Beria, "how can a man from the Caucasus, who never had the chance to ski, travel a distance like that? He's lying." Khrushchev agreed. Of course he was lying. I'd seen with my own eyes that Stalin couldn't shoot at all. In fact, in the 1920s and early 1930s, Stalin enjoyed hunting on holiday, though he regarded it as a waste of time. Stalin amassed a little medicine cabinet and became the closest thing Koraika had to a doctor. JV helped people with medicine, dressed wounds with iodine and gave drugs. He taught the tribesmen to wash, says Metzliakov, and I remember how he washed one of them with soap. He suffered from rheumatism, which he eased in the bathhouse, but the pain remained into old age when he used to perch on the Kremlin's heaters during long meetings. He was good at playing with the Tungu's children, singing and romping with them, sometimes telling them about his own unhappy childhood. Little Dasha Taraseeva used to ride on his back, pulling his thick dark hair and crying, "Neigh like a horse, uncle." When Fyodor Taraseev's cow sickened with colic, Stalin impressed him with the skills he had learned as a boy in Georgia. He slaughtered the cow and carved the meat like a real master. Stalin still enjoyed partying. At the Taraseev's place, the young gathered in a circle for a party. Stalin danced in the middle, beating time. Then he started singing. Recalls a visitor to Koraika, Daria Ponomareva. "I'm burying the gold, burying the gold," always that favourite song. He was expert in dancing, says Anfisa Tarasaeva, and taught the young. Sometimes the Georgian from the lush, mountainous Caucasus peered out at the tiger. In this damned land, nature is abominably barren. The river in summer, snow in winter, that's all that nature provides here, he wrote poignantly to Olga Alyulyeva on 25 November 1915, and I'm driven mad with longing for scenes of nature. He also spent much time alone, writing at night. My dog, Tishka, was my companion, Stalin reminisced. In winter nights, if I had kerosene and could read and write, he'd come in, press close to my legs, and whimper as if he was talking to me. I leaned down, patting his head, saying, "Are you frozen, Tishka? Warm yourself up." He joked that he liked to discuss international politics with the dog, Stepan Timofeyevich, clearly the world's first canine pundit. For Stalin, pets had advantages over people. They provided selfless affection and passionate admiration, yet never betrayed their masters, nor became pregnant by them, and yet they could be abandoned without guilt. The inactivity, isolation from the political game, and lack of reading materials sometimes depressed him bitterly, especially when he brooded about Lenin and Zinoviev. Had they forgotten him? Where was his latest article, and why had he not been paid? In the winter of 1915, he sarcastically asked them, "How am I? What am I doing? I'm not all right. I'm doing almost nothing. And what can I do with a complete lack of serious books? In all my exiles, I've never had such a miserable life as here." Even this fanatical Marxist, convinced that the progress of history would bring about revolution and dictatorship of the proletariat, must have sometimes doubted if he would ever return. Even Lenin doubted the revolution, asking Krupskaya, "Will we ever live to see it?" Yet Stalin never seems to have lost faith. The Russian Revolution is as inevitable as the rising of the sun, he had written back in 1905, and he had not changed his view. Can you prevent the sun from rising? When he could get his hands on newspapers, the future Supreme Commander-in-Chief eagerly discussed the ulcers of war with Metsliakov. During the Second World War, he sometimes quoted examples from the battles of the First that he had followed in Karaika. After the debacle of the 1942 Kharkov offensive, Stalin gave Khrushchev a dressing down. During the First World War, he said, when one of the armies was encircled in East Prussia, the commander of the neighbouring army fled to the rear. He was put on trial and hanged. As the Tsar tottered from one bungled defeat to another, Stalin must have anticipated that this war would, like that of 1904, finally bring revolution. Perhaps he was not just misleading the Okhrana when he told Petrovsky in Petersburg, "Someone spread a rumour that I wouldn't be staying for my whole sentence. What nonsense! I swear, and I'll be damned if I don't keep my word, that this won't happen. I'll remain in exile until my sentence ends in 1917. At times I've considered escaping, but now I've finally rejected the idea." One senses his weariness. If Lenin and Zinoviev would not help him, then he would not help them. Somewhere around December 1914, Lydia gave birth to a baby. 36. The Robinson Crusoe of Siberia. The child died soon afterwards. Stalin made no comment about this, but he was definitely in Karaika at the time, and the whole settlement must have been aware of it. Whether or not Lydia's brothers forgave their libidinous tenant, the relationship with Lydia continued. Stalin's new policeman, Metsliakov, made his life much more pleasant. He did not spy on his charge, follow him, or search him, and he allowed him to meet friends, go on long hunting expeditions, and even disappear for weeks on end. In the summer we went by boat, pulled by dogs, and on return we rowed back. In winter we went on horseback, and the fur-clad, pipe-puffing Stalin would dispatch the half-policeman, half-valet Metsliakov to collect his mail. Almost 20 years later, Stalin was still grateful to Metsliakov and probably saved his life. In 1930, Metsliakov was accused of being a kulak, one of the richer peasants, whom Stalin was determined to liquidate in his brutal war on the peasantry. He appealed to Stalin, I think you won't have forgotten how I was." Stalin responded, "I knew Mikhail Matslyakov at the time of my exile in the village of Kuraika, where he was my guard, 1914-16. He only had one order, to look after me, the only exile in Kuraika at the time. It is clear I could not have friendly relations with Matslyakov, but I have to testify that even if our relations were not friendly, they were not hostile as usual between guard and exile. It seems to me this can be explained by Matsliakov's lip service to his duties without the usual police zeal. He didn't spy on me, didn't persecute me, colluded in my long absences, and often criticized his officers for his tedious orders. So, in 1914-16, Matslyakov distinguished himself from other policemen. It is my duty to testify this before you." In February 1915, during the months when it was always dark, with no distinction between day and night, he was visited by Spandarian and his mistress, Vera Schweitzer. They had driven 125 miles up the frozen Yenisei on sledges, propelled by dog power, harassed by wolves. At last they had seen the tiny settlement from afar, and Soso's snow-covered izba, whence he emerged smiling to greet them. Most of the inhabitants and the gendarme welcomed them too. "We stayed at Yosef Vissarionovich's place for 2 days. Vera noticed that Soso, suffering from arthritis, was wearing a jacket, but he had only one of his arms through the sleeve. Later I realized he likes to dress in such a way so as to keep his right arm free." Stalin, who was delighted to see them, went out to the river and proudly returned with an enormous 3-pud sturgeon over his shoulder. "There are no small fish in my ice-hole." Spandarian and Schweitzer came to discuss the trial in Petersburg of 5 Bolshevik Duma deputies and Pravda editor Kamenev. Lenin had declared that he wished the Germans to defeat Russia, thereby accelerating the revolution and a European civil war. The Mensheviks supported Russia's patriotic war, provided it was defensist. In November 1914, Kamenev and the deputies were arrested for treason. During his trial, Kamenev refused to follow Lenin's unpatriotic defeatism, but was still found guilty and exiled to Siberia. Stalin and Spandarian were disgusted by Kamenev's behaviour. "That man's not trustworthy," declared Stalin. "He could betray the revolution." Whereupon, wrapped in tarpaulins, dressed head to foot in reindeer furs, and guided by Tungus tribesmen, Spandarian and Vera took Stalin back with them to Monastrisko, the northern lights gorgeously illuminating the tundra. "Suddenly Stalin started singing," writes Schweitzer. "Søren joined in, and it was so lovely to hear well-known melodies carrying me away as the sleigh rushed for 2 days across the ice in that endless twilight." Spandarian and Stalin wrote to Lenin. Stalin, the Bolshevik hunter, no longer whining about owed money and unsent books, struck the very pose of militant virility that would be the Bolshevik style in power. "My greetings to you, dear Vladimir Ilyich, the very warmest greetings. Greetings to Zinoviev, greetings to Nadezhda. How are things? How is your health? I live as before. I munch my bread, and am getting through half my sentence. Boring, but what can you do? And how are things with you? You must be having a jollier time. I've read a little article by Plekhanov in Recht. What an incorrigible blabbing old woman, eh? And the liquidators with their Duma deputy agents. There's no one to give them a beating, the devil knows. Surely they won't remain unpunished. Cheer us up and inform us there'll soon be an organ to give them a right good punching straight in their gobs." Lenin remembered his fiery Kolchian in exile. "Koba is well," he informed his comrades. Then a few months later he asked, "Big request, find out last name of Koba. Yosef have forgotten. It's important." When Stalin's exeat was over, he returned to Kuraika for the rest of the long winter. The ice thawed on the Yenisei. In May 1915, the steamboats brought interesting companions upriver from Krasnoyarsk. Kamenev arrived in Monastirskaya with the Duma deputies. Sverdlov and Spandarian were nearby. During July 1915, Stalin was summoned to a meeting at the house shared by Kamenev and Petrovsky in Monastirskaya. The Bolsheviks enjoyed an idyllic summer reunion. They even took group photographs. Stalin poses with his trademark black fedora at a rakish angle in his usual position at the centre in the back, flanked by Spandarian and Kamenev. Sverdlov also stands in the back row, while at the front, sitting on the floor, is Sverdlov's little son, Andrei, who later became one of Stalin's top NKVD investigators and torturers. But for the Bolsheviks, even the picnics were political, involving denunciations and trials. Stalin and Spandarian supported Lenin and decided to put Kamenev on trial in Monastirskaya. Kamenev gave Stalin The Prince by Machiavelli, perhaps an unwise gift for someone who was already Machiavellian enough. At a boozy dinner, Kamenev asked everyone round the table to declare their greatest pleasure in life. Some cited women, others earnestly replied that it was the progress of dialectical materialism towards the workers' paradise. Then Stalin answered, "My greatest pleasure is to choose one's victim, prepare one's plans minutely, slake an implacable vengeance, and then go to bed. There's nothing sweeter in the world." Stalin was to repeat this philosophy in the early 1920s. Kamenev called it Stalin's theory of sweet revenge after his defeat by the dictator in the mid-1920s. But he did not take it or Stalin seriously until it was too late. At Kamenev's trial, Stalin had the casting vote. Slippery as ever and always building new alliances, he attacked Kamenev and then departed for Karaika before the final vote, thus saving the victim. Kamenev patronized the cruder Georgian, while Stalin found him congenial but disdained him as a man and politician. "I saw Gradov, Kamenev, and company in the summer," he wrote to Zinoviev. "They all rather resemble wet hens. So these are our hawks, are they?" Stalin returned to another long winter in Karaika. In early November, after the snows had descended, he got permission to see the doctor in Monastirskaya. Arriving in full furs on a 4-dog sleigh, he burst into Spandarian's house and kissed his friend on the cheeks, and Vera twice on the lips. "Oh, Koba!" she exclaimed, delighted to see him. "Oh, Koba!" Spandarian, consumptive and suffering from nervous tension, was sometimes so frantic that a gnat bite would drive him to tear his clothes to shreds. Surin was depressed, but Stalin was very cheerful, recalls a fellow exile, Boris Ivanov, and his arrival always reinvigorated him. Stalin collected a letter from Zinoviev, to which he replied sarcastically, "Dear friend, I finally got your letter. I thought you'd completely forgotten me, a slave of God, and yet it turned out you did not. And what can I do with a complete lack of serious books? I have lots of questions and subjects in my mind, but no source materials. I'm dying to write, but I have nothing to study. You ask about my finances, and why do you ask about that? You probably have some money. Aren't you thinking of sharing it with me? Go on, then. I swear it'll come just in time. Yours, Dukashvili." On arrival, Stalin helped embitter a local feud, the sort that he always relished, both as mean-spirited sport and political stimulant. The Bolshevik exiles in Monastirskaya, led by Spandarian, had found themselves so short of sugar and furs that winter that they robbed the local Ravelian trading shop of its precious goodies. When the police investigated, an exile named Petukov sneaked on the thieves. Isolated and paranoid in their Siberian time warp, exiles took sides with either the robbers or the informer. Spandarian wanted to punish Petukov and try him at another party trial. Sverdlov backed Petukov and wanted to try Spandarian for the robbery itself. But Sverdlov himself had become too close to the local police, giving officers German lessons. Spandarian and his allies accused Sverdlov of being a morally tainted Akrana spy. Sverdlov boycotted the party trial, at which Spandarian, Vera, and 5 others voted to condemn Petukov. Stalin, who had himself faced expulsion at similar sittings, grandly sat on the fence, abstaining from the vote for Petchikov's expulsion, explaining that they should expel both Petchikov and Sverdlov. The row became so heated that some of Sverdlov's group were beaten up. "Exile is the worst," wrote Sverdlov. "There's no trace of community or comradeship. Isolation and distance are infernal and murderous." Now Spandarian fell seriously ill, starting to cough blood. "We spent a long time in the village," says Stalin's police batman, Merzlyakov. "I had no idea who he was seeing. J.V. Stalin eventually returned to the police station himself to say that we could go back." In Koraika again, Stalin survived the winter of 1915-16 in his sooty room, chez Paraprigin, continuing his sexual relationship with Lydia. He was delighted to receive a parcel from Olga Alyulyeva in Petersburg that inspired a rare sentimentality. "I'm so grateful to you, deeply respected Olga, for your good and pure feeling towards me. I shall never forget your caring attitude to me. I look forward to the moment when I'm freed from exile and can come to Petersburg and personally thank you and Sergei for everything. I've only got 2 years left. I got the parcel. Thanks. I only ask one thing. Don't waste any more money on me. You yourselves need the money, but do send me postcards of scenes of nature." Anna and Nadia Alyulyeva, the latter now 14, also sent their exiled hero a new suit and hid a little note to him in the pocket. In March 1916, when it was possible to use the sledge on the Yenisei, Stalin headed back to see Spandarian in Monastirskaya, to send his letters, recalls Vera. "By the way," he complained to a comrade on 25 February, "tell me, please, what is going on with an article by K. Stalin on cultural national autonomy. Was it published or somehow lost? I've been trying to find out for more than a year and have found out nothing. What am I doing? Certainly I'm not wasting my time. Yours, Yosef." The article had been sent to Lenin via Alyulyaev, but somewhere it was lost forever. Stalin found Spandarian seriously ill with TB and heart failure. The Armenian petitioned to be moved from Turkhansk. Worried about Spandarian, Stalin also petitioned the authorities. After a few days, he sledged back to Koraika. That, says Vera Schweitzer, was the last time he met Søren Spandarian. Spandarian was allowed to move to Krasnoyarsk in August, but it was too late. Stalin inquired after his friend, but the letters went astray. During the summer, the Georgian lodger impregnated Lydia for the second time, and then typically made himself scarce. Local exiles, wrote one of them, Ivanov, got to know that Stalin had disappeared from Koraika. He escaped for some months. Where was he? Merzlyakov was not quite sure himself. He allowed J.V. to fish alone downstream on Polovinka Island in the Yenisei River for the whole summer. I just followed the rumours that he hadn't escaped yet. The policeman did wonder what Stalin could be doing on this remote island. It's an empty, uninhabited place, this Polovinka, just sand. Where was he fishing? There was nobody else there. But it turns out Stalin did spend time on the empty Polovinka. Only a few local hunters stayed on this remote island, which was rich in game. Stepanida Dubikova reveals that Osip spent much of the summer there. We helped him build a small hut for just one person out of birch branches. Stepanida and her family, who built their own birch hut, were the only others on Polovinka. Osip used to visit our hut, and I'd cook him his favourite grilled sterlet. Stalin spent weeks totally alone in this one-man hut, fishing for himself, content in the extreme solitude. But sometimes he was not on his island either. Stalin arrived to see us, reports Badaev, the Duma deputy, in Yeniseisk, and we met there. Despite the secrecy of his visit, all the exiles got to hear Comrade Stalin was here and dropped in to see us. He must have visited Kostino too, because on his way back he called in at Meriodika, where he partied with a Georgian exile, Nestor Rukadze, who played the accordion and balalaika. Stalin, in long coat, hat with ear flaps and red galoshes, joined the local youths who spent the evenings talking, singing and dancing. Metsliakov had not kept his captain Kibirov informed of Stalin's summer disappearance. The news spread, but Kibirov, whether bribed or charmed, the latest in a line of policemen to be suborned by Stalin, did nothing until his superiors heard that the Georgian exile had vanished, whereupon he arrested Fyodor Tarazaev. Tarazaev got 1.5 years in prison for aiding an escape by lending his boat. Stalin was not punished. Fyodor was apparently not the only person punished for Stalin's absence. This author received a letter from Mrs. Ava Purins of Downham Market, Norfolk, who writes that her great-grandmother, an exile named Jefinia Nogoronova, was imprisoned in Krasnoyarsk for helping to hide Stalin. If true, it must have been on this occasion. What was Stalin doing in the summer of 1916? Most likely his need to get out of Koraika was connected with Lydia's second pregnancy, hence Metsliakov's suspicious but tactful vagueness. The Paraprigin brothers may have been cross again. When Stalin returned in early autumn, he moved out of the Paraprigins into Alexei Tarazaev's house before returning to the Paraprigins again, where Lydia, now aged 15, was heavily pregnant. He seems to have caroused and visited friends on his local tour as far as Yeniseisk and Krasnoyarsk, but locals claim that he was devising a way to avoid marrying his pregnant teenage mistress. By 1916, the rot at the head of the empire had reached its outlying limbs. The Siberian police were loosening their grip. "We managed to escape all police officers and guards," said Badaev. The war was not going well. The emperor had left Petersburg, renamed Petrograd to sound less Germanic, and taken command of his armies. In Petrograd, his foolish, neurotic, and ham-handed empress, Alexandra, dominated the government. Prompted by Rasputin and a mediocre crew of mountebanks and war profiteers, she hired and fired her ever more corrupt and inept ministers. No one knew it, but 3 centuries of Romanov rule had only months to run. 37. Stalin's reindeer-propelled sleigh and a Siberian son. In October 1916, Stalin, a fanatical Marxist with a damaged arm, was conscripted with his fellow exiles. He had successfully dodged the draft for over a decade. The call-up of exiles shows the manpower shortage of the Romanov war machine, but both Stalin and local officials must have known that his arm would not pass the medical examination. Turukansk locals claim that Stalin persuaded Kibirov to put his name on the conscription list with a false certificate, a shenanigan he may have arranged on his long summer exeat. Had he volunteered in order to escape his marital obligations and last months of exile in Koraika? Police Chief Kibirov, recalls Vera Schweitzer, formed the first group of 9 exiles to be sent to Krasnoyarsk. Stalin did not hang around in Koraika. He quickly said goodbye, giving one lady who had looked after him the present of a signed photograph and 2 overcoats. Then, seen off like a real hero, he set out with Metsliakov for Monastirskaya. After he was gone in roughly April 1917, Lydia gave birth to a son whom she named Alexander. She did not inform the father for a long time, and Stalin never contacted her. But somehow he heard. He told the Alyulayev sisters that he had fathered a Siberian son during his last exile. He was utterly unfettered by paternal feelings or even sentimental curiosity. Stalin abandoned his son, but Turukansk somehow made him more of a Russian. Perhaps Siberia froze some of the Georgian exoticism out of him. He brought the self-reliance, vigilance, rigidity, and solitude of the Siberian hunter with him to the Kremlin. Generalissimo Stalin told the truth when, in 1947, he wrote to one of his Koraika fishing pals, "I have not forgotten you and my friends in Turukansk. Probably I'll never forget you." Molotov put it best. A little piece of Siberia remained lodged in Stalin for the rest of his life. Some of Stalin's Karaika fishing friends kept in contact. V.G. Solimin wrote to ask for help, reminiscing about a giant sturgeon he caught for Stalin and Sverdlov. Comrade Solimin answered Stalin on 5 March 1947, "I send you 6,000 rubles from my Supreme Soviet deputy's salary. This sum is not so big, but it'll be useful. J. Stalin." Molotov recalled how Stalin continued into old age to eat frozen nuggets of fish, just as he had in Turakansk. In 1934, a Stalin museum was founded in Stalin's love nest, the Perepragin Izba, which was expanded on his official 70th birthday in 1949 into a pillared pavilion with the hut preserved in a glass bell. A giant statue of Stalin was built. Upriver, Stalin developed the Norilsk nickel mining and smelting plant into a vast gulag prison city. In 1949, he ordered the creation of an Arctic railway and port, which he personally supervised. 200,000 prisoners worked in terrible conditions there, with many dying, though the railway of death was never completed. In 1961, during de-Stalinization, the museum was destroyed. The statue pushed through a hole in the ice. The Izba burned. The once deserted region is now dominated by a hydroelectric dam that powers Norilsk Nickel, which has become a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate controlled by one of Russia's new oligarchs. As for the fate of Stalin's Siberian mistress and son, see the epilogue. Around 12 December 1916, Kibirov put together the 2 groups of exiles, 20 in all, for the trip to Krasnoyarsk. Stalin, writes Sverdlov, was among the comrades. Sverdlov was barred from the glory of almost certain death on some forgotten field of the Eastern Front because he was a Jew, one of the few benefits of Romanov anti-Semitism. The others begged Stalin to make up with Sverdlov and shake hands. Stalin refused. The conscripts departed in a picturesque parade of bunting emblazoned sleighs pulled by reindeer. The exiles, waving mandolins and balalaikas, were given a Siberian sakun, which was a fur coat, reindeer bokhari, fur boots, and gloves and hats made of reindeer fur, remembers another passenger, Boris Ivanov. Only one person travelled in each sledge in a kind of linen cradle, but the policemen accompanied them as they galloped down the frozen Yenisei, passing through 25 little settlements, which were all ordered to provide beds, plump feather pillows, milk, meat, and fish. In some places we stayed for days. Stalin, taking command, decided that we had no reason to hurry. We were exhausted, but why should we hurry to be drafted, records a fellow traveller. There'll be plenty of time, he said, for the Germans to make mincemeat of us. The exiles sometimes had a party on 2 or 3 nights, with Stalin leading the singing. The policemen complained and telegraphed Kibirov, who threatened to send the Cossacks after us, but we telegraphed back, "We're ready for your Cossacks." Stalin took part in wording the telegram. He had managed to turn the trip into an almost 2-month reindeer-propelled debauch. Somewhere along the way, the carousing convicts celebrated the new year, 1917. Finally, around 9 February, the sleighs arrived in Krasnoyarsk. On their word of honour, the police let the exiles settle for a few days before reporting to the military command. Stalin moved into the apartment of Ivan Samoylov, a Bolshevik. Then he summoned Vera Schweitzer over from Ashinsk. She told him Spandarian was dead. Stalin reported to the medical examiner, who found him unfit for military service because of his arm. This was convenient but embarrassing for a future Supreme Commander-in-Chief, who, in his own eyes, was as much a soldier as a politician. When Anna Alyuleva revealed he was unfit in memoirs published just after the Second World War, Stalin never forgave her. On 16 February, he applied to the Yeniseisk governor to spend the last 4 months of his exile in nearby Ashinsk, a large village of 6,000 inhabitants, 2 churches and 1-story cottages, further west along the Trans-Siberian Railway, where Vera Schweitzer and Kamenev were living. On 21 February, he moved into Vera Schweitzer's Ashinsk apartment. just as, thousands of miles to the west, the Empress Alexandra started to lose control of Petrograd. On the 23rd, crowds rioted in the capital as Stalin settled into one of Ashinsk's cottages. He had no stuff, recalls his landlady's daughter, just wearing a black overcoat, grey astrakhan hat. He left the house after lunch and returned late at night. But he was often visited by a swarthy woman with a Greek nose and yellow jacket, and they spent much time together. He used to see her to the door, closing the doors himself. The woman was Vera Schweitzer, from whom he was inseparable during these 10 days. She was staying with him. The memoirs imply that they were living together, but we do not know if they were anything other than roommates, though Schweitzer always greeted him with kisses on the lips. "Oh, Koba! Oh, Koba!" On Sunday, 26 February, 50 people were killed in fighting between Petrograd crowds and Cossacks. Bloodshed emboldened the throng, and soldiers began to desert the Tsar. The next day, crowds stormed the arsenal, seizing 150,000 guns, burning down police headquarters, and lynching policemen. One was tossed from a 4th-story window before the mob, using sticks and rifle butts, smashed him into a bloody pulp. Ashinsk was oblivious. Kamenev and his wife, Olga, who was Trotsky's sister, held a salon. "I used to spend the evenings at the Kamenevs," reminisces Anatoly Baikalov, exiled son of a gold-mining tycoon. Dukashvili, or Osip as we called him, was a frequent guest at their home. Kamenev, a brilliant speaker and accomplished conversationalist, overshadowed the dull and dry Stalin, devoid of colour or witticisms. When he did say something, Kamenev dismissed it with brief, almost contemptuous remarks. The taciturn and morose Stalin just puffed on his pipe, while its poisonous smoke irritated Kamenev's pretty but vain and capricious wife, who coughed and implored Stalin to stop, but he never paid any attention to her. In Petrograd, the Tsar no longer reigned. On 1 March, in the Taurida Palace, a provisional government was formed under a new premier, Prince Georgy Lvov. In the same building, a Soviet of workers and soldiers elected an executive committee, chaired by the Georgian Menshevik Karlo Chekidze. These two parallel institutions took power. The emperor, isolated, ill-informed, depressed, belatedly tried to return to the capital. But as the imperial train was stranded at Pskov, he hemorrhaged the support of his generals. On 2 March, Nicholas II, declaring that he was firmly convinced he had been born for unhappiness and that he had brought unhappiness to Russia, abdicated in favour not of his haemophiliac son, Alexei, but of his brother, Grand Duke Michael, who succeeded as Michael II, but only technically. The new Justice Minister, Alexander Kerensky, telegraphed Ashinsk to order the release of the exiled Duma deputies. All is in the hands of the people. Prisons are empty, ministers arrested, empress guarded by our people. By that night, Ashinsk knew that the revolution had come at last, but everyone spoke in whispers. The day we received the telegram, it was market day, and I decided that the local peasants shouldn't leave the market unawares, so I ran to tell them there was no Tsar any more, recalls a Bolshevik librarian named Alexandra Poromantseva, who shared Stalin's house. On my way, I met Comrade Stalin, who looked at my excited face. "Where are you running?" he asked. "I'm running to the market to tell peasants about the revolution." Stalin approved of this, and she headed for the marketplace. On 3 March, Michael II abdicated when the government could not guarantee his safety. On the 14th, the Ashinsk mayor opened a town meeting at which Kamenev proposed to send a telegram acclaiming Grand Duke Michael for his civic decency. Kamenev would live to regret his un-Bolshevik instinct for thanking Romanovs. The next morning, Stalin, who was away in Krasnoyarsk that day, recalled in the 1920s, "I got to hear about it from Comrade Kamenev himself, who came to tell me that he had done a foolish thing." Kamenev denied signing it and accused Stalin of lying. Stalin telegraphed the Alyulaevs in Petrograd. He was on his way. He spent his last evening in Ashinsk with Schweitzer. On 7 March, Carriages took Kamenev, Schweitzer and Stalin to the station, whence they jubilantly departed. The trip took 4 days. At every station, the homecoming Bolsheviks competed with excited local orators to address crowds. Kamenev gave speeches. Stalin watched. He laughed at these speakers, later mimicking their over-enthusiastic naivety. "Holy Revolution, long awaited, dear Revolution has finally arrived." On the morning of 12 March 1917, Stalin, wearing the suit he had worn for that party in July 1913, and Valenki, long padded Russian boots, and carrying just a small wicker suitcase and a typewriter, arrived in Petrograd. Part 5. To Raphael Aristavi. When the laments of the toiling peasants had moved you to tears of pity, you groaned to the heavens, O bard, placed at the head of the people's heads. When the people's welfare had pleasantly exalted you, you made your strings sweetly sound, like a man sent forth by heaven. When you sang hymns to the motherland, that was your love. For her your harp brought forth a heart-enrapturing twang. Then, O bard, a Georgian would listen to you as to a heavenly monument, and for your labours and woes of the past has crowned you with the present. Your words have in his heart now put down roots. Reap, grey-haired saint, what you sowed in your youth. For a sickle, use the people's heartfelt cry in the air. Hooray for Raphael! May there be many sons like thee in the fatherland. Sosolo, Joseph Stalin. 38. 1917 Spring. Floundering leader. Soft, fluffy snow was falling, says Vera Schweitzer. As soon as we stepped off the train, we felt a gust of the political and revolutionary gale in the capital. Stalin, CC member, was back, his lifelong dreams come true. Yet there was no welcome party at the Nicholas station. Soso and Vera let the excitement carry them into the streets. Flowing together with the city crowd, we walked along Nevsky Prospect. Stalin no longer needed to fear arrest or search for an old acquaintance to rescue him as he strolled the boulevards. The shooting, rioting, and exhilaration of the February Revolution had completely changed the capital. It was now almost the freest city in Europe. Limousines, including requisitioned Grand Ducal Rolls-Royces and armoured cars, raced around the city, honking horns, filled with workers, barely dressed girls and soldiers, waving flags and brandishing guns. Presses poured out newspapers to represent every political view, while pamphlets of explicit pornography recounted the lubricious lesbian nymphomania of the fallen empress and her orgies with Rasputin. The hated police, the pharaohs, were gone. The double-headed eagles had been smashed, but the class struggle had not truly started. The swaggering armed workers of the great factories threatened a nervous bourgeois, the bourgeois, yet the theatres still played. Lermontov's Masquerade was on at the Alexandrinsky, and the smart restaurants were opening in the wake of the street fighting. There were meetings and speeches everywhere, remembered Molotov, the first experience of freedom in the full sense. There were so many meetings, day and night, on every street corner, that the ever-adaptable Russian language coined the verb minigovat, to make meetings, just as during another revolution in 1991, Russian created the word happening, a happening, to describe the bizarre events of the new freedom. Even the whores and thieves held meetings and elected Soviets. Everything was reversed. Soldiers had their caps on back to front and wore a fancy-dress shop of uniforms. Women borrowed military headgear and breeches. People felt suddenly unrestrained in this febrile carnival. Sexual acts, from kissing and fondling to full intercourse, writes Orlando Figes, were openly performed on the streets in the euphoria. Stalin and Vera headed directly to the centre of power. While chatting with us, Comrade Stalin, without realizing it, reached the Taurida Palace, where they bumped into Elena Stasova and Molotov. That night, Stalin, Molotov, Vera Schweitzer, Stasova, and the Russian Bureau discussed the situation. No one was sure about the next move. Russia was an empire, but what is she now? The political system they discovered functioning at the palace was, wrote Duma deputy Vasily Shulgin, neither a republic nor a monarchy, a state formation without a name. Prince Lvov, the decent premier, presided over a cabinet of conservatives and liberal cadets, constitutional Democrats. The Soviet, led by Chehidze and containing Mensheviks, Bolsheviks and SRs, was as powerful as the government. Kerensky alone straddled both Soviet and government. Only Kerensky knew how to dance upon the revolutionary quagmire. But actually he did not know how. So far no one did. When the Tsar abdicated, the big beasts of the SD jungle were abroad. Trotsky and Bukharin in New York, Lenin and Martov in Switzerland. The bewildered Bolsheviks in Petrograd were led by the junior Alexander Shiliapnikov, a worker aged 33, and the 27-year-old Molotov. On 26 February, Shiliapnikov declared, "There is no and will be no revolution," but once it developed, he and Molotov managed to relaunch Pravda. When Molotov joined the Soviet Executive Committee, he wrote, "I had to speak against Kerensky. Lenin was far away. We had to decide everything ourselves." There were fewer than 25,000 Bolsheviks in the whole of Russia, and only about 1,000 veteran activists. Days earlier, Lenin had confessed that the revolution might not happen in our lifetime. When they heard, Krupskaya wondered, "Perhaps it's another hoax." "It's staggering," exclaimed Lenin. "Such a surprise." He started to send instructions to Molotov and Shiliapnikov. The war must be stopped. The provisional government opposed. But now, at the meeting of the Bureau, Stalin, aged 38, and Kamenev, just 34, wished to take control and overrule. Lenin, temporarily willing to support the provisional government provided it fought a defensive war and established essential civic liberties. There was a row. The Bureau totally rejected Kamenev, demanding an explanation for his betrayals, and only agreed to co-opt Stalin in an advisory role in the light of certain personal features which are basic to him. His egotism, rudeness, and possibly his sexual adventures were notorious. When Anna Alyulyeva came home to the family apartment, now in the suburbs, reachable only by a small suburban train, she found some comrades talking there. Yenakidze had been an early arrival, but I looked at the hat stand and didn't recognize the black coat and long striped scarf on the table. "Who's here?" she asked. "Stalin's back," said one, "from exile, just arrived." She ran in to greet him. We were expecting him. He was pacing up and down. Anna was amazed how he had changed. The clothes were the same, the black suit and blue shirt, but his face had changed. Not only was he tired, thin, hollow-cheeked, but he seemed older. Only the eyes were the same, that mocking smile. "See, I found you," said Stalin. "I got the train, and I thought I'd never find you. How are you? How's Olga, Sergei, Pavel, Fedya? And where is Nadia?" Sergei managed a power station. Olga worked as a nurse. Pavel was at the front. Fyodor was studying, Nadia at a music lesson. "Are you hungry?" asked Anna, lighting the samovar just as their father got home. The men exchanged news in agitated voices. Then Nadia, black-eyed, intense and exuberant, appeared in coat and hat. "Yosef is here." The parents and children greeted and surrounded Stalin, who found himself the hero of a cosy Chekhovian family living in middle-class comfort, something he had never known. Everyone was laughing as Stalin mimicked the provincial orators speaking at stations on his return from exile. Anna and Nadia laid the table as he dashingly recounted his adventures in exile. He agreed to spend the night, bedding down in the dining-room beside Sergei. "What time do we get up in the morning? Tomorrow morning I've got to go to Pravda." "We wake up early," said Olga. "We'll wake you." Olga and her daughters retired next door, but they could not sleep, especially when Nadia started repeating So-So's stories about the speakers. "It was so funny, we burst out laughing," said Anna. "We tried to stop, but couldn't help ourselves, laughing louder and louder." "Shut up, you youngsters," called their father. "Leave them, Sergei," intervened Stalin. "They're young. Let them laugh." In the morning they caught the train for the city, telling Soso they were inspecting a new apartment on 10th Rozdestvensky Street. As he jumped off the tram, Stalin called, "That's good, but make sure you keep a room for me." Stalin staked his claim to leadership, not at the Taurida Palace, but at the Bolshevik headquarters, which now occupied the sin-drenched mansion of that Tsarist concubine, Mathilde Keshinskaya. She was the lissom Polish ballerina who became Nicholas II's first and only real mistress while he was heir to the throne. He had been in love with her, but when he fell for Alix of Hesse, who became Empress Alexandra, he continued to back Keshinskaya's rise to become the dominant prima ballerina of the Mariinsky. Afterwards, she entered an imperial ménage à trois with her two Romanov lovers, Grand Dukes Sergei and Andrei. Between the sheets with the Emperor and the Grand Dukes, and on stage in a stellar career built on imperial favour, Keshinskaya gathered a collection of diamonds and residences that culminated in her building of the mansion. Its modernist style boasted parquet floors, crystal chandeliers, huge mirrors. A white hall had marble consoles and sofas inlaid with ormolu. Its walls were covered in damask silk, its curtains were velvet. There was a small Louis XVI drawing-room with yellow silk walls, and the ballerina's bathroom, in white marble with walls of inlaid blue and silver mosaic and a sunken bath, resembled a Greek bathing pool. As a popular verse bawdily put it, she had, without sparing her legs, danced her way to a palace. The mansion is today the Museum of Modern Russian History. This den of luxury, spurs and diamonds, located opposite the Winter Palace, in Trotsky's words, was strategically vital, close to the Peter and Paul fortress as well as the Vyborg factories. In the ballerinas' boudoirs and ballrooms, Stalin reasserted himself, overturning the whippersnapper Molotov and the Russian bureau. On 15 March, Stalin and Kamenev assumed control of Pravda. Just a month after the February Revolution, Lenin had finally found a way to return to Russia. In the interim, he had entertained fantasies of taking a train pretending to be a deaf-and-dumb Swede or hitching a ride on a rickety biplane across Central Europe. "We must get home," he said, "but how?" Fortunately, the German High Command believed that the clinical insertion of Lenin and his revolutionary bacillus might infect Russia with the virus of pacifism, thereby knocking her out of the war. Lenin dominated the sealed train as he would Russia herself. He would have approved the smoking bans of our era and insisted on dictating the smoking rules and lavatorial visitation rights of the entire train. In preparation, the Bolshevik Karl Radek joked, for assuming the leadership of the revolutionary government. Smokers were allowed to light up only in the lavatory, whereas non-smokers were issued with special first-class lavatory passes that gave them priority access. On 3 April, they stopped at the Bilostrov station on the Finnish-Russian border in what Krupskaya grandly called those dear, wretched little third-class railroad cars. Stalin's friend, Ludmila Stahl, welcomed Krupskaya with a delegation of women. Kamenev blithely climbed aboard to greet Lenin, but got a shock. "What the hell have you been writing?" barked Lenin. "We've read a few issues of Pravda, and we cursed you roundly." The train steamed into Petrograd's Finland station. Stalin boarded the carriage to greet the old man, who was still only 46. With his Homburg hat, tweed suit, and bourgeois umbrella, this bald little man was a stranger to Russia, new and old. Yet this was an angrier Lenin, more violent, merciless, and impatient than the man who had gone into exile a decade earlier. If he lacked Soso's vindictive personal malice, he more resembled Stalin than the gentle, fatherly image later peddled by Soviet propaganda. "I can't listen to music too often," he said after hearing Beethoven's Appassionata Sonata. "It makes me want to say kind, stupid things and pat the heads of people. But now you have to beat them on the head, beat them without mercy." Lenin was buzzing with this next battle. one fighting campaign after another, as he told his sometime mistress, Inessa Armand. That's my life. Stalin would have said the same things. Hailing from such different worlds, one with the manners of a nobleman, the other those of a peasant, they shared the same sentiments and favoured identical methods. We do not know what Lenin said to him in the carriage, but virtually as soon as they met, Stalin abandoned the flabby Kamenev and backed the old man. The seductive Bolshevik, Alexandra Kollontai, had just delivered Lenin's furious letters from afar to the defiant Stalin and Kamenev. Even as the old man approached, Stalin had shortened or refused to publish Lenin's articles, which he criticized as unsatisfactory, a sketch with no facts. Lenin called for immediate power seizure, but did not deign to explain how he had decided to jump the first formal stage of Marxist development and jump straight to the second, the transition to socialism. Just before midnight, Lenin alighted from the carriage with Stalin, observed Molotov, who was present. The famous yet mysterious Lenin found Finland's station in revolutionary fiesta. A military band burst into the Marseillaise. Searchlights scanned the avid crowds. Lenin reviewed an honour guard of revolutionary sailors from the Kronstadt base, 2,000 Putilov plant workers, a crowd waving red banners, and an array of armoured cars. A phalanx of Red Guards, armed Bolshevik workers, escorted Lenin into the station's Imperial Lounge, where he was greeted by the Soviet chairman, Chekidze. But Lenin bounded onto an armoured car, telling the crowd, including Molotov, Voroshilov and Alyulayev, that the provisional government, with their sweet speeches and great promises, are deceiving you just as they are deceiving the entire Russian people. The speech, writes one witness, shook and astonished the faithful, like a clap of thunder. The Bolsheviks must overthrow the government, end the predatory imperialist war, and immediately transfer power to the Soviets. Many thought the old man was mad and out of touch. Lenin is a has-been, the Menshevik Skobelev told Prince Lvov. Yet even his opponents could only marvel at his raging certainty. Lenin, says Sukhanov, displayed such amazing force, such superhuman power of attack. Lenin rode his armoured car through the streets, surrounded by the blaring band and the workers and soldiers, towards the Keshinskaya mansion, where, in the ballerina's white-columned drawing-room, he harangued incredulous Bolsheviks. The next morning he addressed them in room 13 of the Taurida Palace. Everyone was dumbfounded, said Molotov. At first, only Alexandra Kollontai supported him unreservedly. The Bolsheviks, said Trotsky, were as unprepared for Lenin as they had been for the February Revolution. Lenin's tour de force won over Stalin, who confessed many things became clearer. The people longed for peace and land, but the well-intentioned government insisted on honouring the Tsar's promises to fight on against Germany, and foolishly delayed settling the land question until the election of a constituent assembly, months away. Lenin alone grasped that this interval was his unique opportunity to seize Russia. After 6 April, Lenin and Stalin started working closely together at Pravda. On 18 April, Lenin was helped by the blunder of Foreign Minister Milyukov, who issued a diplomatic note informing Britain and France that Russia intended to annex Ottoman territories, an imperial war without an emperor. The Soviet had backed the provisional government, only providing it waged a defensive war. A wave of revulsion shattered the fragile ministry. Prince Lvov formed a new coalition with Kerensky as Minister of War. Radical Bolsheviks called for an armed uprising. Lenin, in the first of many such retreats after arriving with all ideological guns blazing, had to restrain his own hotheads. The uprising was incorrect at present. When the Bolshevik conference started on 24 April in Keshinskaya's ballroom, Lenin entered like an inspector coming into a classroom. Until Lenin's arrival, thought Ludmila Stahl, all comrades wandered in the darkness. Stalin was firmly out of the darkness. When Kamenev attacked Lenin, Stalin mocked his erstwhile ally. He was a Leninist again, but that did not mean they agreed on everything. Lenin's retreat from his extremism had brought him much closer to Stalin's often denounced policies. Stalin felt that Lenin's insistence on European civil war was over the top, talk of dictatorship impolitic, and demands for land nationalization insensitive to peasant hopes. Lenin, attuning himself to the real demands of Russian politics, gradually altered these policies in public. Stalin gave the report on the national question. He won the debate, but he was still best known for Caucasian banditry and needed Lenin's support. "We've known Comrade Kober for very many years," Lenin declared. "We used to see him in Krakow, where we had our bureau. His activity in the Caucasus was important. He's a good worker in all sorts of responsible work." Molotov remembered Lenin explaining the essence of Stalin's attraction for him. He was a commanding figure. You could assign Stalin any task. On 29 April, Stalin came third with 97 votes in the CC elections, just after Lenin and Zinoviev, a result that showed his standing in the party. Stalin now spent most of his time at the Soviet, editing Pravda or working at the Central Committee with Lenin. The Central Committee chose Lenin, Stalin, Kamenev and Zinoviev as a decision-making bureau for the first time, a precursor of the all-powerful Politburo. On 4 May, Trotsky finally arrived from America and immediately dazzled Petrograd, speaking almost nightly at the packed-out Cercle Moderne, where he was often carried to the stage by the crowd. He was, noticed Sukhanov, intoxicated with his popularity. Lenin recognized Trotsky's worth and courted him, inviting him to join the Bolsheviks a week later. The only thing that divided them, said Lenin, was ambition. Stalin must have resented the return of this revolutionary star. He was to write more than 60 articles in 1917, but Trotsky sneered that he just produced dull comments on brilliant events. When Lenin appointed a delegation to negotiate with Trotsky, Stalin was understandably left out. Unlike Trotsky, Stalin did not make his mark in 1917. He put it best himself. Before the revolution, our party led an underground existence, a secret party. Now circumstances have changed, and they did not really suit him. He flourished in the shadows. 1917 was really Stalin's only experience of open democratic politics, hardly the ideal environment for someone trained in the cutthroat clan intrigues of the Caucasus. He spoke quietly with a comical Georgian accent. "I didn't make out much of what he said," reports a witness, "but one thing I noticed, all of Stalin's sentences were sharp and crisp statements distinguished by clarity of formulation." A worker who saw him speak thought that what he said sounded all right, understandable and simple, but somehow one couldn't remember his speech afterwards. He avoided making speeches at mass meetings, but the plain, modest delivery of his anti-oratory proved to be surprisingly impressive and convincing for the many who distrusted showy intellectuals. When Lenin seized power and, beleaguered on all sides, ran his government like a conspiratorial camarilla, Stalin was again in his element. On 3 June, Soso's young fans, Anna and Nadia Alyuleva, came to admire their hero at the first Congress of the Soviets in the military school on Vasilevsky Island. Stalin and Sverdlov attended the opening sessions. They were the first to arrive with Lenin. "I saw the three of them enter the empty hall," reports Anna Alyuleva, who was working for the party. "We had not seen Stalin for many days, and his room in the flat stood empty." "We must call on him," whispered the schoolgirl Nadia. "Perhaps he's changed his mind about coming to live in our apartment." Next day they witnessed the most dramatic moment of the Congress. "There's no party in Russia that dares say, 'Just place power in our hands,'" boomed the Menshevik Setarelli. At this point, Lenin leapt out of his chair and shouted, "There is such a party." Vereshchak, Stalin's Byalkova cellmate, noticed that Lenin, Zinoviev and Kamenev were the main speakers, but Sverdlov and Stalin silently directed the Bolshevik faction. The first time I realized the full significance of the man. Stalin impressed Trotsky, whose description reveals why he lost their struggle for power. "Stalin was very valuable behind the scenes," he wrote. he did have the knack of convincing the average run of leaders, especially the provincials. He wasn't regarded as the official leader of the party, says Saakashvili, another Georgian Menshevik in Petrograd throughout 1917, but everyone listened to what he had to say, including Lenin. He was a representative of the rank and file, one who expressed its real views and moods, which were unknown to émigrés like Trotsky. Soso was the unquestioned leader of the Caucasians. Lenin, says Saakashvili, felt that behind him stood countless leaders from the provinces. While Trotsky was prancing on the stage at the circus, Stalin was finding new allies, such as the young man he had unceremoniously kicked off the bureau, Molotov. These provincials were the tough committeemen who loathed Trotsky and would become the Stalinists of the future, many of them friends from the Caucasus. Such Bolshevik praktiki certainly knew Stalin's faults, but they had much more in common with him than with Zinoviev or Trotsky. There was the excitable Sergo, the handsome Shumian, the blonde playboy Yanukidze, the easygoing ex-butler Kalinin, and Voroshilov. Yet many Caucasians, especially the Mensheviks, hated Stalin, and he also had his Bolshevik critics from the Caucasus. Makaradze and Japaridze, old comrades from Tiflis and Baku, attacked Stalin's approach to the Caucasian peoples at the April conference, as did the Pole Felix Dzerzhinsky. Yet Stalin befriended Dzerzhinsky, founder of the secret police, perhaps because Poles and Georgians identified with one another as proud people colonized by Russia. Both men studied for the priesthood, wrote poetry, were obsessed with loyalty and betrayal. Both were skilled practitioners of secret police work. Both were dominated by powerful mothers and suffered from dour fathers. Both were terrible parents, both fanatical and solitary creatures. Surprisingly for two so similar, they became allies. Stalin moved in with Molotov, who lived at a spacious flat on Shirakaya Street, across the Neva on the Petrograd side, with 3 other comrades. It was like a kind of commune, said Molotov. Stalin, unusually, apologized to Molotov for what the latter called Stalin's big mistake. "You were the nearest of all to Lenin in the initial stage in April," confessed Stalin. The two became friends. Besides, Molotov, who had not been elected to the Central Committee in April, was in need of a patron. They were opposites. The sturdy, stammering and bespectacled Molotov was ponderous, correct, rather bourgeois, but they shared Marxist fanaticism, a head for boozing, a Robespierrean belief in terror, a vindictive inferiority complex, and a belief in Stalin's mastery. Stalin had been constantly moving home, working at night and then grabbing sleep at friends' places. He often slept where he worked, at the Keshinskaya mansion. Tatiana Slavatinskaya worked there as an assistant at the Central Committee under Sverdlov and Stasova. Ludmila Stahl helped edit Robotnitsa, Working Woman, and manage relations with the Kronstadt sailors. They must have seen each other. It was said that Stalin reheated his romance with Stahl. If so, she was not the only one. Stalin did not just avail himself of Molotov's political fidelity and domestic residence. "He stole my girl, Marussia," Molotov laughed. Marussia was not the last woman whom Molotov would sacrifice to Stalin's will. Early one evening, Anna and Nadia Alyulyeva arrived at Pravda to see him. The offices were crowded and filled with cigarette smoke. An aide told them that Stalin was busy, says Anna, so we sent a message saying we'd like to see him, and he came out to meet us. "Well, hello," said Soso, smiling affectionately. "I'm glad you've come. How are things at home?" "Your room's waiting for you," said the girls. "How kind, but I'm terribly busy," he said. "But keep that room for me." Then someone came up to him, and Stalin hurriedly shook hands with us and rushed back to work. 1917 was, to paraphrase Lenin, a game of 2 steps forward, 1 step back. During June, the radicals in the armed wing of the Bolshevik Party, the military organization which now claimed the allegiance of 60,000 troops, demanded an armed demonstration. The date was set for this accidental revolution, 10 June. At a party meeting, Lenin supported them. It was wrong to force matters, equally wrong to let the opportunities slip, opined Stalin, who helped plan the demonstration and wrote its proclamation. At the sight of armed workers, the bourgeois will take cover. Zinoviev and Kamenev opposed it. On 9 June, at the Soviet, the Mensheviks read out Stalin's appeal, and Tsetarelli railed against the Bolshevik conspiracy to seize power. Lenin needed Soviet support. He hoped to use its legitimacy as cover for his Bolshevik coup. Instead, the Soviet banned the demonstration. After hours of panic, Lenin agreed to call it off. One wrong move on our part can wreck everything. He now became as cautious as Kamenev and Stalin had been in March. On the 11th, Stalin, criticizing this intolerable wavering, threatened to resign. The Soviet defiantly held its own demonstration on 18 June, but the Bolsheviks hijacked it, with Stalin publishing his proclamation in Pravda. It was a propaganda triumph. "Bright, sunny day," reported Stalin the next day. "The column of demonstrators is endless. From morn to eve, the procession files towards the field of Mars, a forest of banners. A steady roar from the crowd. The Marseillaise and Internationale gave place to 'You have fallen victims.' There were cries of 'All power to the Soviets,' but not a single regiment or factory displayed confidence in the provisional government. Meanwhile, in the continuing war against Imperial Germany, Kerensky, war minister, ordered an offensive that he hoped would bolster the government. The offensive, Russia's last of the war, was a disaster. Lenin was exhausted. Suffering headaches, he retreated to sunbathe at a lakeside villa in Finland. Then the government faltered again. Kerensky's offensive ground to a halt, while Finland and Ukraine moved towards independence. The cadet ministers resigned in protest. In Lenin's absence, his military organization decided to seize power. The Bolshevik military organization ignored Lenin's caution, showing that the Bolsheviks were still far from a disciplined force under a single leader. On the contrary, they remained insubordinate and fractious. The slavish monolith of the party of Stalin was still years in the future. The night sky was lit up so brightly by the aurora borealis, writes Sagirashvili, that one could read a newspaper outdoors. Men didn't sleep, and some unknown force drew them out of doors to roam the streets. They could raise their eyes to this heavenly spectacle, a grandiose struggle of darkness and light. On 3 July, masses of soldiers, sailors and workers, toting machine guns with bandoliers of ammo crisscrossing their chests, marched on the Taurida Palace, the Bolshevik 1st Machine Gun Regiment in the vanguard. Cars were held up at gunpoint and requisitioned. As armoured cars and trucks full of gunmen raced around the streets, some of the troops started firing haphazardly at bourgeois shoppers on Nevsky Prospect. Gunfights broke out. Out at the Kronstadt naval base, Bolshevik sailors rose up, murdered 120 officers, including their admiral, and then demanded that Lenin, Zinoviev and Kamenev give them their orders to take the capital. When they received no answers, they telephoned Stalin, sitting at his Pravda desk with the Bolshevik bard Demian Bedny. Should they march with their guns? "Rifles?" replied Stalin. "You comrades know best. As for we scribblers, we always take our guns, our pencils, everywhere with us. But as for you and your arms, you know best." Stalin had half encouraged this semi-accidental coup, asking, did the party have the right to wash its hands and stand apart? Trotsky was probably right that Stalin was one of the organizers of the July uprising. Wherever a fight started, whether on a square in Tiflis, in Baku prison, on a Petrograd street, he always strove to make it as sharp as possible. The gun-toting mob seethed around the Taurida Palace, expecting the Soviet to seize power as in Lenin's slogan, "All power to the Soviets." But inside, Chekidze and the Soviet, discussing the formation of a new ministry, did not want power. They feared it. The mob was inflamed by the Soviets' reluctance. Meanwhile, Stalin's ambiguous answer had worked. The Kronstadt sailors were on their way. At the Kashishinskaya mansion, Stalin and the Central Committee suddenly lost their nerve and summoned Lenin back from holiday. "We could have seized power," Stalin said, "but against us would have risen the fronts, the provinces, the Soviets." Stalin rushed to the Taurida to reassure Chehidze and the Soviet, but the genie was out of the bottle. Lenin was on the train bound for Petrograd when Stalin heard that Justice Minister Pavel Pervezev was about to accuse the Bolshevik leader of treason, revealing that he had been funded by Imperial Germany. This was partly true, but Stalin returned to the Taurida Palace and appealed to his Georgian compatriot Chehidze to suppress the story. Chehidze agreed, but it was too late. In the early hours of 4 July, Lenin rushed to the mansion. "You should be thrashed for this," he yelled at the Bolshevik hotheads. In the overcast morning, 400,000 workers and soldiers ruled the deserted streets, soon joined by 20,000 heavily armed sailors who landed in a flotilla of boats. They had no plan. The cock-of-the-walk sailors, with brass bands playing, were more interested in parading their girlfriends through the boulevards and terrorizing the bourgeois. Sailors with scantily dressed and high-heeled ladies were seen everywhere. The streets, recalled Stalin, were scenes of jubilation. The sailors gathered outside the Keshinskaya mansion to demand some leadership. Where was Lenin? He tried to hide in the mansion before emerging sheepishly to give a short speech that settled nothing. The sailors, boosted by another 20,000 Putilov workers, headed for the Taurida Palace to sort out the diffident Soviet whose members had disappointed them. There were ugly scenes. Some broke into the palace where the Soviet sat under siege, refusing to take power. The mob seized Chernov, the frail SR leader, and started to lynch him until, in a virtuoso performance, Trotsky intervened, leapt onto a limousine, addressed the sailors, and rescued the terrified politician. But at 5 p.m. the heavens opened. Rain doused the accidental revolution. The crowds dispersed. The loyal Izmailovsky Guards relieved the besieged Soviet, now exposed as a toothless talking shop. Lenin and the dispirited Bolshevik Central Committee retreated pathetically. The July days were over. The government, strengthened by Kerensky's growing popularity, decided to destroy the Bolsheviks. Despite Stalin's pleading, Justice Minister Pervezev published evidence of Lenin's German financial backing. Many of the soldiers were swayed by this talk of treason. At dawn on 5 July, government troops raided Pravda, just missing Lenin, who was smuggled out by Stalin only minutes earlier. Overnight, howitzers and 8 armoured cars took up positions to storm the Keshinskaya mansion, but the Bolsheviks had no will to defend their strongholds. Stalin speeded to the Bolshevik stronghold, the Peter and Paul fortress, where I managed to persuade the sailors not to accept battle, shuttled between the soldiers and the Keshinskaya mansion to avoid a massacre, then asked Chehidze and Tsetsareilly at the Taurida Palace for a guarantee of no bloodshed if the Bolsheviks surrendered the mansion and the fortress. Tseretelli agreed. Stalin gave me a puzzled look and left. On 6 July, the 500 Bolsheviks inside the ballerina's mansion gave themselves up. Then Stalin returned to the Peter and Paul fortress to oversee its surrender. Lenin appreciated Stalin's tireless troubleshooting, but as a result of their disastrous failure, wrote John Reed, a socialist journalist from Portland, Oregon, public opinion turned against them. Their leaderless hordes slunk back into the Vyborg quarter, followed by a savage hunt of the Bolsheviki. The 35-year-old Kerensky, the only man who could unite left and right, assumed the premiership. Ironically, the son of Lenin's headmaster in Simbirsk, he was a speaker of burning intensity. The sudden fits and starts, the twitching lips, and the somnambulistic deliberation of his gestures make him like one possessed. Kerensky's justice minister ordered Lenin's arrest. Stalin's Menshevik henchman from Baku, Vyshinsky, was head of Moscow's Arbat region militia under Kerensky and signed arrest warrants for top Bolsheviks, including Lenin. After October, he joined the Bolsheviks. His shameful obedience to Kerensky ensured canine submission to Stalin, to whose whim he owed his very survival. The Bolsheviks were on the verge of destruction. Lenin was on the run. Stalin took charge of his safety. 40. 1917 autumn. Soso and Nadia. Stalin moved Lenin 5 times in 3 days as Kerensky hunted down the old man. Trotsky and Kamenev were arrested, but Lenin, escorted by Stalin, returned to the underground. The police raided the house of Lenin's sister. Krupskaya hastened to Stalin's and Molotov's place on Shirakaya Street to learn where Lenin was. On the night of 6 July, Stalin rustled Lenin to his 5th hiding place, the Alyulayev smart new apartment at 10th Rostesvenskaya Street, where they had a uniformed doorman and a maid. "Show me all the exits and entrances," said Lenin on arrival, "even checking the attic." "We gave him Stalin's room," said Olga. Lenin was surprisingly cheerful, staying for 4 tense days. Anna Alyulyeva came home to find her apartment full of unknown, nervous people. I immediately recognized the person to whom I was first introduced. Lenin sat on the sofa in his shirt-sleeves, wearing a waistcoat and a light-coloured shirt with a tie. In the unbearably stuffy room, Lenin cross-examined her. What had she seen on the streets? "They are saying you've run off to Kronstadt and you were hiding on a minesweeper." "Ha, ha, ha!" laughed Lenin with infectious gaiety. Then he asked Stalin and the others, "What do you think, comrades?" Lenin spent his days writing. Stalin visited daily. He quietly took the political pulse at the Taurida Palace, where he bumped into Sergo Ordzhonikidze. Both were worried that many prominent Bolsheviks took the view that Lenin shouldn't hide but should appear to stand trial. "Together," wrote Sergo, "we went to see Lenin." The government demanded Lenin's surrender. At the Alyulayevs, Lenin, Stalin, Sergo, Krupskaya, and Lenin's sister Maria debated what to do. Lenin at first favoured surrender. Stalin disagreed. He initially believed that Lenin and Zinoviev should wait and hand themselves in only when their safety could be guaranteed. But his visit to the Taurida convinced him that this was impossible. "The Junkers want to take you to prison," he warned, "but they'll kill you on the way." Just as the police were known as pharaohs, so any military officers were nicknamed Junkers after the Prussian noble military class. Stasova arrived to report that more evidence of Lenin's treason was being published. A strong shudder ran over his face, and Lenin declared with the utmost determination that he would have to go to jail to clear his name at a trial. "Let's say goodbye," Lenin said to Krupskaya. "We may never see each other again." Stalin and Sergo were dispatched back to the Taurida Palace to seek a guarantee that Ilyich wouldn't be lynched by the Junkers. The Mensheviks, Stalin reported back, replied that they couldn't say what will happen. Stalin and Sergo were now sure that Lenin would be murdered if he surrendered. Stalin and the others urged Ilyich not to appear, says Krupskaya. Stalin convinced him and saved his life. Stalin was right. An ex-Duma member, V.N. Polovtiev, encountered the officer assigned to arrest Stalin. "How should I deliver this gentleman, Lenin?" the officer asked. "Whole or in pieces?" The debate went back and forth. Suddenly Sergo drew an imaginary dagger and shouted like a Georgian bandit, "I'll slice up anyone who wants Ilyich to be arrested." That seemed to clinch it. Lenin had to be smuggled out of Petrograd. Stalin undertook to organize Lenin's departure. A worker named Emelianov agreed to hide Lenin in his shack in Razliv to the north of Petrograd. Emelianov was arrested in the Great Terror. Krupskaya supposedly interceded on his behalf, and he, along with his entire family, was kept in confinement until Stalin's death. Olga and Anna Alyulyeva bustled around their guests, making sure that Lenin and Stalin were eating properly. "What are you feeding Stalin?" asked Lenin. "Please, Olga, you must watch him. He's losing weight." Stalin, meanwhile, checked that Lenin was being fed properly. "Well, how's the situation with provisions? Is Ilyich eating? Do the best you can for him." Sometimes Stalin turned up with extra food. Lenin and Stalin cautiously studied the escape plans. On 11th of July, Stalin arrived before the departure and everyone gathered in Lenin's room to devise ways of disguising him. Olga tried bandaging Lenin's head, but that did not work. No one suggested drag. "Wouldn't it be better if I shaved?" suggested Lenin. A moment later, Lenin sat with his face covered in soap, in front of the round shaving mirror next to the portrait of Tolstoy in Stalin's bedroom. So personally acted as barber, shaving off Lenin's beard and moustache. "It's very good now," Lenin admired himself in the mirror. "I look just like a Finnish peasant, and there's hardly anyone who'll recognize me." On the 12th, Stalin and Alyulayev escorted Lenin to Primorsky Station for his disappearing act. He hid at Radzliv before moving to a barn in Finland. Travelling back and forth, Stalin became his main contact with Petrograd. "One of my sons used to bring Stalin to the shack where Lenin was hiding by boat," remembered Emelianov. In a barrage of articles, Stalin denounced Kerensky's new Dreyfus affair, the vile calumnies against the leader of our party, and the pen pirates of the venal press. He specially mocked the Menshevik blind fools for acting as patsies. Kerensky, he wrote, would drown them like flies in milk. Hand over the Bolsheviks? He had the Mensheviks asking Kerensky in a rare example of Stalinist satire, "At your service, Messieurs the Intelligence Service. Disarm the revolution? With the greatest of pleasure, Messieurs landowners and capitalists." Stalin acted as Bolshevik leader and moved house. It was to change his life. "No one's watching the building," Olga Alyulyeva reassured him when he dropped in one day. "You'd better live with us, rest and sleep properly." Stalin moved out of Molotov's apartment and into the Alyulyevs. The rooms were airy, light and comfortable. The kitchen, the bathroom, even the shower were modern and state-of-the-art. The maid, living in a tiny room, cooked the meals. Stalin took Fyodor's bedroom, formerly Lenin's, which boasted a real bed, a round mirror on a wooden shaving table, an ornate desk and a portrait of Lord Byron. At breakfast next day he said he had not slept so well for a long time. Soso was often alone with Olga. Sergei ran his power station. Nadia was on summer holiday in Moscow. Anna worked for the party. Olga looked after him. She bought him a new suit. He asked her to sew in some thermal pads, 2 high vertical velvet collars and buttons up to the neck, because his sore throat made a collar and tie uncomfortable. Thus Stalin designed his first semi-military tunic, a look probably copied from Kerensky, who now regarded himself as a Russian Napoleon. The vain premier already lived in his own military uniform, boots and tunic, despite having no military experience whatsoever. Stalin would wear this tunic for the rest of his life, often with a worker's cap. Lenin had now ceased to wear his Homburg hat and favoured workers' brimmed caps. In the Civil War, the so-called party tunic, leather cap, coat, boots and Mauser became almost the Bolshevik uniform and symbolized the military nature of the Bolshevik. Soso's life remained chaotic. He would buy his food on the way home, a loaf of bread and some fish or sausage from a street kiosk. He worked tirelessly editing Pravda, writing so much at his desk with a golden bear standing on the pen set that he developed calluses on his fingers. Sometimes he came home, sometimes not, once sufficiently exhausted to fall asleep in bed with a lit pipe, almost burning the place down. In late July he moved out again during the 6th Congress, covertly held in a monastic building on Samsonesky Boulevard, in case of a police crackdown. As acting leader, Stalin gave the main report, exhorting the 300 delegates to concentrate on the future. "We must be prepared for anything." After delivering another report on the political situation, he insisted that Russia create her own revolution and stop believing that only Europe can show us the way, a precursor of his famous slogan, "Socialism in one country." Stalin's second report was probably written by Lenin, or at least drafted with him, but his real partner in rebuilding the party was Sverdlov, with whom he was finally reconciled. "The report of Comrade Stalin has fully illuminated the activity of the CC," declared Sverdlov. "There remains for me to limit myself to the narrow sphere of the CC's organizational activity." Stalin was chosen chief editor of the party press and member of the Constituent Assembly, but when the Central Committee was elected, he appeared below Kamenev and Trotsky. The Bolsheviks were still at a low ebb, but Stalin predicted that the provisional government's peaceful period is over. Times will be turbulent. Crisis will follow crisis. He returned to the Alyulaevs. Nadia's summer holidays were over. She came home, ready for school. That summer, Stalin lay low with the two sisters in the Alyulaev apartment, where he became the life and soul of the party. Sometimes Soso did not come for days, writes Anna Alyulaeva. Then he suddenly arrived in the middle of the night to find the girls asleep and bounded into their room. They were living in intimate proximity. Stalin's bedroom and Nadia's were linked by a door. From his bed or desk he could see her dressing table. "What, are you in bed already?" he roused the girls. "Get up, you sleepyheads, I've brought you roach and bread." The girls jumped up and skipped into Soso's bedroom, which immediately became carefree and noisy. Stalin cracked jokes and caricatured all the persons he met that day, sometimes in a kindly way, sometimes maliciously. The autodidact seminarist and the well-educated teenagers discussed literature. He was playful and funny with their friends. He entertained them with stories of his adventures in exile, of Tishka, the Siberian dog. He read them his favourite books, Pushkin, Gorky, and Chekhov, particularly the latter's stories, The Chameleon and Unter Prizebiev, but he especially adored Dushenka, which he knew off by heart. He would often talk about women. "She's a real Dushenka," he would say of feather-headed women who lived only for their lovers, with no independent existence. He teased their servant, the country girl Panya, and he gave them all nicknames. When he was in a particularly good mood, says Anna, he addressed us as Yepifani Mitrofani, a joke on the name of his landlord in exile. "Well, Yepifani, what's new?" he greeted the girls. "Oh, you're a Mitrofani, you are." Sometimes he called them Tishka, after the dog. He talked politics with Sergei and the girls. They were members of the Bolshevik family. Nadia was so proud to be a Bolshevik that she was teased about it at school. Her godfather, Yenukidze, Kalinin, Sergo, and Svetlov were already like uncles. Lenin had hidden in their home. In September, recounts Anna, Stalin brought home a Caucasian comrade, squarely built with smooth black hair and a pale, lustreless face, who shook hands with us all shyly, smiling with his large, kind eyes. "This is Kamo," said Stalin. "Listen to him. He's got plenty of interesting stories." The girls were rapt. This was Kamo, who regaled them with his half-fantastical life. The psychopathic daredevil had been in Kharkov prison for 5 years, released by the revolution. He had planned to escape, like the Count of Monte Cristo, as a dead man in a coffin, until he discovered that the jailers smashed the skulls of every cadaver taken out of the prison with a hammer, just in case. Kamo spake a lot about Stalin, and then his calm, quiet voice became exalted. Kamo had come to Petrograd looking for a new mission, but his connection with the Alyulaevs would lead to tragedy. The day after Nadia returned, she started to clean the apartment, shoving around the chairs so loudly that Stalin, working on some article, stormed out of his room. "What's happening here?" asked Soso. "What's all the commotion?" "Oh, it's you. Now I can see that a real housewife has got down to work." "What's up? Is that a bad thing?" retorted the highly-strung teenager. "Definitely not," answered an amused Soso. "It's a good thing. Bring some order. Go ahead. Just show the rest of them." Nadia the schoolgirl was, observed her sister Anna, very vivacious, open, spontaneous, and high-spirited. Yet her upbringing in this nomadic and bohemian family, disrupted by constant visitors and by her mother's promiscuity, had caused her to develop a serious and puritanical streak, a craving for order and security. "Papa and Mamma are muddling along as usual," Nadia wrote to a friend. She came to despise her mother's dependence on fleeting sexual affairs. "We children are grown up," she wrote a little later, "and want to do and think what we please. The fact is, she, Olga, has no life of her own, and she's still a healthy young woman. So I've had to take over the housework. Perhaps she regarded her mother as a Dushenka, like the heroine of Chekhov's story. Gradually, in the course of that long, eventful summer, Stalin and Nadia became closer. She already admired him as the family's Georgian friend and Bolshevik hero. They spent the whole summer of 1917 shut together in one apartment, sometimes alone, says Nadia's niece, Kira Alyulyaeva. Nadia saw the romantic revolutionary in Yosef, and my mother said he was very attractive. Of course Nadia fell in love with him. He nicknamed her Tatka. She called him Soso or Yosef. Stalin, only child of a driven single mother, must have missed the laughter, playfulness, and flirtation of family life. He had enjoyed this in exile, and it was now a decade since his marriage to Cato Svadnidze. He had always liked the sort of girl who could cook, tidy, and look after him like Cato and his mother. Indeed, the Svadnidzes said that Stalin fell for Nadia because she reminded him of Cato. Slowly Stalin fell in love with her, says Kira Alyulyaeva, a real love match. Soso could have been her father. His enemies would claim he actually was. The dates do not fit, but Nadia must have known that Soso had probably had an affair with her oversexed mother in the past. Was there competition between mother and daughter for their Georgian lodger? Olga always had a soft spot for Stalin, wrote Nadia's and Stalin's daughter Svetlana. But Olga disapproved of Nadia's relationship, doing her best to talk her out of it and calling her silly fool. She could never accept that alliance. Was it because she knew Soso's nature, or because she had had an affair with him herself, or both? However, silly fool Nadia was already in love with Soso. A few months later, she proudly told a confidant, "I've lost so much weight, people say I must be in love." Stalin later talked about how he chose Nadia over her elder sister. Anna was somewhat pedantic and tiresomely talkative, while Nadia was mature for her age in her thinking and stood with both feet on the ground. She understood him better. He was right about Anna, who was to irritate him for the rest of his life, but he had missed something about Nadia. The teenager was, in her way, as neurotic, damaged, and dark as he, perhaps darker. Nadia's strictness appealed to Stalin, but it would later clash disastrously with his own Bedouin informality and willful egotism. Worse, her sincere intensity masked the family's mental instability, a bipolar disorder that would ultimately make her anything but the placid homemaker. But he got a taste of her difficult character, says Kira Alyulyaeva. She answered back and even put him in his place. The defiance of this pretty, devoted schoolgirl with the flashing gypsy eyes must have then seemed attractive to Stalin, but ultimately theirs would be a fatal and ill-fated combination. We do not know exactly when they became lovers. They became a public couple 10 months later, but the relationship probably started at this time. The Bolsheviks were on the verge of a surprising recovery. Its architect was not Lenin or Stalin, but a right-wing would-be military dictator. Kerensky promoted a new commander-in-chief, General Levar Kornilov, a Siberian Cossack with slanting Tatar eyes, a shaven pate, and a winged moustache, who emerged as a potential Russian man on a white horse to purge Petrograd of Bolsheviks and restore order. But Kornilov was as vain as Kerensky. He had a special bodyguard of scarlet-clad, sabre-rattling Turkomans, and not as clever. He was said to have the heart of a lion, the brains of a sheep. Nonetheless, Kornilov seemed the man of the moment, and he started reading books on Napoleon, always a bad sign in men of the moment. Kerensky tried to regain their momentum, holding an all-party Moscow conference away from the turbulent capital. Petrograd, wrote Stalin in one of his religious metaphors, is dangerous. They flee from it like the devil from holy water. He was right. In Moscow, the general stole Kerensky's limelight. But the two men agreed that Kornilov should march frontline troops to Petrograd to restore order. Then Kerensky, who also fancied himself as the Russian Bonaparte, suspected the general of planning a coup. There was a dangerous surplus of Napoleons. Kerensky dismissed the general, who decided to march on Petrograd anyway. The capital waited anxiously. Kerensky, appointing himself commander-in-chief, found he was without military support and was forced to rely on the Soviet, which remobilized the Bolshevik Red Guards. The general was arrested, but the cabinet fell apart. Kerensky thereupon anointed himself the dictator of a 5-man directory. He had survived, but, like Mikhail Gorbachev after the August coup of 1991, as a busted flush. Sustained by cocaine and morphia, he reigned but no longer ruled, from the splendour of Alexander III's suite in the Winter Palace. "We have at last a new, brand new, 5-man government," joked Stalin on 3 September, chosen by Kerensky, endorsed by Kerensky, responsible to Kerensky. Bolshevik strength surged in the factories and among soldiers and Kronstadt sailors. "The army that rose against Kornilov," wrote Trotsky, "was the army to be of the October Revolution." Stalin's short reign as Bolshevik leader revealed the overbearing arrogance that had always been his trademark. The Central Committee brought the military organization under firm control. Stalin rudely appropriated their funds and took over their newspaper, Solda, in an unprincipled style, violating the most elementary principles of party democracy. They appealed to the Central Committee. In an early description of Stalinism, they criticized his outright system of persecution and repression of an extremely strange character. Stalin hauled the military organization before a party trial. That summer, the other intriguing party scandal was that Kamenev was accused of having been an Akhrana agent. The Central Committee asked Stalin to inform the Soviet Executive Committee. There was an investigation. Kamenev was cleared on 30 August. His allies, Sverdlov and Dzerzhinsky, cleared up his mess, but Trotsky, Zinoviev and Kamenev now re-emerged from hiding in prison. On 4 September, Trotsky joined Stalin on the Central Executive Committee of the Congress of Soviets and on Pravda. Stalin was again overshadowed. The limelight belonged to Trotsky. Stalin often bumped into his old Menshevik acquaintance, David Sagirashvili, in the corridors of the Smolny Institute. After its humiliation in the July days, the Soviet was moved out of the Taurida Palace into another neoclassical edifice next door, the Smolny Institute, built by Catherine the Great as a boarding school for noble girls, where all the parties, including the Bolsheviks, now set up their offices. It was from the Smolny that Zinoviev and then, after his downfall in 1926, Sergei Kirov, a young protégé of Stalin's, ruled Leningrad. Here, in 1934, Kirov was assassinated, a crime which, whether or not it was organized by Stalin, provided the excuse for the Great Terror. During the siege of Leningrad, the city was ruled from the Smolny. Today, it houses the office of the mayor of St. Petersburg. When Sagiarashvili accused him of propagating anti-Menshevik lies in his Pravda, he would grin in a seemingly good-natured way and explain in a pre-Orwellian dictum that a lie always has a stronger effect than the truth. The main thing is to obtain one's objective. As Stalin later told Molotov, truth is protected by a battalion of lies. At last, both the Petrograd and Moscow Soviets fell into Lenin's hands, but the Bolsheviks were still divided on what to do next. It was Lenin, by sheer force of will, who drove them to the October Revolution. Sometimes one individual does change the course of history. Yet Kamenev now threatened to reroute history himself. The mild Bolshevik offered a completely different path. On 14 September, he began trying to negotiate a coalition with the Mensheviks and SRs at the Democratic State Conference in the Alexandrinsky Theatre. The old man, hiding in Helsinki, was appalled and frustrated. On 15 September, he sent the Central Committee a letter ordering them to seize power on behalf of the Bolsheviks alone. "History will not forgive us if we do not assume power now," wrote Lenin. But Kamenev and Zinoviev feared losing everything. It was April all over again. They were not the only ones who thought Lenin was wildly misguided. "We were aghast," admitted Bukharin. At the ensuing CC, attended by Trotsky, Kamenev, Sverdlov and Shumian, up from the Caucasus, Stalin backed Lenin and proposed that the letter be distributed secretly to key party organizations. The Central Committee refused by a vote of 6-4, an extraordinary result just a month before the October Revolution that reveals the popularity of Kamenev's way. Yet the two ultra-radicals, Stalin and Trotsky, seeing no need for any Menshevik alliance, supported Lenin. At the CC on 21 September, Stalin and Trotsky demanded a boycott of the coming pre-parliament, where Kamenev hoped to continue his coalition building. But they were again decisively defeated. Lenin ranted that Kamenev and Zinoviev were miserable traitors. On 25 September, the Bolsheviks took control of the Soviet Executive Committee. Trotsky, returning as Soviet chairman after 13 years of arrest, exile and emigration, started to assert Soviet command of the military. He and his Inter-Borough party had only just joined the Bolsheviks, but while Lenin remained in hiding, Trotsky continued to perform nightly at the packed Cercle Moderne. Lenin bombarded Kamenev and the Bolsheviks with a barrage of articles and secret letters, arguing that time was short, with Kerensky starting another crackdown, and that the Second Congress of Soviets had been summoned to Petrograd. Thus, they must seize power first, or they would have to share power in a coalition and cover themselves with eternal shame and destroy themselves as a party. Lenin secretly moved back from Finland to hide in the comfortable apartment of Margarita Fofanova in Vyborg, whence he continued to spew forth his radical bile. The success of the Russian and world revolutions just depends on 2 or 3 days' fighting, he declared, fearing that Kamenev's view could prevail. Better to die a man than let the enemy pass. When the Central Committee recoiled, he submitted his resignation. These letters were written with extraordinary force, wrote Bukharin, and threatened us with all sorts of punishments. In his brilliant rage, Lenin was beginning to sound almost deranged. Indeed, Stalin, editor of the party newspaper Rabochi Put, Workers' Way, actually censored Lenin's more outrageous ravings, publishing instead an earlier, more moderate piece. Sometimes the ranting prophet broke free of his confinement. One morning just before the October Revolution, recalls Anna Alyulyeva, there was a ring at the door. I saw a smallish man dressed in a black overcoat and a Finnish cap on the threshold. "Is Stalin at home?" he asked politely. "Good Lord, you look just like a Finn, Vladimir Ilyich," Anna exclaimed to Lenin. After a brief conversation, Stalin and he left together. Just days later, these scruffy, diminutive figures, who now walked the streets of Petrograd disguised and unrecognized, seized the Russian Empire. They formed the world's first Marxist government, remained at the peak of the state for the rest of their days, sacrificed millions of lives at the pitiless altar of their utopian ideology, and ruled the Imperium between them for the next 36 years. 41. 1917 winter. The countdown. Petrograd in October 1917 seemed calm, but beneath the glossy surface the city danced in a trance of last pleasure. Gambling clubs functioned hectically from dusk till dawn, reported John Reed, with champagne flowing and stakes of 20,000 roubles. In the centre of the city at night, prostitutes in jewels and expensive furs walked up and down and crowded the cafes. Hold-ups increased to such an extent that it was dangerous to walk the streets. Russia, wrote Ilya Ehrenberg, later one of Stalin's favoured writers, lived as if on a railway platform, waiting for the guard's whistle. Aristocrats sold priceless treasures on the streets, the food shortages worsened, queues lengthened, while the rich still dined at Donon's and Constant's, the two smartest restaurants, and the bourgeois vied for tickets to hear Chaliapin sing. Mysterious individuals circulating around the shivering women in lines for bread and milk, whispering that the Jews had cornered the food supply, monarchist plots, German spies, smugglers hatching schemes, observed Reed, and, in the rain, the bitter chill, the great throbbing city under grey skies, rushing faster and faster toward what? Trotsky answered Reed's question, responding to the baying crowd at the Cercle Moderne. The time for words has passed. The The hour has come for a duel to the death between revolution and counter-revolution. In the lonely magnificence of the Winter Palace, Kerensky waited, wasting the embers of his power in tokes of morphia and cocaine. At 10 p.m. on the dark, drizzly night of 10 October 1917, Lenin seized his chance to convince the Central Committee the 11 high Bolsheviks slipped one by one out of the Smolny to rendezvous at 32 Karbovka Embankment, a street-level apartment in the Petrograd district. It belonged to Galina Flaxman, the Bolshevik wife of the Menshevik scribe Sukhanov. Oh, the novel jokes of the merry muse of history, he reflected. The supreme and decisive session took place in my home, but without my knowledge. Some of the 11 were in disguise, a clean-shaven Lenin, who, Krupskaya thought, looked every bit like a Lutheran priest, sported an ill-fitting curly wig that kept sliding off his bald pate. As Lenin started to address Stalin, Trotsky, Sverdlov, Zinoviev, Kamenev and Dzerzhinsky in a hot room with a blanket covering the window, Galina Flaxman provided salami, cheese and black bread, brewing up the samovar in the corridor. But no one ate yet. The political situation is fully ripe for the transfer of power, declared Lenin. But even then the Bolsheviks argued against him. Minutes were not taken, but we know that Stalin and Trotsky backed Lenin from the start. Kamenev and Zinoviev, who had grown a beard and cropped his locks as his disguise, remained unconvinced. The argument was intense and passionate. But Trotsky wrote that no one could match Lenin's thought, will, confidence, courage. Gradually, Lenin overcame the wavering and the doubtful, who now felt a surge of strength and resolve. In the early hours there was a loud banging on the door. Was it Kerensky's police? It was Galina Flaxman's brother, Yuri, come to help serve the sausages and man the samovar. The Central Committee voted on a vague resolution for an uprising. No practical plan of insurrection, even tentative, was sketched out that night, recalls Trotsky. 9 supported Lenin against Zinoviev and Kamenev, who were deeply convinced that to proclaim an armed uprising now means to gamble not only with the fate of our party, but with that of the Russian and international revolution, and teased Zinoviev and Kamenev. 5 days later, on 16 October, at another secret meeting at the Lesnoy District Duma on the northern outskirts, Lenin, backed by Stalin and Sverdlov, Trotsky being absent at the Soviet, again berated the doubters. "History will never forgive us if we don't take power now," he cried, resetting his precarious wig. "We don't have the right to take the risk and gamble everything at once," retorted Zinoviev. Stalin stood with Lenin. The date must be chosen expediently. The Central Committee must, said the former seminarist who saw his Marxism as a quasi-religion, have more faith. There are 2 lines here. One holds a course for victory of revolution. The other doesn't believe in revolution and counts merely on staying as an opposition. Kamenev's and Zinoviev's proposals give the counter-revolution the chance to get organized, Stalin warned. We'll go on endless retreat and lose the entire revolution. Lenin won 10 votes to 2. The Central Committee elected Stalin, Sverdlov, Dzerzhinsky and 2 others to a military revolutionary center to become part of Trotsky's Military Revolutionary Committee at the Soviet. The organ that would seize power had not yet been decided. The bewigged Lenin scuttled back into hiding as Kerensky sensed danger and raised the stakes. Petrograd was in danger from the advancing Germans. He announced the recall of loyal regiments from the front. There was no time to lose. Then, on 18 October, Kamenev published an article on the ruinous step of an uprising in Maxim Gorky's journal Novaya Zin. It is an irony of 1917 that, for all Lenin's iron will, Kamenev, always sodden with sentimentality in Trotsky's words, was the only truly consistent Bolshevik. Kamenev and Zinoviev have betrayed the CC, Lenin exploded. I demand the expulsion of both the strikebreakers. But Zinoviev insisted in a letter on continuing the debate in secret. Stalin, as chief editor of Rabochi Put, published the letter. Another conciliatory gesture to Kamenev that shows Stalin's instinct for maintaining some balance between Lenin and Trotsky on the one hand and the moderates on the other in the party. This was to pay rich dividends in the struggle to succeed Lenin. At a confrontational CC meeting on 20 October, Trotsky attacked Stalin for this. Stalin sulkily offered his resignation. It was refused, but this marked the first clash between the two Bolshevik titans. Trotsky called for the expulsion of the strikebreakers. Stalin countered by proposing that they be required to submit, but kept in the CC. Kamenev tried to resign from the Central Committee, but was merely removed from the leadership. Stalin prepared the public for the rising in an article that declared, "The Bolsheviks have issued the call. Be ready." In this rarely quoted article of 20 October, biblically entitled "The Strong Bulls of Bashan Have Beset Me Round," Stalin warned how he and the party would regard intellectuals and artistic celebrities in their new Russia. Maxim Gorky, despite being a long-time supporter and funder of the Bolsheviks, now had severe reservations, declaring, "I cannot keep silent." Stalin mocked such terrified neurasthenics. "Verily strong bulls of Bashan have beset me round," threatening and imploring. Here's our reply. Stalin warned that there is a general croaking in the marsh of our bewildered intellectuals. The revolution has not cringed before celebrities, but has taken them into our service, or, if they refuse to learn, has consigned them to oblivion. The Bolsheviks were getting ready themselves. In a third-floor office of the Smolny, Trotsky and Sverdlov held the first organizational meeting of the Military Revolutionary Committee, MRC. It was secretly Bolshevik, but had the advantage of operating under the aegis of the Soviet. This, not Stalin's centre, would be the uprising's headquarters. He was not a member. Trotsky preferred to use his own new recruits to the Bolshevik party, such as Antonov Ovsienko, as his top operatives on the MRC, which had existed since 9 October. Sverdlov, Molotov and Dzerzhinsky were members. Why not Stalin? It is possible Stalin's confrontation with the military organization in August, or just his general truculence, inhibited Sverdlov from inviting him to join. But it is more likely Stalin was simply busy with his press responsibilities and communications with Lenin, both vital. As for the centre, on which Stalin served, it never met, even though his propagandists claimed that it was the real centre of the revolution. On the 21st, the MRC declared itself the legitimate authority over the Petrograd garrison. Stalin, at the political centre of the party, drafted the agenda for the Second Congress of Soviets, assigning himself to speak on nationalities, Lenin on land, war and power, and Trotsky on the current situation. On the 23rd, the MRC took command of the Peter and Paul fortress. Everything was ready. Even myopic Molotov practiced pistol shooting in his Smolny office. The existing government of landlords and capitalists, reported Stalin that day, must be replaced by a new government of workers and peasants. If all of you act solidly and staunchly, nobody will dare to resist the will of the people. At dawn on Tuesday, 24 October, Kerensky raided Stalin's newspapers at the Trud Press. As Stalin watched, the troops smashed the presses, seized machinery, and set guards over the offices. He now had to prise the Bolshevik press machine back into operation. Just as modern coups always seized the television station, in 1917 a revolution without newspapers was unthinkable. Stalin called red units for reinforcements, while he managed to circulate the already printed papers. The Volkner regiment sent a company. By midday, Stalin had regained control of his presses. Later that day, he said the newspapers were being set up again. But he had missed the CC meeting where the tasks were handed out for the coup. Trotsky accused him of dropping out of the game because he was not on one of the lists of assignments. Bubnov, Railways, Dzerzhinsky, Post and Telegraph. Milutin, Food Supplies. Podvoisky, changed to Sverdlov, Surveillance of the Provisional Government. Kamenev and Winter, Negotiations with Left SRs, the radical wing of the Socialist Revolutionaries. Lomov and Nogin, information to Moscow. This list of second-raters proves nothing. Lenin in hiding and Trotsky, who also missed the meeting, were not even mentioned, while the strikebreaker Kamenev is included. Historians habitually follow Trotsky's, totally prejudiced but superbly written, version of events in asserting that Stalin missed the revolution, but this does not stand up to scrutiny. He was not the star of the day, but he missed a military assignment because he had his hands full at the raided newspapers, not because he was politically insignificant. Far from it. Even Trotsky admits that contact with Lenin was mainly through Stalin, hardly an unimportant role, though he cannot resist adding, because he was the person of least interest to the police. Stalin's missing the revolution was no more than a few daytime hours of the 24th, while the coup actually stretched over 2 days. He was at the newspapers all morning. Then he was summoned by Lenin. Margarita Fofanova reveals that Stalin intended to give a speech that day at the Polytechnical Institute, but suddenly we had to hand him a note from V.I. Lenin was twitching with fury at the Fofanova apartment. If Stalin had rushed to him, he would have found him ranting. "The government is tottering. It must be given the death blow at all costs. We mustn't wait. We may lose everything." Stalin arrived at the Smolny Institute, where he, along with Trotsky, addressed the Bolshevik delegates, just arrived for the Congress of Soviets, presenting the coup as a reaction to the government suppression of the Bolsheviks, not as an uprising. "Within the Military Revolutionary Committee there are 2 points of view," said Stalin. "The first is that we organize an uprising at once, and the second is that we consolidate our forces. The CC has sided with the second view." "At the front they're coming over to us," Stalin explained. "The provisional government's wavering. The cruiser Aurora has been asked to fire on the bridges. In any case, the bridges will be ours. There are mutinies among yunkers and troops. Rabochi Put is being set up again. The telephone system's not ours yet. The post office is ours. Red Guards and Bolshevik troops were on their way." "I met Stalin on the eve of the revolution at midnight in the Smolny," reports Sagirashvili. "Stalin was so excited that, contrary to his usual solemnity and secrecy, he revealed the die had been cast." That night, the eve of glorious October, Stalin popped home to the Alyuyevs. "Yes, everything's ready," he told the girls. "We take action tomorrow. We've got all the city districts in our hands. We'll seize power." Stalin kept Lenin informed. The old man sent almost hourly notes to the MRC to energize them before the Congress opened. It was set for the next day, but Lenin insisted it be brought forward. "What are they afraid of?" he wrote in one note. "Just ask if they have 100 trustworthy soldiers or Red Guards with rifles. That's all I need." It is no wonder that Lenin was frustrated. The October Revolution would become one of the iconic events of the 20th century, mythologized by Soviet propaganda, romanticized in John Reed's 10 Days That Shook the World, immortalized by Eisenstein's cinematic masterpiece October, and made ridiculous by Stalin's vainglorious exaggerations. But the reality of October was more farce than glory. Tragically, the real revolution, pitiless and bloody, started the moment this comedy ended. Still stuck at Fofanova's apartment, Lenin could not understand the delay. "Everything now hangs by a thread," he wrote that night. "The matter must be decided without fail this evening." He paced the floor. Fofanova begged him not to emerge and risk arrest. Finally, at 10:50 p.m., Lenin could stand it no longer. 42. Glorious October 1917. The Bungled Uprising. "I have gone where you didn't want me to go," Lenin scribbled to Fofanova. Ilyich asked for Stalin to be fetched, recorded Lenin's bodyguard Rakia. Then he realized this would waste time. He glued on his curly wig, set a worker's cap on his head, wrapped a bandage around his face, and put on some giant spectacles. Then he and Rakia set off into the night. Lenin boarded a tram. He was so tense that he breathlessly cross-examined the bemused ticket collector before giving her a lecture on revolutionary strategy. It is unclear if she ever discovered the identity of this bewigged, bandaged, bespectacled loon, but there were probably many madmen loose in the city that night. Near the Bolshevik headquarters at the Smolny, a mounted government patrol actually stopped him, but released him as a harmless drunk. He was sober, but far from harmless. At around midnight, Lenin reached Great Smolny. Bright with lights, says Reed, it hummed like a gigantic hive. Red Guards, a huddled group of boys in workmen's clothes, carrying guns with bayonets, talking nervously together, warmed their hands round giant bonfires. The motors of armoured cars whirred, motorcycles revved, but no one recognized Lenin. He had no papers, so the Red Guards at the gates refused to allow him access. "What a mess!" shouted Rakia. "I'm a delegate for the Congress, and they won't let me through." The crowd supported him and pushed the two of them inside. Lenin came in last, laughing, but when he doffed his cap, his glue-stiffened wig came off too. Earlier, John Reed witnessed Trotsky himself being refused entry. "You know me. My name is Trotsky. You can't go in. Names mean nothing to me. But I'm the chairman of the Soviet. If you're as important a fellow as that, you must have at least one bit of paper," retorted the guard, who summoned an equally bemused officer. "Trotsky. I've heard the name somewhere. I guess it's all right." The Smolny was a campsite. While the Soviet met in the splendid ballroom, newspapers, fag-ends, and bedding covered the floors. Soldiers snored in the corridors. The reek of smoke, sweat, and urine blended with the aroma of boiled cabbage from the refectory downstairs. Lenin hastened through the corridors, holding on to his wig, trying to hide his identity. But the Menshevik, Dan, spotted him. "The rotters have recognized me," muttered Lenin. In the early hours of Wednesday, 25 October, Stalin, donning his leather jacket and cap, joined Lenin in room 36 at the Smolny for an emergency CC meeting. Even Zinoviev and Kamenev were invited. Lenin insisted on accelerating the revolt. The Congress delegates were gathering in the very same building. Lenin began to draft the key decrees on land and peace. Still in disguise, rather a strange sight, mused Trotsky. The coup was in motion. The Central Committee remained in constant session for 2 days in a tiny room round a badly lit table with overcoats thrown on the floor, remembers a Bolshevik assistant, Sara Ravich. People were continually knocking at the door, bringing news of the uprising's latest successes. Among those present were Lenin, Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, and Stalin. Messengers arrived. Orders were sent from the MRC in room 10 and Lenin and the Central Committee in room 36. Both worked at furious speed, engulfing and spitting out panting couriers, dispatching commissars with power of life and death amidst the buzz of telegraphs. Stalin hurried from one room to another, observed Sagirashvili, who was in the Smolny. "I'd never seen him in such a state before. Such haste and feverish work were very unusual for him. Gunfire crackled over the capital, but there was no fighting. The electric power station, the main post office, and the Nicholas station were won. They secured all the bridges except the Nicholas Bridge beside the Winter Palace. At 6 a.m. the State Bank fell. At 7 a.m. the Central Telephone Exchange. At 8 a.m. the Warsaw Station. The junior leaders, such as Molotov and Dzerzhinsky, were sent out on missions. Molotov, accompanied by a detachment of Red Guards, was ordered to arrest the editors of the SR newspaper, and then a counter-revolutionary group of Mensheviks meeting at the Holy Synod. But the vital Baltic sailors were late. The government continued to function, or at least survive, throughout the day. Kerensky was at General Staff HQ absorbing the bad news. At 9 a.m. he finally realized that only the troops at the front could save Petrograd, and that only he could rally them. But he could not find a car until his men requisitioned a Renault from the American embassy and a bulky Pierce Arrow touring limousine. Leaving his government in emergency session in the Winter Palace, Kerensky raced out of the city. At the Smolny, the Congress prepared to open, but the Winter Palace had not yet fallen or even been surrounded. The palace remained the seat of government, guarded by 400 adolescent military cadets, a women's shock battalion, and some squadrons of Cossacks. A photographer persuaded some of these women to pose on their barricade. It all had an operatic air, and a comic one at that, said the American Louise Bryant, one of many journalists who were spectating that day. Outside, with surprising slowness, the Bolsheviks gathered their forces. Inside, the ministers were, sensed Justice Minister Malyantovich, doomed men, abandoned by everyone, roaming around inside a giant mousetrap. Lenin, Trotsky, Stalin, Yanukidze, and young Molotov, among others, began to discuss the new government after the formal CC meeting. First, they had to decide what to call it. Lenin wanted to avoid the taint of capitalistic ministries, a foul, worn-out term. He suggested commissars. "We've too many commissars already," said Trotsky. "How about people's commissars, a council of people's commissars with a chairman instead of a premier?" The Soviet Union became an empire of acronyms. The People's Commissars became Narcoms. The Council of People's Commissars was known as Sovnarkom, and its president, the effective premier, successively Lenin, Rykov, Molotov, then Stalin, was Predzovnarkom. These lasted until Stalin reintroduced ministers at the end of the Second World War. "That's wonderful," exclaimed Lenin. "It has the awesome smell of revolution." Even at this moment, there were games of tactical modesty, ascetic denial being part of the Bolshevik culture. Lenin proposed Trotsky as premier, but a Jew could not be premier of Russia. Trotsky refused, insisting it be Lenin. It was probably Lenin who proposed Stalin as People's Commissar of Nationalities. He, too, modestly refused, insisting he had no experience and was too busy at the Central Committee, happy just to be a party worker, Yanukidze later told Sagirashvili. Perhaps it was to Stalin that Lenin replied with peals of laughter, "Do you think any of us has experience in this?" Lenin persisted, whereupon Stalin accepted his first real job since his days as a weatherman at the Tiflis Observatory 17 years before. It did not seem real. Some of the CC members treated this cabinet-making as a bit of a joke. When the doors of the Bolshevik headquarters opened, a blast of stale air and cigarette smoke rushed out, and John Reed caught a glimpse of dishevelled men bending over a map in the glare of a shaded electric light. But the palace was still not taken. Lenin was beside himself. Trotsky and the MRC ordered the Peter and Paul fortress to prepare to bombard the Winter Palace just across the Neva, but found there were only 6 guns available. 5 had not been cleaned for months. Only 1 was operative. The officers told the Bolsheviks that the guns were broken. The commissars, not realizing that the guns just needed a clean, ordered the sailors to drag some small 3-inch training guns into position, but then discovered that there were no 3-inch shells, and that the guns lacked sights. It was late afternoon before they worked out that the original guns merely needed cleaning. Back at the Smolny, Lenin, as usual, was raging. The building's massive facade was blazing with lights. An enormous elephant-coloured armoured automobile with 2 red flags flying from the turret lumbered out with a screaming siren. The long, barely illuminated corridors roared with the thunder of feet, calling, shouting, soldiers in rough, dirt-coloured coats, armed workmen in black blouses. Occasionally, a leader such as Kamenev was spotted bustling down the staircases. Kerensky's cabinet still reigned at the Winter Palace, but Lenin could no longer delay his first appearance at the Soviet. At 3 p.m., Trotsky introduced him. Lenin claimed power. When he returned to room 36, the palace still had not fallen. Lenin paced his small office like a lion in a cage. V.I. Lenin scolded, he screamed. He needed the Winter Palace at any cost, recalls Nikolai Podvoisky of the MRC. He was ready to shoot us. When some military officers were captured, certain comrades in the Smolny, almost certainly Lenin, wanted to shoot them in order to discourage the others. He was always eager to start the bloodletting. By 6 p.m. that evening, inside the palace, the military cadets, who had not eaten all day, decided to abandon ship to find some dinner. The Cossacks left too, disgusted by the Jews and wenches inside. Some of the women's shock battalion floated away. The comedy of Bolshevik errors had not run its course. The signal for the storming of the palace was a red lantern hoisted to the top of the flagpole of the Peter and Paul fortress, but now that the big moment had come, no one could raise such a lantern because no one could find one. A Bolshevik commissar had to go out in search of this rare item. He eventually discovered a lamp, but it was the wrong colour. Worse, he then became disorientated in the darkness and fell into a bog. When he emerged, he could not raise the lantern, red or otherwise. The signal was never given. Finally, at 6:30 p.m. on the 25th, the Bolsheviks ordered the cruisers Aurora and Amur to steam upriver. They sent in an ultimatum: government and troops to capitulate. This ultimatum expires at 7:10, after which we will immediately open fire. The ultimatum duly ran out. Nothing happened. The storming was delayed by a quixotic bid to stop the Bolshevik revolution, despite the frenzied orders of Lenin and Trotsky. The mayor of Petrograd, the white-bearded Grigory Schreider, who had been debating at the city council how to prevent the bombardment of the palace, suddenly pledged to defend the government himself. The city councillors backed him. Thus it was that the venerable mayor, the councillors, and the Minister of Food, Prokopovich, well-dressed bourgeoisie wearing velvet-collared cloaks, frock-coats, and fob-watches, marched out, 4 abreast, like penguins on parade. Each was unarmed except for an umbrella, a lantern, and a salami, dinner for the defenders of the palace. First they proceeded to the Smolny, where they were received by Kamenev, who seconded Molotov to accompany them to the Winter Palace. This parade of salamis and umbrellas, accompanied by the ponderous Molotov, headed down Nevsky Prospect singing the Marseillaise until they were stopped by a red checkpoint outside Kazan station. The mayor demanded that the Red Guards make way or shoot unarmed citizens, according to John Reed, who recorded the dialogue. "No, we won't shoot unarmed Russian people," said the commander of the checkpoint. "We will go forward. What can you do?" Prokopovich and Schreider insisted. "What can you do?" "We can't let you pass," mused the soldier. "We will do something." Then a laughing sailor thought of something. "We will spank you," he roared, destroying the dignified aura with which the marchers had surrounded themselves. "We will spank you." The rescue attempt ended in guffaws, but still the palace held out, even though its defenders were becoming increasingly drunk on the contents of the Tsar's superb wine cellar. Meanwhile, cars were crossing the bridges, trams rumbling along the streets, and that night Chelyapin was singing in Don Carlos at the Narodny Dom. Up the Nevsky the entire world seemed to be promenading. The hookers, who, like rats on a ship or canaries in a coal mine, were the test of imminent danger, still silkily patrolled the prospect. The streets, says Sagirashvili, were overflowing with all sorts of riffraff. Finally, at 9:40 p.m., the Aurora fired a blank shell, signal for the assault. Inside the palace, the women's shock battalion were so alarmed by the boom that many of them went into the wrong sort of shock and had to be calmed down in a back room. Outside the palace, the Bolshevik commanders, Podvoisky and Vladimir Antonov Ovsienko, whom Lenin had wanted to shoot for their ineptitude, had amassed overwhelming force. The gunners at the Peter and Paul fortress managed a barrage of 3 dozen 6-inch shells. Only 2 hit the palace, but they succeeded in terrifying the defenders. Armoured cars raked the walls with machine-gun fire, and small groups of sailors and Red Guards discovered that the palace was not only undefended, but that the doors were not even locked. The attack, admits Antonov Ovsienko, had a completely disorganized character. At about 2 a.m. they entered and started to work their way through the rooms. In the Smolny's chandeliered hall, pervaded by a foul blue cloud of smoke and the stifling heat of unwashed human bodies, the opening of the Congress, comprised in Sukhanov's words of primitive, dark, provincial Bolsheviks, could not be delayed any longer. But the Kerensky ministry still reigned in the palace, so Lenin could not yet appear. Instead, Trotsky took the stage for the Bolsheviks. When Martov and the Mensheviks attacked Lenin's insane and criminal action, Trotsky, his thin, pointed face, positively Mephistophelian in its malicious irony, replied with one of history's most crushing dismissals. "You are pathetic bankrupts. Go where you belong, into the dustbin of history." "Then we'll leave," retorted Martov. The Mensheviks foolishly walked out of the hall and into history. They never returned to the portals of power. Sagiarashvili, a Menshevik who didn't agree with the boycott, despondently roamed the Smolny corridors until Stalin put his hand over my shoulder in the most friendly manner and started to talk to me in Georgian, trying to recruit him to the Bolsheviks. Sagiarashvili refused, but various ex-Mensheviks, like Vyshinsky, were to become some of Stalin's most loyal retainers. Sagiarashvili was not the only Menshevik whom Stalin was courting. A Bolshevik-turned-Menshevik, Alexander Troyanovsky, the noble officer with whom Stalin had stayed in Vienna, was walking in the streets when a pair of hands covered his eyes. "Are you with us or against us?" asked Stalin. On the boulevards and bridges near the palace, the thunder of the big guns finally dispersed the promenading thrill-seekers. Even the prostitutes, Sagiarashvili noted, disappeared from Nevsky Prospect, where they once flocked like birds. Kerensky's ministers, at their baize table in the gold and malachite room with crimson brocade hangings where Nicholas II and his family had dined before 1905, still debated whom to appoint as dictator. Suddenly they gave up the charade and decided to surrender. Just then the door opened. 43. Power. Stalin out of the shadows. A little man flew into the room like a chip washed up by a wave under the pressure of the crowd that poured in behind him. He had long, rust-coloured hair and glasses, a short-trimmed, reddish moustache, and a small beard, reported Maliantovich, Justice Minister. His collar, shirt, cuffs, and hands were those of a very dirty man. "The Provisional Government is here," said Deputy Premier Konovalov. "What is your pleasure?" "In the name of the Military Revolutionary Committee," replied Antonov Ovsienko, "I declare all of you under arrest." It was about 1:50 a.m. on 26 October. The new masters of the Winter Palace started to pillage, pulling out carpets, curtains, linen, porcelain, plates. One soldier stuck some ostrich feathers in his cap, while the old palace retainers, still in their blue, red, and gold uniforms, tried to restrain the looters. There was no storming of the Winter Palace. More people were hurt filming the storming scene in Eisenstein's movie. The Neva, Sagiarashvili observed, washed away Kerensky's government. As the ministers were carted off to the Peter and Paul fortress, Antonov Ovsienko lost all control inside the palace, and some of the girls of the Women's Shock Battalion were raped. The matter of the wine cellars became especially critical, he recounts. Nicholas II's cellars boasted Tokay from the age of Catherine the Great and stocks of Chateau d'Yquem 1847, the Emperor's favourite. But the Preobrazhensky regiment got totally drunk. The Pavlovsky, our revolutionary buttress, also couldn't resist. We sent guards from other picked units. All got utterly drunk. We posted guards from the regimental committees. They succumbed as well. We dispatched armoured cars to drive away the crowd, but after a while they also began to weave suspiciously. When evening came, a violent bacchanalia overflowed. Exasperated, Antonov Ovsienko called the Petrograd Fire Brigade. We tried flooding the cellars with water, but the firemen got drunk instead. The commissars started smashing the bottles in Palace Square, but the crowd drank from the gutters. The drunken ecstasy infected the entire city. Finally, Lenin's Council of People's Commissars appointed a special commissar of the Winter Palace with the highest authority, but, Antonov Ovsienko notes dryly, this person also turned out not to be very reliable. At the Congress of Soviets, it was Kamenev who, in spite of himself, announced that the Winter Palace had finally fallen. It was only then that Lenin removed his wig, washed off his makeup, and emerged as the leader of Russia. Meanwhile, Anna and Nadia Alyuleva, keen to see the opening of the Congress, had walked to the Smolny and slipped into the great hall itself. Judging by the excitement and cheers, we guessed something important had happened, and there, suddenly, in the crowd streaming towards us, we saw Stalin, who beckoned them over. "Oh, it's you! Delighted you're here! Have you heard the news? The Winter Palace has fallen, and our men are inside." The Bolsheviks almost collapsed with exhaustion. At the time of the October uprising, explains Fyodor Alyulayev, Anna's and Nadia's eldest brother and Soso's new assistant, Comrade Stalin didn't sleep for 5 days. Sometimes they ate, sometimes they grabbed a catnap on the floor. The city was quiet, probably never so quiet in its history, wrote John Reed. As the news arrived at Smolny that the city was finally in Bolshevik hands, Lenin began to relax, cracking jokes at Kamenev's expense and reclining on newspapers on the floor. The corridors were still full of hurrying men, hollow-eyed and dirty, but in committee rooms people lay sleeping on the floor, guns beside them. The Bolshevik High Command slept where they sat or bedded down on the floors of their Smolny offices. Crushed by tiredness, Stalin stayed awake, drafting the Appeal to the People, until he finally fell asleep while sitting in a chair behind his table, says Fyodor Alyulayev. The enraptured Lunacharsky, People's Commissar of Culture, tiptoed up to him as he slept and planted a kiss on his forehead. Comrade Stalin woke up and jovially laughed at A.V. Lunacharsky for a long time. Lenin and Trotsky bedded down beside one another on a pile of newspapers. "You know," sighed Lenin to Trotsky, "it makes one's head spin to pass so quickly from persecutions and living in hiding to power." At 6 a.m. on 26 October, as a faint, unearthly pallor was stealing over the silent streets, dimming the watchfires, the shadow of a terrible dawn grey rising over Russia, the day broke on a city in the wildest excitement and confusion. The streets quickly returned to normal. The bourgeoisie, notes Shliapnikov, from guards' officers to prostitutes, re-emerged onto the streets. As the Congress was supposed to meet at 1 p.m., the delegates started gathering first thing, but by 7 p.m. Lenin had still not appeared. Finally, at 8:40 p.m., he arrived to uproarious applause. This short, stocky figure, with a big head set down in his shoulders, bald and bulging, little eyes, a snubbish nose, a wide, generous mouth, a strange popular leader, reported Reed, a leader purely by virtue of intellect, colourless, humourless, uncompromising and detached. "We shall now proceed to construct the socialist order," declared Lenin simply. He spoke with one foot characteristically off the floor. "I noticed a hole in his shoe," reports Molotov. At 2:30 a.m., Kamenev read out the new government on the stage of the Congress of Soviets. Surprisingly, Lenin chose Kamenev to be the effective first Bolshevik head of state as chairman of the Soviet Executive Committee, though he lasted only a few days. Sverdlov succeeded him. Soso appeared on the list as J.V. Djukashvili Stalin. He was still not well known to the public, nor admired by the Bolsheviks who had been in emigration. His obscurity in 1917 would always remain an embarrassing bruise on a very thin-skinned man, and he tried to correct it by a mendacious cult of personality. But in fact, Lenin and an array of high Bolsheviks had long appreciated his ruthless competence. In those days, says Fyodor Alyulayev with such candour that his memoirs were never published, Comrade Stalin was genuinely known only to the small circle of people who had come across him in the political underground or had succeeded in distinguishing real work and real devotion from chatter, noise, and meaningless babble. The entire Soviet government now worked round the clock in one room at one table. After the victory, Stalin moved into the Smolny, recalls Fyodor Alyulayev. For the first 3 days we didn't leave, says Molotov. There was me, Zinoviev, and Trotsky. Then opposite were Stalin and Kamenev. We tried by fits and starts to picture the new life. When Kamenev and Trotsky decided they wanted to abolish capital punishment in the army, recalled Stalin later, Lenin overheard them. "What nonsense!" he barked. "How can you have a revolution without shooting people?" Lenin meant it. The coup had been surprisingly easy, but the life-and-death struggle to keep power started immediately. Lenin did not wish to share his government with the Mensheviks and SRs, but Kamenev insisted on opening negotiations to do just that. When these failed, he resigned. Meanwhile, Kerensky rallied Cossack forces on the Pulkova Heights outside the city, and the Menshevik-led railwaymen went on strike, demanding a coalition. Stalin, along with Sverdlov, Sergo and Dzerzhinsky, organized the defense of Petrograd. Lenin, Trotsky and Stalin formed an inseparable troika in those first months in power. Besieged from outside and within, undermined by compromisers, bunglers and windbags inside his own party, Lenin divided his grandees into men of action versus tea-drinkers. There were too many tea-drinkers. Had the Soviet Republic settled into peaceful stability, the tea-drinking tendency, represented by men like Kamenev and Bukharin, might have given it a very different direction. But it was not to be. Lenin spent almost every hour together with his grittiest henchmen. In these first hours, Lenin dictated an undated decree that reveals Stalin's and Trotsky's special place as follows. Instructions to the guards at the reception of Sovnarkom. No one is permitted to enter without specific invitation except for President of Sovnarkom Lenin. Then, before the typed names of Lenin's personal assistants, is written in handwriting that is probably that of Lenin himself. Narkom Foreign Affairs, Trotsky. Narkom Nationalities, Stalin. Lenin could not get along without Stalin for even a single day, wrote Stanislav Peskovsky, the Polish Bolshevik who now became Stalin's chief assistant at the Commissariat of Nationalities. Lenin sometimes asked Stalin to countersign his Sovnarkom decrees. Our Smolny office was under Lenin's wing. In the course of the day, he'd call Stalin an endless number of times and would appear in our office and lead him away. Once, Peskovsky found both men up ladders examining maps together. Stalin's two Caucasian gangsters, Kemo and Tsintsadze, came to Petrograd. "I found Stalin alone in a room," says Tsintsadze. "We were so happy to see one another." But just then Lenin wandered into the room. "Meet Kote Tsintsadze," Stalin said to Lenin, who already knew Kemo, the old bank-robber terrorist of the Caucasus. Yet Stalin communicated with his assistant Peskovsky only in grunts and was too moody and taciturn to gossip with him, unlike the other loquacious Bolshevik magnates. Peskovsky's first memoirs, when published in 1922, contained Stalin's grunts and moodiness. Naturally, when these were republished in 1930, the grunts were gone. On 29 November 1917, the Central Committee created the Core Leadership Bureau, the Chetverka, the foursome, with Lenin, Stalin, Trotsky and Sverdlov as the most powerful men in Russia, authorized to decide all emergency questions. But Sverdlov, who became nominal head of state, chairman of the Central Executive Committee of the Soviet, spent his time running the party secretariat. As a result, as Trotsky recalls, the four became a troika. Lenin drove ahead with his radical and repressive measures: peace, land, bread. He opened peace talks with Kaiserine Germany. When Trotsky, People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs, reported on progress, Lenin replied, "I'll consult with Stalin and give you my answer." On 27 October, opposition press was banned. At the Central Committee on 2 November, Lenin effectively created the dictatorship of the Bolshevik oligarchs. On the 4th, Sovnarkom gave itself the power to rule without the Soviets. The MRC initially acted as Lenin's enforcers, but on 7 December he created an all-Russian extraordinary commission for the struggle against counter-revolution and sabotage, known by its acronym Cheka, with Dzerzhinsky as chairman. The Cheka, precursor of the OGPU, NKVD, KGB and today's FSB, had absolute supralegal power over life and death. In that case, why should we bother with a People's Commissar for Justice? Isaac Steinberg, a left SR, challenged Lenin. Let's honestly call it the Commissariat of Social Annihilation. Well said, replied Lenin. That's exactly how it's going to be. He told another acquaintance, "We're engaged in annihilation. Don't you recall what Pisarev said? Break, beat up everything, beat and destroy. Everything that's being broken is rubbish and has no right to life. What survives is good." Lenin's handwritten notes demanded the shooting, killing, hanging of bloodsuckers, spiders, leeches. He asked, "How can you make a revolution without firing squads? If we can't shoot White Guard saboteurs, what kind of revolution is this? Nothing but talk and a bowl of mush." He demanded they find tougher people, but Stalin and Trotsky were tough enough. "We must put an end once and for all," said Trotsky, "to the papist Quaker babble about the sanctity of human life." Stalin showed a similar taste for terror. When Estonian Bolsheviks proposed liquidating traitors in the earliest days of the revolution, he replied swiftly, "The idea of a concentration camp is excellent." He began to feel more sure of himself, writes Trotsky. "I soon noticed Lenin was advancing Stalin, valuing his firmness, grit, stubbornness and slyness as qualities necessary in the struggle." It is still widely believed that Stalinism was a distortion of Leninism, but this is contradicted by the fact that in the months after October they were inseparable. Indeed, for the next 5 years, Lenin promoted Stalin wherever possible. Lenin single-handedly pushed the Bolsheviks to frenzied bloodletting on orders that have recently been revealed in the archives and published in Richard Pipes's Unknown Lenin. He knew what he was doing with Stalin, even though he realized that chef will cook up some spicy dishes. Stalinism was not a distortion, but a development of Leninism. Molotov, who loathed Trotsky, judges that it was not without reason that Lenin recognized Stalin and Trotsky as the leaders who stood out from the rest as the most talented. Soon even Sukhanov understood that Stalin holds in his hands the fate of the revolution and state. The Georgian, says Trotsky, became accustomed to power. Yet Stalin was never inevitable. The brains, confidence, intellectual intensity, political talents, faith in and experience of violence, touchiness, vindictiveness, charm, sensitivity, ruthlessness, lack of empathy, the sheer weird singularity of the man were in place, but lacking a forum. In 1917 he found the forum. He could not have risen to power at any other time in history. It required the synchronicity of man and moment. His unlikely rise as a Georgian who could rule Russia was only made possible by the internationalist character of Marxism. His tyranny was made possible by the beleaguered circumstances of Soviet Russia, the utopian fanaticism of its quasi-religious ideology, the merciless Bolshevik machismo, the slaughterous spirit of the Great War, and Lenin's homicidal vision of a dictatorship of the proletariat. Stalin would not have been possible if Lenin had not, in the first days of the regime, defeated Kamenev's milder way to create the machinery for so boundless and absolute a power. That was the forum for which Stalin was superbly equipped. Now Stalin could become Stalin. Within months of October, Lenin and his magnates used that power to fight the civil war. It was then that Stalin, along with his cohorts, experienced that unrestrained power to wage war and change society by random killing. Like boys on their first fox hunt, they were blooded by the exhilaration and swagger. Stalin's character, damaged yet gifted, was qualified for and fatally attracted to such pitiless predations. Afterwards, the machinery of repression, the flint-hearted, paranoid psychology of perpetual conspiracy, and the taste for extreme, bloody solutions to all challenges were not just ascendant, but glamorized, institutionalized, and raised to an amoral Bolshevik faith with messianic fervor. In a colossal bureaucracy run like a nepotistic village, Stalin showed himself a master of personal politics. Trotsky later claimed that Stalin amassed power as a bureaucratic mediocrity, but it was actually Yakov Sverdlov, assisted by Elena Stasova, who ran the party machine. Stalin was not a born bureaucrat at all. He was a hard worker, utterly dedicated to politics. Indeed, everything with Stalin was political. but he worked in an eccentric, structureless, unbureaucratic, almost bohemian style that would not have succeeded in any other government then or now. Lenin's trust was won in the bank robberies and intrigues of the early years and, later, on the battlefields of the Civil War. Stalin was hardly in his office before 1920. He was the patron of these brutal tendencies, but also their personification. He was right when he blasphemously declared in 1929 that the party has made me in its own image. He and the party had developed together, but this creature of covert but boundless extremism and brooding, malevolent darkness could always go further still. He grew up in the clannish Caucasus. He had spent his entire maturity in the conspiratorial underground, that peculiar milieu where violence, fanaticism, and loyalty were the main coinage. He flourished in the jungle of constant struggle, drama, and stress. He came to power as that rare thing, both man of violence and of ideas, an expert in gangsterism as well as a devout Marxist. But above all, he believed in himself and in his own ruthless leadership as the only way to govern a country in crisis and to promote a mere ideal to a real utopia. In a limitless government run as a giant conspiracy of bloodletting and clan patronage, who was the most qualified to prosper? The dance of power between Trotsky and Stalin started at the very beginning, at the first meeting of the new government, a historic occasion at which the personal peccadilloes and political wheeler-dealering clashed with the sanctity of dialectical materialism. The first cabinet, the Sovnakom in Bolshevik acronym, was held in Lenin's office in the Smolny, which was still so makeshift and amateurish that the only link with his new empire was a cubbyhole for his telephone girl and typist behind an unpainted wooden partition. It was surely no coincidence that Lenin's two outstanding magnates, Stalin and I, writes Trotsky, were the first to arrive. Then, from behind the wooden partition, the two of them overheard seductive and affectionate sighs, a conversation of a rather tender nature, in the thick basso of People's Commissar of the Navy Dybenko, a black-bearded sailor, 29 years old, a jolly and self-confident giant, who had recently become intimate with Alexandra Kollontai, a woman of aristocratic antecedents approaching her 46th year. At this epoch-making moment, Stalin and Trotsky found themselves eavesdropping on Kollontai's latest scandalous affair, about which there had been much gossip in party circles. Trotsky and Stalin, two arrogant, self-anointed Marxist messiahs, two magnificent administrators, deep thinkers, murderous enforcers, rank outsiders, a Jew and a Georgian, looked at each other. Stalin was amused, but Trotsky was shocked. Stalin came up to me with a kind of unexpected jauntiness, and pointing his shoulder towards the partition, said, smirking, "That's him, with Kollontai, with Kollontai." Alexandra Kollontai always treated Stalin with old-world courtesy. She served as his Swedish ambassador and died naturally. Dybenko was shot in the Great Terror. Trotsky was not amused. His gesture and laughter seemed to me out of place and unendurably vulgar, especially on that occasion and in that place. "That's their affair," snapped Trotsky, at which Stalin sensed he'd made a mistake. The amazing and unthinkable had happened. Stalin, the Georgian cobbler's son, was close to the peak of a Russian oligarchical government, and almost instantly Trotsky was his natural rival. Stalin, says Trotsky, never again tried to engage me in conversation of a personal nature. Stalin's face changed. His yellow eyes flashed with the glint of malice. Epilogue. Old Ninika. Our Ninika has grown old. His hero's shoulders have failed him. How did this desolate grey hair break an iron strength? O mother, many a time with his hyena sickle swinging bare-chested at the end of the cornfield, he must have suddenly burst out with a roar. He must have piled up mountains of sheaves side by side, and on his face, governed by dripping sweat, fire and smoke must have poured out. But now he can no longer move his knees, scythed down by old age. He lies down, or he dreams, or he tells his children's children of the past. From time to time he catches the sound of singing in the nearby cornfields, and his heart, that was once so tough, begins to beat with pleasure. He drags himself out, trembling. He takes a few steps on his shepherd's crook, and when he catches sight of the lads, he smiles with relief. Sosolo, Joseph Stalin. An old tyrant, in remembrance of things past. On the lush hills above Gagra on the Black Sea coast, an old Georgian man, small, squat, paunchy, with thinning grey hair and a moustache, wearing a grey tunic and baggy trousers, sat on the veranda of a cliff-top mansion, a fortified eyrie with panoramic views, and talked to his elderly guests about how they grew up together. The mustbadi kebabs and spicy vegetable dishes of a Georgian supra were spread around the table with bottles of local red wine as the men talked in Georgian about their boyhoods in Gori and Tiflis, their seminary studies and their youthful radicalism. It did not matter that they had parted and followed their different paths, because the host had never forgotten his schoolmates and fellow seminarists. In the years before his death, Generalissimo Stalin, Premier of the Soviet government and General Secretary of the Communist Party, conqueror of Berlin and Supreme Pontiff of world Marxism, the old Soso, exhausted by more than 50 years of conspiracy, 30 years of government, 4 years of total war, would retire for many months to his favourite seaside villa on the semi-tropical Black Sea of his homeland, to spend the days gardening, conspiring and reading, and the warm evenings talking in remembrance of things past. Sometimes he talked to his magnates, Molotov or Voroshilov, sometimes to his younger Georgian viceroys and protégés, but often Stalin invited Georgian house guests, whom he'd known in his youth. When he had time, recalls Candide Chakviani, first secretary of the Georgian party, whose name reminded Stalin of his patron, Father Koti Chakviani of Gori, he kept in touch with his schoolmates. Stalin used to tell stories of his childhood and then remember his friends and decide he wanted to see them, so it was arranged to invite them to the house in Gagra. Stalin enjoyed planning this dinner party. Let's invite Peter Kapanadze and Vaso Ignatashvili. I wonder how Saradze is. He was a famous wrestler. It would be good to get him along, and... Whereupon Kapanadze, Ignatashvili, and the other old men were gathered and driven from Tiflis to the Black Sea, up into the hills, along the precipitous drive, through the steel gates and the drive-through guardhouse, to Stalin's secret and heavily guarded mansion, Coldstream. There the guards brought them to Stalin, who was often clipping roses or weeding around his lemon trees, reading on the veranda, writing in the wooden summer-house that was balanced on the edge of the cliff, or playing billiards. Dinner would be laid by almost invisible ladies in aprons, who then disappeared. Stalin opened the Georgian wine. Everyone helped themselves to food, set out as a buffet. The guests had a good time, says Chakviani. Stalin was friendly and nostalgic, but there were also flashes of dictatorial fury. During the dinner there was an unpleasant moment when Stalin noticed a pack of Georgian cigarettes with an illustration of a saucily posed girl. Abruptly he lost his temper. "When have you ever seen a decent woman in such a pose? This is unacceptable." Chakviani and the other apparatchiks promised to redesign the cigarettes. Stalin calmed down. Mostly, Soso and the old friends talked about theatre, art, literature, and partially about politics. He poignantly remembered his 2 wives, Cato and Nadia. He talked about the problems of his children, and Peter Kapanadze walked solemnly around the table to whisper his condolences for the death of Stalin's son Yakov. Stalin nodded sadly. Many families lost sons. Then he recounted his father's drinking, the gory wrestling bouts, his adventures in 1905, the antics of Kemo Sintzadze and his bank robbers, and his increasingly Herculean exploits in exile. but always the fearsome shadow of the terror, the shameful human cost of the revolution, and the wicked price of Stalin's lust for power hung over them all. Stalin recalled the lives of other old Bolsheviks and told anecdotes about them. He mentioned names that made the guests shiver slightly, for they were people whom Stalin himself had wantonly murdered. Sometimes he mused that they had been wrongly executed on his orders. I was surprised, says Chakviani, that when he mentioned people who were unjustly liquidated, he talked with the calm detachment of a historian, showing neither sorrow nor rage, but speaking without rancour, with just a tone of light humour. The only time Stalin explained this sentiment was, much earlier, in a letter to his mother. You know the saying, "While I live, I'll enjoy my violets. When I die, the graveyard worms can rejoice." Looking back into his secret past, the old dictator reflected, "Historians are the sort of people who will discover not only facts that are buried underground, but even those at the very bottom of the ocean, and reveal them to the world." He asked, almost to himself, "Can you keep a secret?" Stalin casually looked through a glass darkly, as he remembered the lives of his family, friends, and acquaintances, whose mixed destinies form a microcosm of the colossal tragedy of his reign. Stalin was a bad and neglectful son, as he was father and husband, writes his daughter Svetlana Alyuleva Stalin. He devoted his whole being to something else, to politics and struggle, and so people who weren't personally close were always more important to him than those who were. But worse, he permitted, indeed encouraged, his politics to destroy and consume his loved ones. By 1918, most of the Alyulyaev children were working for Soso. When Stalin was sent down to Tsaritsyn, Stalingrad, in 1918 during the Civil War, he took his girlfriend, Nadia Alyulyeva, and her brother, Fyodor, on his armoured train as his assistants. When they returned, Nadia was effectively his wife, moving into his apartment in the Kremlin and blessing him with 2 children, a son, Vasily, and a daughter, Svetlana. After the Civil War, Nadia worked for a while as one of Lenin's secretaries. Since he used Vasily as his party alias, he in some ways named his son after himself. Anna Alyulyeva also got married during the Civil War. She accompanied Stalin and Dzerzhinsky on their mission to investigate the fall of Perm, where she fell in love with Dzerzhinsky's Polish assistant, Stanislas Redens, who became a senior secret policeman and a member of Stalin's court. Their brother, Pavel, served as a diplomat and military commissar in the Defense Commissariat. All flourished in Stalin's entourage, yet Stalin's effect on the family was nothing short of apocalyptic. The first tragedy was that of the clever but fragile Fyodor. During the Civil War, he was recruited into special forces being trained by Kemo. The psychotic former bank robber was obsessed with tests of loyalty under fire. To this end, he devised a plan to simulate his unit's capture by enemy whites. At night, he would seize the comrades and lead them out to be shot. If any began to beg for mercy and turn traitor, he would shoot them. That way, said Kemo, you could be absolutely sure they wouldn't let you down. One revealed himself and was shot on the spot. Then came the ultimate test. He cut open the chest and tore out the heart. Here, he told Fyodor, is the heart of your officer. Fyodor lost his mind. He sat in silence for a number of years in hospital, said his niece Svetlana. Slowly speech came back and he became a human being again. He never worked, but he outlived Stalin. The marriage to Nadia was at first quite happy. Members of the Alyulyaev family moved into Stalin's apartment and his country house, Zubalovo, ironically the former home of a Baku oil baron. Nadia seemed content to be a housewife and mother, but soon craved a serious career. The pressure of Stalin's personality, the political stress of the war on the peasantry, the strain of raising 2 children and studying for a degree, as well as her manic jealousy of his habitual flirting, broke Nadia. Suffering from depression, she committed suicide in November 1932. Stalin's parents-in-law, Sergei and Olga, lived on in the Kremlin and the dacha even as he decimated their family. After Nadia's death, a heartbroken Stalin became close to Zhenya Alyuleva, the wife of Pavel, and this may have led to an affair. If so, it was over by the time Stalin unleashed the Great Terror. Stanislas Redens was arrested and shot, despite the pleas of his wife Anna. Pavel Alyulayev died in suspicious circumstances. After the Second World War, Stalin's sisters-in-law, Anna and Zhenya, irritated him by interfering in family and political matters and becoming too close to various Jews under investigation. With Stalin's permission, Anna wrote her memoirs, but they turned out to be characteristically tactless, especially about his stiff arm. He ordered the arrest of the two women. When they were released on his death, both were convinced that Stalin had freed them, refusing to believe that he himself had been responsible for their misery. Anna lost her mind in jail, but she lived until 1964. Stalin's other family, the Svadnidzes, were just as unfortunate. His son, Yakov, did not see his father again until 1921, when his uncle, Alyosha Svadnidze, and Kemo's sister brought him to Moscow. He moved into Stalin's and Nadia's household, but his slow Georgian ways infuriated his father. When Yakov bungled a suicide, more of a cry for help, Stalin laughed that he could not even shoot straight. Alyosha Svadnidze, who married a beautiful Jewish soprano, remained an intimate friend. He and Soso were like brothers. He served abroad, then returned in the early 1930s as deputy chairman of the Soviet State Bank. After Nadia's suicide, the Svadnidzes, including Kato's sisters, became even closer to Stalin. Mariko worked in Moscow as Abel Yenukidze's secretary, while Sashiko Svadnidze Monosolidze frequently stayed with Stalin. Alyosha's wife, Maria, and his sister, Sashiko, competed with the Alyulayev women, Anna and Zhenya, to care for Stalin. In the early 1930s they virtually lived with him, but their competition irked the dictator. In 1935, Sashiko's husband, Monosolidze, asked Stalin for financial help, and he replied, "I've given 5,000 rubles to Sasha, Sashiko. For the moment this will be enough for both of you. I have no more money, or I'd send it. These are royalties I get for my speeches and articles, but this should remain between ourselves, you, me, and Sasha. No one else should get to know about it, otherwise my other relatives and acquaintances will begin to pursue me and will never leave me alone. So this is how it must be. Misha, live happily 1,000 years. Give my greetings to our friends. Yours, Soso, 19 February 1935. P.S. If you meet my mother, give her my greetings." Sashiko died of cancer in 1936, but her sister, Mariko, was arrested in the case against her boss, Yenukidze. The next year, Stalin ordered the arrest of Alyosha Svadnidze and his wife. He told the NKVD to demand that Alyosha confess to being a German spy in return for his life. Alyosha refused defiantly. "Such aristocratic pride," said Stalin. Alyosha, his wife, Maria, and his sister Mariko were executed in 1941 as the Germans advanced. During the terror, Stalin liked to excuse the arrest of other leading families. "What can I do? My own family is in jail." Stalin's son, Yakov, by Kato Svadnidze, married during the 1930s and had a daughter, Galina, who is still alive. During the German invasion, he was captured by the Nazis. His father believed he had betrayed him and had his wife arrested, but Yakov committed suicide without breaking. Afterwards, Stalin regretfully admitted the boy had been a real man. As for the women in his life, their fates are often mysterious, but they received little favour when their lover became the Soviet leader. Glamourpuss, the schoolgirl, Pelagaya Onyufrieva, became a teacher, but in 1917 left her profession and married a mechanic named Fomin. Her father and brothers were targeted as kulaks during Stalin's war on the peasantry in the early 1930s and were exiled to Siberia. In 1937, her husband was arrested and held as a potential saboteur. As a result, her son lost a scholarship to study at Leningrad University, whereupon she wrote to Stalin. The scholarship was restored. However, her husband was again arrested in 1947 and sentenced to 10 years in prison as an enemy of the people. When she was interviewed in 1944 about the leader, a secret policeman demanded the postcards and book given by Stalin. "But my life has been hard and nomadic," she retorted. "I had a big family and I couldn't keep everything, but I kept the book. So it's a shame to give it to you because it's my only memory, not so much of Stalin, but of the man named Yosef. That's what I called him. I would say we were friends. The book's precious to me, and you can take it when I'm dead." The apparatchik confiscated the book. Ludmila Stahl worked for many years in the Central Committee, was decorated and helped edit Stalin's works, dying before the Second World War. Tatiana Slavtinskaya prospered in the CC Secret Department, becoming a member of the Central Control Commission. But in 1937 her son-in-law, a general, was shot, her daughter and son arrested and exiled for 8 years. She and her grandchildren were expelled from the house on the embankment where many of the elite lived. One grandson, Yuri Trifonov, the writer, chronicled the experience in his novella House on the Embankment. As far as we know, Stalin met up with only one of his girlfriends. Sukova's later memoirs are unpublished. Natasha Katava and Alvasi Talakavedze became party workers in Batumi and lived into old age, revered for their early association with Stalin. Stefania Petrovskaya, his fiancée in Baku, remained a party member and was implicated in the Slepkov case of 1932-3. Slepkov himself was spared in 1932, then shot in 1937, but her fate is unknown. Serafima Koroshanina, Stalin's partner in Vologda, was alive in the 1930s and recorded her memoirs, but her fate is likewise unknown. In 1925, recalls his companion in Solvychegorsk, Tatiana Sukova, "I moved to Moscow and wanted to see Comrade Stalin very much. I wrote to him. I was very surprised to hear his voice on the phone that very evening. Next day, they met at his office on Old Square. We talked about my work, our mutual friends, and Solvychegorsk." In 1929, when Stalin was taking the waters in Matesta in the south, Sukova, a teacher, contacted him again. 3 young men in white suits came and collected me and took her to his villa, where she was welcomed by Nadia Alyuleva and Stalin. They reminisced over supper. Nadia asked her about young Stalin in exile. I described his appearance and said that Comrade Stalin was never parted from his white hood. Nadia laughed, saying she never imagined he was such a dandy. Then Stalin proudly showed her his tomatoes in his vegetable garden and took her to a firing range beside the house where he hit a bullseye with a rifle. He let her fire a small English Monte Cristo pistol, but she missed. "How will you defend yourself?" Stalin asked her. When she told him that she was badly treated at her rest house, he muttered, "They must be reprimanded." But the next year Sukova was implicated in Stalin's trial of Ramzin and others. She appealed to him, and he received her. "Is this the first time you've got into a scrape?" he asked, adding, "I'm always getting into trouble myself." He then phoned her institute and protected her. "Henceforth you must fight for yourself." They never met again. Stalin left at least 2 illegitimate children in his wake. Neither received any direct help from their father. Konstantin Kuzakov, the son of Stalin's Solvychegorsk landlady, Maria, had the most interesting career of the 2. When Kuzakova saw Stalin's appointment to the government in 1917, she wrote to him asking for help. When she received no reply, she approached Lenin's office, where Stalin's wife, Nadia, still worked. Without telling Stalin, she increased Kuzakova's benefits payments, but she informed the father afterwards. Stalin must have helped get the boy into Leningrad University. In 1932, the NKVD made him sign a statement promising never to discuss his origin. He taught philosophy at the Leningrad Military Mechanical Institute and was promoted to work in the CC Apparat in Moscow by Andrei Zhdanov, the magnate closest to Stalin. Konstantin later said that Zhdanov knew his origin. He never met his father, though once Stalin stopped and looked at me, and I felt he wanted to tell me something. I wanted to rush to him, but something stopped me. He waved his pipe and moved on. During the Second World War, Konstantin was a decorated colonel, but his mother died of starvation in the siege of Leningrad. In the summer of 1947, Kuzakov was called into Zhdanov's office, where he found the fearsome but flashy secret police chief Viktor Abukanov. They accused Kuzakov's deputy of being an American spy, and Kuzakov was implicated. Stalin would not sanction his arrest, but Kuzakov was tried by a court of honor and dismissed from the party. He had 3 children, but could not even get a job as a janitor. After Stalin's death and Beria's arrest, he rejoined the party and rose to become the long-time director of Soviet television in the Culture Ministry, dying in 1996. Stalin left Lilia Perepagina with a son, Alexander, probably born early in 1917. She then married a peasant fisherman, Yakov Davidov, who adopted Alexander as his own. Lydia became a hairdresser in Igarka and had 8 more children. Stalin never helped her, reported KGB Chief General Serov. Alexander was told the truth by his mother Lydia years after her affair with Stalin, says his son Yuri. They kept quiet about it, and only the few locals in Kuraika knew whose son he really was. Alexander became a postman and Komsomol instructor, but in 1935 the NKVD called him to Krasnoyarsk to sign a promise, similar to Kuzakov's, never to talk about his origins. Then it was suggested he might move to Moscow, but he refused, always scared of what could happen to him. Alexander Davidov served in the Second World War as a private, was wounded thrice, then promoted to major after World War II. He ran the canteen in the mining town Novokudnesk, where he married and had 3 children, dying in 1987. My father told me I was Stalin's grandson, says Yuri, who lives with his family in Novosibirsk. Until Stalin organized the reconquest of Georgia in 1921, his mother lived in a different country. Afterwards, Soso was reunited with Keke during his bitter visit to Tiflis, where he found himself hated as a bloody conqueror and former bandit. Georgia caused Stalin's schism with Lenin. Menshevik Georgia became independent in 1918. The old man was content to leave Georgia, but in 1921 Stalin and Sergei Ordzhonikidze arranged a successful invasion. The dashing, merciless Sergei rode triumphantly into Tiflis on a white horse, but he soon earned the nickname Stalin's Ass for his brutal suppression of the country. When it came to define the status of Georgia, Stalin insisted that it join a Trans-Caucasian federation, but the local Bolsheviks, led by the flamboyant Dvani and the ideologue Makaradze, both associates of Stalin's, for decades demanded a separate Georgian republic. In the ensuing row between the Stalinists and the so-called deviationists, Sergei punched one of their opponents. This outraged Lenin, who now supported the Georgians against Stalin and Sergei. This led to Stalin's insulting Lenin's wife, Krupskaya. Lenin wrote his testament, which demanded Stalin's removal from the general secretaryship, but it was too late. Lenin suffered another stroke. Stalin survived. Stalin wrote Keke regular letters, but kept his distance. Lively and chatty, she was the only person in Stalin's world who dared ask, "I wonder why my son was not able to share power with Trotsky." Stalin could never tolerate such independence. Keke came on a short visit to Moscow and met Nadia. "This woman is my wife," Stalin warned Keke. "Try not to give her any trouble." She preferred to live in a 2-room apartment in the old Viceroy's palace on Golovinsky Prospect in Tiflis. Nadia sent her letters with news and photographs of the children. When Stalin was climbing to power, his letters were short. "My mama, live 10,000 years. Yours, Kiss, Soso. 1 January 1923. Keke grumbled that he'd not pay her enough attention. "Mama, I know you're disappointed in me, but what can I do? I'm very busy and can't write too often. Day and night I'm up to my neck in it. Yours, Kiss, Soso, 25 January 1925. Or she ignored him and went on with her own life. "Mamma, how are you? You didn't write for a long time. Maybe you're annoyed with me. But what to do? I'm so busy. I sent you 150 rubles. I can't send more. If you need more, tell me how much. Your Soso." Their lack of intimacy was clearer after Nadia's suicide. "Greetings, mother dear. I got the jam, the ginger, and the chuk jelly, Georgian candy. The children are very pleased and send you their thanks. I am well, so don't worry about me. I can endure my destiny. I don't know whether or not you need money. I'm sending you 500 rubles just in case. I'm sending also a photograph of me and the children. Keep well, dear mother, and keep your spirits up. A kiss. Your son, Soso, 24 March 1934. P.S. The children bow to you. After Nadia's death, my private life has been very hard, but a strong man must always be valiant." When he visited her for the last time in 1936, she said she wished he had become a priest. This half amused Stalin. He sent her medicines and clothes. When she deteriorated, he encouraged her. "Glad your health is good," he wrote in 1937. "Evidently our clan is strong." She died soon afterwards amid the Great Terror. Stalin did not attend her funeral, but his wreath read, "Dear and beloved mother," from her son Yosef Dukashvili. She was buried splendidly in the church on Holy Mountain. Stalin kept in contact with old friends from Gori and Tiflis. Sometimes he wrote them a note or just sent them money out of the blue. If they appealed to him, he liked to help. In 1933, he wrote to Kapanadze, "Hi, Peter, as you see, I'm sending you 2,000 rubles. I haven't got more now. This money is a publishing royalty, and we don't accept many royalties, but your needs are a special occasion for me. Apart from this money, you'll be given a 3,000 ruble loan. I've told Beria about this. Live long and be happy. Bezu." During the war, Kapanadze and Glorijde, both ex-priests, and Saradze, his wrestling friend, got even luckier. On 9 May 1944, Stalin noticed the cash piling up in his safe, from his salaries as Party Secretary-General, Premier, Supreme Commander-in-Chief, People's Commissar of Defense, and Supreme Soviet Deputy. He could not spend the money, so he scrawled this note. "To my friend, Peter Kapanadze, 40,000 rubles. 2. 30,000 rubles to Grisha Glorijde. 3. 30,000 rubles to Mikhail Saradze." The note to Glorijde read, "Grisha, accept this small gift from me, your Soso." He was indulgent to those who never dabbled in politics, but it is unlikely he would have spared Arimashvili and Davrichevi. They opposed him politically. The Mensheviks enjoyed a strange trajectory. Carlo Chahidze, as we saw, became the most powerful man in the early 1917 revolution as chairman of the Petrograd Soviet, while his fellow Georgian, Menshevik Irakli Tsereteli, became a powerful Russian minister during the summer of 1917. But when the Bolsheviks seized power, Chahidze, Jordania, Tsereteli, and Noe Ramishvili became the leaders of the independent Georgia. When the Bolsheviks invaded, they managed to flee into exile. Chahidze committed suicide in 1926. Ramishvili was murdered in Paris in 1930. Jordania, Yoratadze, Arsenidze, Sagirashvili, and Nikolaevsky all survived in exile and wrote their memoirs. Sukhanov, who called Stalin a grey blur, was shot in the Great Terror. When Stalin seized Georgia in 1921, Arimashvili attended the funerals of those who fell in battle and found himself standing next to Keke Dukashvili. "Keke, it's your son who is to blame for this," said Arimashvili, who knew her well from Gori. "Write to him in Moscow. He's no longer my friend." When Stalin visited Tiflis later that year, Arimashvili was arrested, but his sister appealed to Stalin, who showed benevolent kindness to her. "What a pity! It hurts me greatly for him. Hopefully Arimashvili will find his way back to me." Stalin ordered him to be freed and then invited him over. Arimashvili refused. He was arrested again and found himself under the control of Tsintsadze, Stalin's gangster, now a senior secret policeman. Stalin had him expelled to Germany, where he flirted with fascism and wrote his hostile memoirs. The colourful Dareshchevi, gory police officer's son and fellow bank robber, escaped to Paris. Under the name Jean Violent, he became a famous First World War pilot and served as a French spy. Some accounts claim that he had an affair with the notorious courtesan Mata Hari, executed as a traitor in 1917, but the real story of his sexual espionage is no less dramatic. The French Secret Service suspected a beautiful young adventuress and aviatrix, Martha Richard, of being a German spy. They enrolled the flying ace, Davrichchevi, to watch her. She fell in love with Zozo Davrichchevi, and they started an affair so passionate that he threatened to kill himself if she was arrested. He managed to prove her innocence. She joined French intelligence and was dispatched to Madrid, where she seduced the septuagenarian German intelligence chief. In 1936, Stalin contacted Davrichchevi and invited him to return. Wisely, Davrichchevi stayed in Paris. Just after Stalin's death, Davrichchevi declared in an interview, "I am Stalin's half-brother." He himself died in 1975, after a life described in an obituary as astonishing, revolutionary, aviator, spy, author. His remarkable memoirs were obscurely published in French in 1979. Kamo remained a Bolshevik hero despite his macabre behaviour with Fyodor Alyulayev, but this dangerous simpleton was unsuited to peacetime work. He became a Chekist, but his cruelty was too deranged even for them. By 1922 he was back in Tiflis, employed in the customs service. When Lenin considered a Caucasian holiday, Kamo insisted on accompanying him. Lenin never came. According to Tiflis legend, Kamo drank too much, chattering about Stalin's role in the Tiflis bank robbery, a sensitive subject. Sinsadze joined the Georgian Cheka in 1921, and he too wrote his memoirs, at the same time as Kamo, but he was considerably more tactful. He joined the Georgian deviationist opposition to Stalin and was dismissed. Arrested as a Trotskyite, he died of TB in prison in 1930. He was bicycling home after starting his memoirs when he was run over by a truck. It was said Stalin had him killed. After all, went the joke, it seemed a bit of a coincidence that the only bicycle in Tiflis should be hit by the only truck. Kamo was buried in the Pushkin Gardens, outside the Tilipuchuri Tavern in Yerevan Square, scene of his notorious exploit. His statue replaced that of Pushkin. Later, Stalin ordered the removal of his monument. Kamo was reburied elsewhere. Ignatashvili, Soso's protector and possibly father, educated his two surviving sons, Sasha and Vaso, at a private school in Moscow. The family were restaurant entrepreneurs and soon expanded outside Gori. Ignatashvili and his sons established restaurants in Baku, while Vaso qualified from Kharkov University, becoming a history teacher. Old Ignatashvili died in 1929, very close to Stalin until his last day. Sasha Ignatashvili ran 5 restaurants in Tiflis until about 1929. In the early 1930s, both brothers were arrested. Sasha contacted Yanukidze, who had him released and brought to Moscow, where he was received by Stalin. Vaso was also released immediately. Stalin enrolled Sasha in the NKVD and appointed him to run a Politburo Daka in the Crimea before promoting him to his own guards department. Sasha, the former capitalist restaurateur, was made chief of Stalin's catering department, known as the Base, a trusted position for a paranoid dictator who used poison on others and feared it himself. Ignatashvili became the dictator's food taster, hence his nickname in the NKVD, the Rabbit. Within the NKVD, he was quietly known as Stalin's relative or brother, even by General Vlasic, who knew the dictator better than anyone. One of Sasha's underlings was a cook who had contrived in an astonishing culinary career hidden in the catering shadows of the NKVD universe to serve not only Rasputin in his early days, but also Lenin and Stalin. This world historical chef was the grandfather of President Vladimir Putin. Vaso, who had been a socialist federalist, not even a Menshevik, was promoted to editor of a Tiflis newspaper, then to secretary of the Georgian Supreme Soviet, Stalin's eyes and ears in Georgia. Sasha the rabbit lived near Stalin's Kuntsevo mansion, his main residence, and often attended his dinners. When Vaso visited Moscow, he always stayed with Stalin. They remained close to Keke. Sasha Ignatashvili's letter to Stalin's mother on her birthday in 1934 reveals their special relationship. "My dear spiritual mother, yesterday I visited Soso and we talked a long time. He's put on weight. Over the last 4 years, I've never seen him so healthy, more handsome than you can imagine. He was joking a lot. Who says he's older? He's younger than 4 years ago. No one thinks he's more than 47. In 1940, Stalin remembered his father's old cobbling apprentice, Dato Gazitashvili, who had been very kind to him as a boy. "Is Dato still alive?" he suddenly asked Sasha. "I haven't seen him for ages." Ignatashvili summoned Dato, still a gory cobbler, to Moscow. One day Stalin, his chief of personal security, Vlasic, and Beria arrived at the Ignatashvilis for a Georgian feast. Stalin was reunited with Dato. When Stalin teased him, the old cobbler fearlessly replied, "Do you think you're Stalin to me as you are to others? To me you are the same little boy I held in my arms. And if you carry on, I'll pull down your trousers and spank your bottom until it's redder than your flag." Stalin laughed. But ominously he noticed Sasha's wife. The rabbit had happily but dangerously married an ethnic German ex-wife of a Jewish Armenian businessman. Their daughter lived in America. "Your wife's in a bad mood," Stalin said. "Is she offended with me?" Sasha explained that, being German, she was afraid for herself and for her daughter in America. "We've an agreement with Germany, but it doesn't mean anything," Stalin reassured her. According to Sasha's grandson, Guram Ratishvili, "war is inevitable. America and Britain will be our allies." When the Germans invaded in 1941, Ignatashvili's wife was arrested and shot. "She just disappeared and never returned," says Sasha's grandson, but Sasha never mentioned this to Stalin. Ignatashvili knew the rules of Stalin's court. During the war, Ignatashvili, now a general, accompanied Stalin to Tehran and Yalta. A Georgian chef in charge of supplying wine and shashlik was made lieutenant general, carps Khrushchev in his memoirs. "Whenever I came back from the front, I noticed he'd been awarded 1 or 2 more medals, and I remember Stalin once even gave me a dressing down in front of this lieutenant general for provisions. He even got drunk with Stalin and the rest of us." Stalin, the Russian warlord, was sensitive to such attitudes, and he also learned from Beria about the corruption in his households, transferring Ignatashvili to be director of the state dakas in the Crimea to prepare the Big Three Yalta Conference. But afterwards he left Ignatashvili behind. The Ignatashvilis had known Beria since 1918 in Baku, where he was a Bolshevik double agent in the Azeri Musavist party, or vice versa. When Beria fell ill, the Ignatashvilis nursed their fellow Georgian. When Beria became Caucasian viceroy, then NKVD boss, he tried to keep a monopoly of information and influence in the Caucasus. Yet the Ignatashvilis were independent of Beria. Furthermore, Sasha Ignatashvili served in Stalin's Guards Department under Chief Bodyguard General Vlasic, which was also outside Beria's power, a situation that Beria constantly tried to remedy. After the Second World War, Beria accused Vlasic of corruption in selling the gigantic quantities of food for Stalin prepared at the base. Vlasic counter-accused Beria of corruption and managed to survive, but Ignatashvili, who ran the base, would probably have been implicated. The duel between Beria and Vlasic for control of the Guards lasted until Stalin's death. This is the first time that the story of General Ignatashvili and his wife has been told. It fits into a pattern. After the suicide of his wife, Nadia, Stalin distrusted the spouses of his courtiers. The pretty young wives of Alexander Poskrepishev, his chef de cabinet, and Marshal Kulik, his military crony, were shot. The wives of the head of state, Kalinin, and Foreign Minister Molotov were arrested, yet all these men continued to serve him devotedly without a word. See Stalin, the Court of the Red Tsar. The rabbit died of diabetes in 1948. Vaso Ignatashvili remained close to Stalin, attending those dinners of old gory friends. But on Stalin's death, Beria fired Vaso and jailed him. When Beria fell, Vaso was released, dying in 1956. The fate of Stalin's Bolshevik comrades was tragic, never mind the fate of the Soviet people. Kamenev and Zinoviev were shot in 1936, Bukharin in 1938. Trotsky was murdered with an ice pick in 1940, all on Stalin's orders. During 1937 to 38, around 1.5 million people were shot. Stalin personally signed death lists for almost 39,000 people, many of them old acquaintances. Georgia, where Stalin's rising magnate Beria was in charge, was hit especially severely. 10% of the Communist Party were purged. 425 out of the 644 delegates to the 10th Georgian Party Congress were shot. The star victim was Stalin's old friend, Budu the Barrel Divani, who had several times saved his life in earlier days. Divani had resisted Stalin in 1921, and the loquacious ex-actor irreverently joked that Beria should put an armed guard around Keke's house, not for her protection, but so she never gave birth to another Stalin. Stalin was reconciled with Budu in the 1920s. When he was in Moscow, Budu usually stayed with him. Stalin often visited the Divanis in Georgia, even becoming godfather to their son. But Stalin had not forgotten Divani's opposition. In 1937, he was arrested for plotting to kill Stalin and shot soon afterwards along with most of his family. The case of 3 of Soso's closest Georgian acquaintances reveals how differently things could turn out in the universe of diabolical randomness. Sunny, genial, hedonistic and conciliatory, Abel Yanukidze, Nadia Stalin's godfather, became secretary of the Central Executive Committee in charge of the Kremlin, the party villas and the Bolshoi Ballet, which he used as his own private dating agency, becoming notorious for his taste for teenage ballerinas and their mothers. Uncle Abel was close friends with Stalin, but always preserved his own opinion. In his memoirs about the Baku printing presses, he refused to praise Stalin for things he had not done. Koba wants me to tell him he's a genius, but I won't do it, he complained. He was sceptical of the growing repression, priding himself on sheltering persecuted Georgian comrades. Yet he and Stalin often holidayed together, sending each other affectionate notes. However, in 1936, Stalin selected Yanukidze as the first of his inner circle to be liquidated, even though he had never been a member of any formal opposition. He was arrested and shot in 1937. Kavtaradze, on the other hand, had been a member of every opposition from the 1920s onwards. He not only threw a lantern at Stalin, but later backed first Divani, then the Trotskyites, yet each time Stalin saved, helped, and promoted him. In 1937, Kavtaradze was arrested again as a member of Divani's conspiracy and sentenced to death for planning to murder Stalin. The others were all killed, but the dictator spared Kavtaradze by placing a dash next to his name on the death list. In 1940, Stalin, deciding that he missed him, freed him and invited him to dinner the same night. They got on well, even though Stalin teased him, "To think you wanted to kill me." A few days later, he and Beria dined at Kavtaradze's apartment. Their host was made head of the state publishing house, then deputy foreign minister and ambassador to Romania. He survived Stalin, dying in 1961. Sergo or Janikidze was, by the 1930s, the last old Bolshevik with the prestige to challenge Stalin. As Stalin's enforcer, he conquered the Caucasus in 1920-21, helped defeat the oppositions in the 1920s, and ran heavy industry in the 5-year plan into the 1930s. He and Stalin were inseparable, living in the same building, writing each other cosy notes, holidaying together. But in 1937 they clashed. Sergo committed suicide in the Kremlin. Yet some of the earlier comrades survived. Mika Tashkaya, the greybeard who had promoted and protected Stalin in the early years before turning against Lenin and retiring to Genevan exile, survived to die in 1950 in his bed, an honoured old Bolshevik. Inexplicably, Makaradze was allowed to survive the terror. Stepan Shumian, Stalin's roommate in London and junior partner in the Tiflis bank robbery and then Baku, was the brutal master of the Baku Commune in 1918 when he oversaw the murder of around 15,000 Azeris. He was then overthrown and shot by the Whites and the British as one of the legendary 26 commissars. Stalin then adopted Shumian's son, Levin, and brought him up in his own household. Stalin's Siberian roommate and Soviet head of state, Yakov Sverdlov, died of influenza in 1919. Kalinin served from 1919 until his death in 1946 as head of state, chairman of the Supreme Soviet. Marshal Voroshilov served as defense commissar, a vicious henchman during the terror and an inept bungler in the Finnish and Great Patriotic Wars. Stalin tormented Voroshilov with being an English agent, yet he outlived his master to become Soviet head of state until 1960. Mayor Wallach became Maxim Litvinov, People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs during the 1930s, later Soviet ambassador in Washington. He was outspoken in his criticisms of Stalin, who planned a fatal car crash for him, yet allowed him to survive, perhaps because he remembered Litvinov saving him from the dockers in London, but more likely because of his international prestige. Stalin promoted his host in Vienna, Troyanovsky, making him the first Soviet ambassador to the United States, and allowed him to live, even though he and Litvinov privately criticized him. When he met Stalin again in 1918, Vyshinsky was clever enough neither to hide his unreliable political past nor to try to remind Stalin of the favours he had done him in Bylov prison. He just formally, politely offered his services. As rebarbative, bloodthirsty, and terrifying as he was cowardly and terrorized, he became the Soviet Procurator General, the Star Inquisitor of the 1930s show trials, and in 1949, Stalin's last foreign minister. He died in 1954. Molotov served as Premier from 1930 to 1941 and Foreign Commissar from 1939 until 1949. Stalin started to view him as a potential successor and, in 1952, viciously denounced his old partner. Chosen for liquidation, Molotov was saved by Stalin's death but remained devoted to him. He became foreign minister again, but failed to overthrow Khrushchev in 1957. Exiled as ambassador to Mongolia, he lived until 1985, still seeing Stalin in his dreams. Until his last day, Stalin never ceased trying to glorify his past and conceal his early mistakes. The cult served his shameless vainglory and contributed to his political potency, yet he liked to assume a becoming modesty in front of colleagues. At heart, he was too intelligent not to appreciate that many of the paeans to his youth were ridiculous. When he saw Georgian writer Gamsakirdia's Youth of the Leader, he wrote, "I ask you to prohibit publication of Gamsakirdia's book in Russian, J. Stalin." He was even more outraged by Fedorov's Kartvelian novelties, published in 1940, scribbling in green pencil, "Comrade Pospelov was idiotic and tactless to approve Fedorov's book about me without my agreement and knowledge. Fedorov's book must be pulped, and Pospelov must be punished. Stalin." When Samoilova, an old Bolshevik acquaintance from Baku days, asked if she could exhibit proofs of Stalin's earlier books and articles in her museum, she received this handwritten note. "I'd never thought you'd be so stupid in your old age. If the book's published in millions, why do you need the manuscript? I burned all the manuscripts." When a book was compiled of memoirs from 1905, Soso wrote 3 words, "Don't publish, Stalin." At dinner in his seaside villa, the aging Stalin told stories to his old friends about these people from the past, some of whom had perished in their beds, many of whom had died in his dungeons with a bullet in the back of the head. the old men had their say too. They complained, observes Molotov, about bribery and corruption everywhere. Another of these old Georgians, of whom Stalin was particularly fond, says Khrushchev, told Stalin about the bad situation among youngsters in Georgia. Stalin was incensed and launched a purge of his homeland. Presently, the old men, several of whom had sung with Soso in the Gori and seminary choirs in white surplices, started to sing. Georgian songs were heard late at night, wafting from the Coldstream villa, sometimes accompanied by the host, a good old singer with a sweet voice. Soso was old, sclerotic and forgetful, yet until his death, aged 74, on 5 March 1953, the ageing choir boy remained the peerless politician, paranoid megalomaniac, and aberrant master of human misery on a scale only paralleled by Hitlerite Germany. Responsible for the deaths of around 20 to 25 million people, Stalin imagined he was a political, military, scientific and literary genius, a people's monarch, a red Tsar. Perhaps the young Stalin should have the last word. In August 1905, Soso, aged 27, mocked just such a deluded megalomaniac in a rarely read but weirdly self-prophesying article for Proletariatis Brizola. Before your eyes, he writes, rises the hero of Gogol's story who, in a state of aberration, imagined he was the King of Spain. Such, concluded the young Stalin, is the fate of all megalomaniacs. This concludes the reading of Young Stalin by Simon Sebag Montefiore. Copyright 2007.